This ain't a threat, it's a friendly warning. Like, share, and subscribe or your girl's gone by morning. Smiling face with sunglasses dashing away. She said your content's mid, mine got that heat. Now we're holding hands, eating Maggie on the street. Steaming bowl heart with arrow. One click saves your love life, your pride, and your snacks. So hit that button, bro, before I take it all back. Chapter 1. The first half of the Grand Line, the giant island of Omo. The Kingdom of Ogunjana. Roy, who had just finished handling the old king's funeral affairs, looked tired. Sitting on the throne, he fell into silence. Ogunjana Roy. This is his current name, which is the same as his name before time travel. It's just that in front of it, there is an extra royal surname of Ogunjana. 2 months ago, this huge island kingdom welcomed envoys from the two countries. After receiving a warm reception from the old King Lemmet, the envoys of the two countries proposed an exciting cooperation. That is, to jointly form an expedition team to mine and collect various precious minerals and materials on a nearby island called Oscarma. As for why the Three Kingdoms team is needed, it is because there are a large number of ferocious beasts on that island. A large number of elite soldiers are needed to clean up and sweep. There are not only a large number of gold mines, silver mines, rare and unique iron ore materials on that island, but also various rich resources. Among them, there are several mineral resources that the Ogunjana Kingdom urgently needs today. So after thinking about it for a day, the old king agreed. Because just when the old King Lemmet was hesitant, the envoys from the two countries revealed something that really moved his heart. That is the devil fruit, which will cause you to be cursed by the sea and unable to touch the sea water if you eat it. After the three parties reached an agreement, the old King Lemmet sent 20,000 elite soldiers to the sea, led by the Admiral army. However, what the old king did not expect was that the real purpose of these two kingdoms was to destroy the Okugana Kingdom. He wants to devour the Ogunjana Kingdom and take it as his own. As a result, Ogunjana's army was ambushed by the designs of the two kingdoms, luring the brutal beasts on the island to attack. As a result, 20,000 elite soldiers suffered heavy casualties, and only 3,000 soldiers fled. In the next 2 months, the two kingdoms used various methods to assassinate royal members. From time to time, large armies attacked the Ogunjana Kingdom, with 100,000 coalition troops pressing down on the border. Taking advantage of the sudden death of the old king, the deaths of royal family members and many ministers and generals, the entire kingdom was in turmoil and the morale of the military was unstable. The original loss of 17,000 elite soldiers was reduced to more than 60,000 soldiers. The leaderless Ogunjana Kingdom was defeated steadily. Under the rule of the Ogunjana Kingdom, almost all the towns and villages on the three islands have been occupied by the enemy. Now, there are only about 15,000 soldiers left in the Ogunjana Kingdom. The most terrible thing is, according to reports from people in the intelligence department, just 2 days ago, a big pirate from the New World, the Great Uzumaki Pirates, also set their sights on the Okugana Kingdom. If the other party is an ordinary big pirate, it doesn't matter. But this guy has an awesome dad. The strongest man in the world, the godson of 4 emperors Whitebeard. The Kingdom of Maris and the Kingdom of Guter are eyeing the huge island territory of the Ogunjana Kingdom and its extremely rich island resources. And Skiard, the captain of the Great Uzumaki Pirates, just wants to make a fortune before returning to the New World. By the way, I wanted to satisfy my cruel pirate desires, and then I set my sights on the Ogunjana Kingdom. FK. Damn Whitebeard. Take all the bad guys. When he thought that not only were these two enemy countries coveting his kingdom, but that idiot Skiard was also eyeing his kingdom, Roy just yelled. With Whitebeard's prestige and strength, the pirate group under his banner would be so arrogant and domineering with such a huge backer. Now, they are even more focused on his kingdom. He even uttered wild words, giving him 3 days, if he didn't offer him 1 billion belly, 100 beauties, and 1,000 barrels of rum by then. We must coordinate the two kingdoms to destroy the Ogunjana Kingdom. The Aoga Kingdom is still too weak. Taking a few deep breaths, Roy calmed down. Now, we have to think carefully about how to break the situation. Otherwise, the old king will be his fate. Ding! The Super God summoning system is activated. Ding! We have detected the summoner's current crisis of national annihilation, and hereby distribute 10,000 source coins to help the summoner get out of danger. Suddenly, Roy heard a cold sound in his head. Immediately afterwards, Roy's sad face suddenly became wonderful. Stunned, delighted, ecstatically exhilarated, twisted. All of them. Ha 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 ha, okay. Great. Cars, Paloma, and Skiyard, you are dead. While laughing wildly, Roy's eyes flickered with a cold light. Wild laughter filled the entire hall and spread outside. The group of soldiers guarding outside all looked at each other. I thought to myself, could it be that the little king was so oppressed that he went crazy? Even at this moment, several ministers standing in the hall looked at Roy, who suddenly laughed wildly with some concern. I wonder if this little king who has just ascended the throne cannot bear the pressure and has some mental problems. Your Majesty the King, are you okay? The political minister asked with worry in his voice. The country can hold on for the time being. As long as we hand over the heavenly gold to the celestial dragons, we will immediately become a member of the world government and receive Marine's protection. At this time, the Minister of Finance stood up to calm the crowd. Yes, given the current dangerous situation in the Ogunjana Kingdom, the old king was on his deathbed. After discussing with many ministers, we made this difficult choice. No. Withdraw the heavenly gold against the world government. From now on, the world government and celestial dragons will still be the mortal enemies of the Ogunjana Kingdom. This king is responsible for the kingdom's crisis. Roy's wild laughter stopped, and Roy's face looked terrifyingly calm. The ministers stopped their actions with calm expressions. Your Majesty the King, this. Now the kingdom is in danger. If we don't ask the world government for help, we. Hearing this, all the ministers looked shocked and tried to persuade Roy. Since ancient times, the Kingdom of Ogunjana has had some enmity with the world government. They wouldn't want to do it if they didn't have to. But given the current situation, if we don't do that, the Okugana Kingdom will be destroyed. Okay, I have made my decision and this matter is not allowed to be mentioned again. The parliament is over, please step down. However, Roy scolded him with an unhappy expression. Yes. The ministers were speechless. After sighing, they slowly exited the king's hall. As the door of the hall closed, only then did Roy's stern face relax. He had a face that was extremely handsome, but a little childish, just a little bit worse than the gentleman of the readers. At this time, I was completely exhausted and flushed with excitement. System. I want to summon. Chapter 2. System, I want to summon. Just now, when the Super God summoning system was activated, some of the system's usage knowledge had already been transferred to his mind. After consuming the original coins in the Super God summoning system, you can summon the gods from all over the world. Summon various characters from many universes and worlds, as well as rare treasures, weapons and equipment, and all kinds of weird things. Currently, only 3 levels of summoning pools are open. Bronze, Silver, Gold. A bronze level summon costs 50 source coins, and a silver level summon costs 100 source coins. The gold level consumes 1000 source coins for each summon. In the gold level summoning pool, for every 10 summons, you will get a gold level item or a gold level character. The most important thing is that for the summoned character, Roy can obtain all its talents, 30% of its strength, and the opponent's equipment and weapons. The acquisition of this percentage of strength is permanent. As long as the summoned character keeps getting stronger, he can always benefit from it. That's why Roy suddenly laughed wildly. Because, the crisis in the Okugana Kingdom has been resolved. Ding, please choose the level of summoning. 10 golden draws directly. Hearing the system prompt, Roy chose the current highest end gold level without hesitation. As Roy finished speaking, Roy's eyes flickered. However, he found that he had arrived in a bright and gorgeous sea of stars, and an extremely huge golden star emerged. Endless brilliance emerged on the star, and then golden streams of light flew out. Here is the summoning space that belongs to the summoner. Ding, you spent 10,000 source coins to perform the 10 consecutive golden summons. You obtained the following summons. Ding, congratulations on summoning Shinigami Sealed State. Ding, congratulations on summoning the Ninjutsu Fire Style Great Fireball Technique. Ding, congratulations on summoning the Virtual Jillian Minos Grande *5. Ding, congratulations on summoning the 4th Hado White Thunder. Ding, congratulations on summoning the character, the 4th Espada Ulquiorra Cifer. Ding, congratulations on summoning Normal Void *2000. Ding, congratulations on summoning Giant Void *500. Ding, congratulations on summoning the Small World Virtual World. Ding, congratulations on summoning Powerful Illusion *1000. Ding, congratulations on summoning Nami Clothing Original Lace T-shaped. Ding, you have obtained the 4th Espada Ulquiorra Cifer, Jillian. 30% of the strength, natural abilities, and their equipment weapons. Given that your physique is ordinary, a large amount of Ryutsu can be converted into a training method to instantly strengthen and improve you in all aspects. As the system prompts sounded, Roy felt a sour feeling well up all over his body, including his soul. Just like a massage, there is no so-called severe pain of marrow washing or defecation of the body's skin. After a while, when Roy woke up, he just raised his hand and squeezed his fist lightly. The strong wind in his hand stirred and contracted, and made a mournful roar. Is this considered to be crushing the air with your bare hands? Good guy. It is indeed the combined power of a large amount of Ryutsu's baptism and some of Ulquiorra's strength. It's easy to compress air and burst it. This wave of golden 10 consecutive summons is really too rich. Make money with blood. Not only did he summon the extremely powerful Ulquiorra, but he also gained part of the opponent's strength and talent. And there are 5 Jillian Minos Grande, and more than 3,500 low-level voids. Even, I got a small world. Judging from the name, it probably means that the world where virtual people live is gone. His consciousness exited the summoning space, and Roy couldn't wait to summon Ulquiorra into the real world. A thought. In the center of the hall, a space-time Uzumaki appeared. This is the summoning door, and all summoned characters will come out from here. Ulquiorra Cifer, see His Majesty the King. Summoning characters brings an initial favorability of 60 points and a full loyalty of 100 points. Thus, Ulquiorra emerged from the summoning door. He immediately faced Roy and knelt down on one knee without hesitation to show his loyalty. Well, no gifts. Roy, who was sitting on the throne, nodded with satisfaction. Roy liked this 4th Espada very much in his previous life. Now the other party appeared in front of him and became a summoned figure under his command. Roy found that his heart was extremely calm, with no enthusiasm or affection at all. Of course, if it's Sister Bay, or Hawama, Giant X Rangiku, Yoryuki, these girls. Roy said he still liked it very much. Thank you, Your Majesty the King. Hearing Roy's voice, Ulquiorra's expression did not change at all. He stood up with an indifferent expression, then walked a few steps and stood in the middle of the hall, walking up to the side of the red carpet. Roy, on the other hand, clicked on Ulquiorra's panel properties. Ulquiorra Cifer. Level, Platinum level, lower level. Innate abilities, Wang Su's Flash, High-Speed Regeneration, Black Zero, Steel Skin, Ring Turn, Shared Vision, Detection Nerve, Black Cavity, Negation Bandit, Ryutsu. Race, Void, Iron Car. Equipment, Zanpakuto Black Winged Demon. Loyalty, 100, Loyal Max. Comprehensive evaluation, the powerful top-class Minos Grande has the highest combat power in this world. Go crazy. The whole world will tremble beneath your feet. It's Platinum level. Chapter 3. Ulquiorra is actually Platinum? Roy's deep and charming eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a smile. In the setting of the system, it is also a level in many universes. The strength levels are divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legend, and epic level. This is the level Roy knows so far. I have to say that Ulquiorra is really powerful. It is very likely that the summoned character has been slightly strengthened because of the super god summoning system. After all, these summoned characters will be slightly improved a little bit by the system, as well as perfected. For example, If a finger is broken, after summoning it, it will be restored to its original state. Of course, if you have natural baldness or something like that, the system won't care about that. Shaking his head slightly, Roy put aside the image of a braised egg in a cloak that suddenly appeared in his mind. Let's take a look at the information panels of those summoned objects to see how powerful they are. Especially that virtual world. Sealed state. Quality, silver. Type, Horcrux, weapon. Effect, infusing it with Ryotsu, spirit and faith will turn it into a soul-cutting sword. Rating, a starting tool with endless possibilities. Jillian. Level, silver, intermediate. Talents, Zero, black tone, negation bandit. Race, Minos Grande. Loyalty, 100, max. Comprehensive evaluation, a huge monster without independent consciousness will start the road of evolution after giving birth to individual consciousness. Roy simply didn't bother to look at the other summons. Except for Xiao Wu and Jillian, the remaining giant voids, powerful voids and ordinary voids are all cannon fodder. But when I glanced at it, I saw that it belonged to Nami's original black T-shaped lace dress. Roy couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. How can this dog system even draw such outrageous things? Roy silently clicked on the last summon. Small virtual world. Virtual world. Quality, platinum. Type, space world. Effect, exists in a world outside reality. The stronger the owner of the virtual world is, how big the real territory is, and how big the virtual world is. Comment, boy, with the virtual world, you can build a crystal palace no matter how big it is. Dalu, 6. After reading the last sentence, Roy raised the corners of his mouth slightly and chuckled. At the same time, I was also shocked by the potential shown by the virtual world. Judging from the attributes displayed on the panel, this virtual world is completely a world that will grow and evolve automatically. In particular, it can be used to allow the thousands of hollows summoned to enter and survive. This will not disturb citizens in the real world. If Roy takes control of the whole world, it will be a worldwide virtual world. As the controller of the virtual world, Roy can open the door wherever he wants. It's said to be a virtual world, but it's actually an upgraded version of Hueco Mundo, right? In the end, Roy felt a sense of excitement and anticipation. With a thought, open your own panel properties. Ogunjana Roy. Level, Gold level, Intermediate. Innate ability, Summoning System Supreme. Hollow World, Wang Su's Flash, Ryotsu, High-Speed Regeneration, Black Zero, Steel Skin, Hibiki. Great Fireball Technique, Kaido No. 4 White Thunder. Open to see all. Race, Human, Arankar Minos Grande, Trait. Space, Zanpakuto Black Winged Demon, Sealed State, Nami's original black lace T-shaped. Equipment, King's Sword. Source Currency, 0. Summoned Familiars, Ulquiorra Cifer, Jillian. Open to see all. Comprehensive evaluation, as a monarch of a country who has just emerged, it's time to make the world tremble because of you. The strength of the Golden Intermediate Realm. This is just 30% of the strength provided by Ulquiorra. The remaining Jillian and low-level Suzy became the nourishment for refining his body. If he continues to summon him with such efforts, Roy doesn't even know how powerful he is. Huh? Summoning System Supreme. Suddenly, Roy was stunned. I saw that the panel properties are at the forefront, and there are also eye-catching square brackets to enclose the ability. I figured it out after looking carefully. It turns out that this is his own exclusive innate ability, which can be used to summon all things in the universe. And it also includes the ability to communicate with summoned characters, teleport over unlimited distances, heal, and many other abilities. For this reason, Roy could only sigh, "NB. Your Majesty the King, there are several abnormal souls that have broken into the palace." Suddenly, in the main hall, Ulquiorra standing aside suddenly spoke. He stood upright and looked flatly at the throne. There was a hint of asking for instructions in his eyes. As Ulquiorra, who has just arrived in this world, she is planning to clear the obstacles for His Majesty the King. Serve His Majesty the King. The royal palace has reached its highest level of security, Can anyone still break into it? After hearing Ulquiorra's prompt, Roy immediately released his Ryotsu consciousness. It was also a probing nerve. After a few seconds, a picture of several wisps of fire burning in his mind appeared in Roy's mind. This flame is naturally the life energy and soul power of human beings. There were even more than 20 dead white soul flames at the scene. Surprisingly, they are the guards guarding the treasure house. However, it seems that they have all been killed. Oh, you actually lurked in the kingdom's treasure house. In an instant, Roy's mood turned gloomy. He already understood at this moment that this sudden attack by the Kingdom of Maris and the Kingdom of Gyutar was definitely not as simple as it seemed. It was at this moment that the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! Trigger the plot and release the task. There is still afterglow in the Sunset Kingdom. As one of the most powerful countries 800 years ago, the Ogunjana Kingdom has long had a feud with the world government. The CP7 organization is eyeing your kingdom, trying to plot national treasures and crush the world government's conspiracy. Annihilate all world government agents. Mission reward, 2000 source coins, Jillian 10. Ding, mission, the Horn of Destruction of the Empire. The two kingdoms, ignorant of life and death, were so ambitious that they showed their claws towards their former eldest brother, intending to annex Ogu and become stronger. Destroy the two kingdom legions and the great Uzumaki pirates, and destroy them all. Reward, 3000 source coins, Water Demon Basha. Chapter 4. Well, did the Ogunjana Kingdom have a grudge against the world government in ancient times? And it seems that it is still a very powerful country. After reading the tasks issued by the system, Roy opened his mouth. He didn't even know that the kingdom he had just taken power had such a big background. But think about it, he is now the 9th Ogunjana, the 9th king. Before that, there had been a great turmoil in this kingdom. The former kingdom of Ogunjana was not called this name, but Ogunfe Saint Ranafati. The abbreviation, the Kingdom of Ogu. Later, after experiencing a major turmoil, the name was changed. It seems that I inherited a kingdom that is not very simple. Looking at the two ancient golden Tung statues standing beside the load-bearing pillars in the main hall, Roy let out a long sigh of relief. Forget it, no matter how much you have a grudge against the world government, no matter how simple it is. The Ogunjana Kingdom is just something in this world. Water Demon Basha. This guy doesn't seem to be very powerful. Seeing the second mission, the final reward is the Water Demon Basha from Fang Long's adventure. Roy's expression became confused. After all, in the original work, Basha, the water demon who was sealed by the 8 immortals in ancient times, was actually able to be beaten away by an ordinary human mage. It's really a bit too outrageous. Although it is the reason why the water demon Basha is afraid of the sealing spell and is afraid of being sealed again. However, its combat performance in the original work is really stretched to the extreme. Basha, who exerted all his strength, only accumulated his strength and set off a tsunami that was more than 10 meters high. Isn't the Basha summoned by then just a silver level? It had been sealed for thousands of years, and it was tragically cut off in the end. However, it's pretty good that the other party can control the power of the global ocean at will. At least in this ocean-dominated world, Basha must be very powerful if he can control the sea water to deal with ability users. Thinking of this, Roy stopped thinking about it. Whether it is a cat or a tiger, first complete the task and then take it out for a walk. Ulquiorra. After gathering his thoughts, Roy looked at Ulquiorra, who was standing respectfully under the steps of the throne. Go ahead and kill all those guys. This is the Royal Medal token. From now on, you are the commander of the Ogunjana Royal Guards Corps. After that, Roy took out a medal and threw it to Ulquiorra. As for the 100,000 coalition troops of the two kingdoms, and the great pirates' yard, we will destroy them later. Yes, I am willing to serve you, your majesty the king. He lifted it up to catch the medal, glanced at it and pinned it to the clothes on his chest. Ulquiorra saluted respectfully, turned and left the hall. You are the commander of the legion. Then the door of the king's palace was pushed open by Ryotsu, when Ulquiorra stepped out of the threshold. The expressions of the group of guards guarding the door suddenly changed. Just as he was about to scold and start asking alertly, he saw the metal pinned to Ulquiorra's chest. For an instant, all 8 guards looked shocked, and then immediately saluted respectfully. This is the metal status symbol of the Legion commander who died not long ago. No one can explain to them. Just look at Ulquiorra walking out of the hall calmly, and His Majesty the King is still sitting on the throne. The 8 guards immediately understood the situation. With a slight nod, Ulquiorra ignored them and relied on the memories transmitted to him by Roy using his summoner ability. Putting his hands in his pockets, he walked towards the kingdom's treasure house with an indifferent expression. On the other side, there is a tall, spacious, bright, magnificently decorated passageway with a red carpet on the floor. More than 40 corpses lay tragically and bloody in the corridor. These soldiers in armor are the heavy troops guarding the king's treasury. Although they are considered first-class elites in the army, they face the executioner CP7 agent organization from the world government. It seems particularly weak. Tisk, these stupid soldiers are coming one after another. Is this the third wave? In the long corridor, more than 20 guardsmen appeared again and arrived with support, intercepting them in front of the treasure house gate. One of the CP7 members transformed into a huge black wolf nearly 4 meters tall and said with a ferocious smile. The tone was full of disdain and contempt for the fighting power of the Ogunjana Kingdom. They are just a group of ordinary soldiers who have received physical training. What qualifications could he have to compete with them, who had endured all the hardships, practiced Marine 6 styles, and even eaten devil fruit? Deal with them quickly, get the things and leave immediately. In the shadow of the corridor, a muscular figure spoke coldly. The words are full of irresistible majesty. The other 7 CP7 members who heard this voice were all frightened. They knew that the boss was starting to get a little impatient. He, it looks like the game is over. A middle-aged red-haired man holding a dagger sneered, his eyes flashing coldly. You'd better move quickly, otherwise the boss will be angry, and the consequences will be serious. The person who said this was a man with grey hair parted in the middle. And he is also a Zoan grey rooster fruit user. Several CP7 agents stopped smiling. Indeed, if the boss is angry, their little life will not be easy. What's more serious is that they are afraid of punishment from above. The Imperial Guards all looked at the CP7 agents in front of them with anger and fear. And a trace of despair flashed in his eyes. They definitely can't compete with this group of monsters. And it was at this moment that the CP7 agents were preparing to launch a massacre attack. In the darkness at the end of the corridor, the sound of unhurried footsteps suddenly came. In addition, it was accompanied by a terrifying sense of oppression that frightened everyone present. The kind of painful wailing that comes from the depths of the soul and makes people feel desperate and the soul is torn apart. In an instant, the CP7 captain, who was leaning on the decorative column on the wall, became serious and his muscles tightened. It was as if a terrifying demon was approaching them. Chapter 5. Finally. The footsteps were getting closer and louder in the silent corridor where both sides were quiet at this time. The white demon wearing a white Sui Palace uniform is about 1.7 meters tall, with pale skin and a thin figure. A young man with a white bone helmet and horn-like mask on half of his head, green eyes and a green tear trail under each eye, appeared in front of everyone. The person who came was unexpectedly Ulquiorra Cifer, who was ordered to destroy CP7. That is, Bayuz, the commander of the third wave of guards who supported the king's treasury, spotted the metal pinned to Ulquiorra's chest with his sharp eyes. His face suddenly lit up with joy. Although I don't know who the young-looking boy in front of me is. But just based on the terrifying aura that the other party brought when he appeared, Bayuz knew that they might be saved. The kingdom's treasury was also defended. Finally, you have a more than simple role. The CP7 Black Wolf ability user opened his bloody mouth, saliva dripping from the sharp and ferocious fangs. Lifting the wolf claws, 5 steel claws popped out with a crack sound. The aura is quite intimidating. You're just a little devil. Go to hell. When Was, the user with the Black Wolf fruit ability, saw Ulquiorra, he looked like a young man of only 18 or 20 years old. He immediately cursed secretly. His aura was quite intimidating, but it was probably not just the effect of some devil fruit ability. Such a young boy, even today's 4 emperors Shanks, was only just starting to make a name for himself when he was this age. What's more, not everyone has the potential of 4 emperors Shanks. How strong can a little kid with pale skin and thin skin be? Razor. Razor Flying Claw. After quickly judging the strength gap between the two sides, Moss immediately launched an attack. The strength of the leg muscles exploded, and the figure disappeared in a flash, and a tearing after image passed by. Immediately afterwards, several blue slashing waves shot out. Another harsh scratching sound erupted in the air, and along with the sound of the air being torn apart, a black figure suddenly appeared behind Ulquiorra. Moss moves at a faster speed than the Tempest Kick Chop wave he sends out. There's nowhere to escape, kid. Die. Moss, who smiled ferociously and evilly, raised his wolf claws glowing with cold light and slashed towards Ulquiorra's neck and head. Tempest Kick Chop waves came in front and back, and then the person with his ability delivered a fatal blow. The kid in front of me is dead. And that was the moment when Bayuz, the commander of the Praetorian Guards, was in despair, and the other CP7 agents could look on in amusement. Ulquiorra was about to be cut into several pieces. Boom! An unparalleled terrifying pressure has descended. The dark green Ryotsu suddenly erupted, like an endless ocean suddenly appearing on the dome, covering everyone. Thump! Moss was directly crushed to the ground by this terrifying Ryotsu that penetrated deep into his soul and was about to crush his soul into powder. Thump thump! One after another, not only Moss, but all the remaining CP7 agents who had not taken action against Ulquiorra were also suppressed by this terrifying Ryotsu. Only the Imperial Guards of the Ogunjana Kingdom were not suppressed by Ryotsu. But at this time, the Imperial Guards all had expressions of shock and horror on their faces, with bulging eyes, wide mouths, and sweat dripping from their foreheads. Seeing the CP7 agents who couldn't bear it and fell to the ground after being crushed by Ryotsu, they were all stunned and shocked. B.A. Conqueror's Haki. Beside the corner, Captain CP7, who had always acted like a cold boss, also knelt on the ground. As the increasingly heavy Ryotsu descended, all CP7 agents lay prone on the floor. The leader, Captain CP7, was horrified to the extreme. His whole body was suppressed by this terrifying force, not only in physical pain. Even his soul felt bursts of tearing pain, and Captain CP7 was no longer as cold as before. He looked at Ulquiorra with a horrified and painful expression. Why, in the Ogunjana Kingdom, does a guy like you exist? Owner of Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki. After Ulquiorra thought for a moment, she did not open her mouth to refute or correct him. The person in front of him mistakenly thought that the Ryotsu he released was the Conqueror's Haki, he said. He was just a dying man, and Ulquiorra didn't bother to explain to him. A mere human being, how dare you offend His Majesty the King's palace, perish with your ignorance. Slowly walking up to Captain CP7, Ulquiorra looked down at Captain CP7 who was lying on the ground and spoke indifferently. No, I am the captain of the World Government CP organization. You dare to kill me. The world government will not let you go. Let me go, I promise. Bang! Feeling the terrifying killing intent coming from Ulquiorra, Captain CP7 panicked completely and began to beg for mercy and threaten him in horror. However, before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly widened. The next moment, his eyes lost their light, his head hit the ground heavily, and he completely lost consciousness. After decades of hard training, he walked on thin ice to complete each task. In the end, he became the captain of CP7 only a few years ago, but now he doesn't even have a chance to take action. It was a terrifying spiritual pressure as heavy as the sea, which directly destroyed his soul. The same goes for the rest of the CP7 agents. All 8 members of CP7 died. Just the terrifying Ryotsu unleashed by Ulquiorra crushed the souls of all these spy killers and agents from the world government, and they died from broken souls. Is it settled like this? In the field, many Imperial Guards stared blankly at the dead CP7 agents. Everyone was dumbfounded, and everyone's expression was the same one of shock and sluggishness. A group of them fought to death, and they fought for a long time without killing anyone. As a result, this new legion commander killed all these monsters with just his momentum. Chapter 6. Seeing all the dead CP7 agents, the Imperial Guards were in a daze for a moment. After coming back to his senses, Bayuz quickly stepped forward and came to Ulquiorra. He bowed and asked in a very respectful manner, "My lord, who are you?" Although he already had some certain guesses in his mind, Bayuz still asked respectfully. To avoid misunderstandings, be clear about the identity of the other party so that future matters can be handled more appropriately. By His Majesty the King, Commander of the Praetorian Guards, Ulquiorra Cifer. Facing Bayuz's respectful inquiry, Ulquiorra remained indifferent, but still explained his identity. "See the Legion Commander." As soon as these words came out, all the Imperial Guards quickly knelt down on one knee and saluted. "Get rid of these people and continue to guard the treasure house." He nodded towards Bayuz and the guards. After Ulquiorra finished her sentence, she left the place without looking back. He easily killed the CP agents who made other kingdoms fearful. Naturally, Ulquiorra will not stay here any longer, and the remaining matters will be left to these, the Imperial Guards who specialize in guarding the kingdom's treasure trove. "Yes, Lord Ulquiorra." Bayuz saluted solemnly and watched Ulquiorra's figure disappear at the end of the corridor with eyes full of reverence. It seems that an incredible monster has arrived. And, damn world government! After Ulquiorra left, Bayuz sighed. Then, his face turned gloomy, and the admiration in his eyes turned into indignant anger. Just because their former army commander was killed by these damn CP agents. Unexpectedly, even the world government got involved in a war. The other side. In the king's palace, Roy sat lazily on the throne. It was also the first time to receive the task completion notification from the system. Ding, mission The Kingdom of the Setting Sun still has afterglow has been completed. Ding, you got 2000 source coins, Minos Grande Jillian *10. Roy smiled slightly when he heard the system prompt in his mind. As expected of Ulquiorra, she easily killed the spies of the world government simply by relying on her terrifying Ryotsu. As for how Roy knew about Ulquiorra's battle situation? That is, of course, visual sharing. As a summoner, Roy can share the vision of summoned characters at any time. Now that Ulquiorra has killed these little bugs that have penetrated the kingdom, then, it's time to annihilate all those guys on the other end. At the end of the sentence, Roy's eyes suddenly became cold and forbidding. And what Roy is talking about is naturally the 100,000 coalition troops of the two countries, and the big Uzumaki spider pirate. Roy has not forgotten the two countries that waved their flags against Big Brother. As a kingdom that was once the younger brother of the Okugana Kingdom, it has become increasingly ambitious in the past 100 years. And it also joined the world government decades ago and became one of the participating countries. Now, it's time to destroy these two rebels. The same goes for Squard of the Uzumaki spider pirates who took advantage of the situation. He must die and establish an inviolable reputation for the Ogunjana Kingdom. Otherwise, I don't know how many reckless pirate groups will come to cause trouble. As for whether killing Skyard will attract the hostility and revenge of Four Emperors Whitebeard. As long as he dares to lead the pirate fleet over, then he dares to destroy all the Four Emperors Whitebeard pirates. After all, in the systematic combat power test and evaluation, the Four Emperors pirates who dominate the New World waters are only at the gold level. In this case, do we still need to be wary of Four Emperors Whitebeard's power? If you dare to come, Lao Zi will smash your head in. It just so happened that if the other party dared to come, Roy would never fantasize about being friends with the other party just because he loved this work in his previous life. No matter how much the other party showed support and love for his godson in the original work, no matter how much his godsons supported Whitebeard, the father was kind and the son was filial. That is just how they treat their own people. What does it have to do with other people and ordinary people? If you really provoke the other party, it is common to destroy the country and massacre the city. You are also eager to eat your souls and become stronger, right? Roy showed a smile that could make thousands of young girls and women look wet. He supported his chin with one hand, and slowly raised his right hand. An illusory scene appeared on the palm of his hand. The scene in the illusory picture is clearly the virtual world he obtained. As for the figures wandering in the virtual world, at a glance, they are the Dark Minos Grande Legion gathered together. If Ulquiorra were to deal with the 100,000 coalition forces and the large Uzumaki spider pirates, it would be a bit overkill. It is more than enough to send this group of more than 3,000 Minos Grande troops, headed by 15 Jillians, into battle. Chapter 7. Ogunjana Kingdom, Stia Seaport Town. At this time, the seaport town of Stia was filled with smoke and desolation after the baptism of artillery fire. The huge fleet formed by the 100,000 allied troops of the two countries made the coastal defense forces guarding the seaport town of Stia miserable. Especially now, after the three island towns under the kingdom's jurisdiction have been occupied by the enemy. The enemy's fleets continued in a steady stream, charging into the waters of the Ogunjana Kingdom unscrupulously without being blocked at all. Now, the enemy fleet is ready to launch the second wave of attack. Different from the first attack fleet, there were only more than 20 ships. This time the enemy has gathered a large force, with more than 60 ships, hundreds of artillery pieces, and an army of more than 70,000 people. This is the plan to directly attack the seaport town of Stia in one fell swoop, completely enter the kingdom of Ogunjana, and finally encroach on Ogunjana to strengthen itself. Damn it! Haven't the reinforcements arrived yet? The general guarding the seaport town, Zachary Dodd, punched the conference table with an angry fist. The picture that appeared in front of him was rows of dozens of surveillance pictures. More than 60 ships gradually moved towards Stia port. Where did these bastards get so many large ships? Looking at the dozens of large ships, Dodd's face showed a look of anger and helplessness. Report to the general, His Majesty the King personally ordered that reinforcements have been dispatched to the scene. Let us be calm and do not act rashly. At this time, a messenger came to Dodd to report. What? His Majesty the King personally issued the order. Reinforcements have arrived, why didn't I see them? Dodd's eyes widened when he heard this, and he suddenly grabbed the messenger's collar and asked with a fierce expression. I don't know, but His Majesty the King also said that if you see any strange creatures, don't attack them, just wait and see what happens, and wait for the end. The messenger soldier who was grabbed by the collar looked bitter and continued speaking quickly. Is it the secret ace power of His Majesty the Little King? Keeping this question, Dodd let go of the messenger, who immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Dodd and many other high-ranking officials in the kingdom still maintain a negative attitude towards the new king who has only been on the throne for a few days. After all, the other party didn't show any outstanding performance before the old king was killed. But after all, he is the prince who is the direct descendant of the old king, and he is also the only one. No matter how disdainful they are of the other party, that is the king they must be loyal to. But, how could they know? Roy at this time is no longer the original Prince Roy. Instead, he was replaced by Roy from the real world. As for the original Roy, he had already died in the assassination. Then, what is that? This monster. So many monsters. How is it possible? The sky was torn open and a large group of monsters came out. Suddenly, bursts of fierce noises sounded, pulling Dowd, who was deep in thought, back to reality. Hearing the heated discussions and cries of fear from many of his subordinates, Dodd quickly looked at the surveillance screen. In an instant, Dodd was so frightened that his heart trembled. In the surveillance screen, the sky that was originally blown by the sea breeze suddenly seemed to be torn open by a pair of big white hands. A large group of white-masked monsters of different colors and sizes wandered out. No. Not as if. Instead, there really were pairs of big white hands, tearing the sky apart in both directions. Oh my God, what kind of monster is this? Dodd's expression was dull, and his eyes were dull as he looked at the monsters that kept wandering out from the cracks in the sky that were torn open. Rao has lived for more than 40 years and has seen many demon fruit powers and strange races. At this moment, he was also confused, and was extremely shocked by the horrific scene in front of him. That appeared on the port coast, and from the cracks that were torn apart, groups of monsters flew out. In the dark cracks, you can still see 10 huge heads wearing white masks that look like witches. White bone spurs are arranged around the body on the chest, and below it is a round hole that penetrates the body. Immediately afterwards, they were seen stepping on white boots with curved hooks, slowly walking out of the cracks in the void. The sea breeze blew by, lifting their long black robes, revealing a pair of large white boots. So big! Why did so many strange monsters suddenly appear in the harbor? General, give the order quickly and fire to destroy these monsters, otherwise it will be over. Yes, General. In the surveillance and command room, many soldiers looked at Dodd, who had the highest authority. There was even a deputy general who was ready to give an order for the coastal defense forces to turn the fort artillery to kill the Minos Grande who suddenly appeared in the harbor. The sudden appearance of a large group of monsters really broke their originally tense nerves in an instant, causing them to lose their minds due to anxiety. Once this group of monsters with unknown origins breaks out, they will say difficult things. Not only would they be doomed, but the entire kingdom would suffer heavy losses. Okay, order. Assemble first, wait. Hearing the anxious requests of his subordinates, Dodd was also momentarily panicked. But soon, he seemed to suddenly realize something and quickly stopped everyone's movements. Don't worry yet. This is the reinforcements His Majesty the King mentioned. The brainstorm was running wildly, Dodd's mind jumped suddenly, and an incredible idea jumped out. He recalled what the messenger had just said, and then looked at the thousands of monsters that suddenly appeared. In an instant, Dodd's eyes suddenly lit up. Chapter 8. Dodd recalled the content of the order just delivered by the messenger, and then looked at the thousands of monsters that suddenly appeared. Suddenly, Dodd's eyes suddenly lit up. It must be said that Dodd is very courageous and his thinking is even more out of the box. After a combination of various factors, he really guessed it right. In the eyes of everyone, I saw that the monsters swarming out of the cracks in the void were divided into two batches. Most of the Minos Grande Legion quickly rushed towards the blue sea and let out a destructive roar. Its target is the coalition fleets of the two countries that are gradually approaching the port. And the other small part is heading in the other direction. Target, the big Uzumaki spider pirates. Not only the people in the surveillance command room, but also the soldiers stationed in various parts of the harbor defense, and the residents in the towns. Everyone was stunned and looked at the monsters flying out of the cracks in the void, heading towards the sea in the distance. The coast at that location, I remember it was where those damn pirates were stationed, right? Looking at 5 huge black monsters, with hundreds of white masked monsters of different colors and bodies, running towards one direction on the island. Dodd narrowed his eyes slightly, showing a thoughtful look. After a moment, he suddenly smiled coldly. Really? These unknown monsters are really reinforcements sent by His Majesty the King. It's just that it's a little too scary. I'm afraid, these thousands of white masked monsters should be a race of monsters, right? Dodd showed a dumbfounded smile. Your Majesty, where did this monster population come from? However, Dodd was full of expectations for the power of these monsters, each of which could fly, and his eyes were burning. With His Majesty Roy here, the Kingdom of Okugana will definitely ascend to the top of other countries. It is still 15 kilometers away from Stia port on the sea. More than 60 large and small ships kept sailing at a medium speed, constantly approaching the Kingdom of Ogunjana. On one of the giant flagships, a group of middle-aged and elderly people who were obviously high-ranking dignitaries and generals of the kingdom gathered together, chatting and laughing. Ha ha ha, in this battle, we will definitely defeat the Ogunjana Kingdom. Okugana will destroy us and we will share the food and become stronger. That's right. It's time for the old Oga country that has existed for hundreds of years to fall, occupying such a large territory. However, it has not yet become a franchise country under world government. Now that we have been developing under the protection of the world government for decades, it's time for this rotten old man of the Oga Kingdom to decompose. A group of generals from the Kingdom of Malis and the Kingdom of Guter continued to discuss, their tone full of indignation and arrogance. It seems that in their eyes, the Ogunjana Kingdom is already within their grasp. Take it, take it. However, their arrogant laughter soon stopped. Why did it suddenly become so hot? The air also became dull and difficult to breathe. What happened? This dash. On the flagship, many generals and ministers suddenly felt a burst of heat, and then their bodies felt as if 10 times the force of gravity had been applied, making them extremely uncomfortable. Soon, they saw a huge scarlet ray coming from a distance. It was like the sun setting on the sea, the last beautiful afterglow of the sunset. But in their eyes, it was like the greeting before the arrival of Shinigami. So disappointing. Phew, boom. After a moment of extreme silence, there was a violent boom and explosion. Scarlet rays shot from a distance and penetrated 8 large ships in an instant, killing nearly 10,000 people. The large ship that was penetrated and exploded burst into flames, and the scarlet rays continued to bombard the sea. Another round of violent rolling waves was triggered, setting off a tsunami. Enemy attack. Fight back. The fleets of the 2 coalition forces were immediately beaten and panicked. When they saw a group of Minos Grande legions flying in the sky, flying towards them, they were all dumbfounded. Why are there so many monsters? And they were all flying in the sky, with thousands of monsters attacking them. Get out of the way. Let Lao Zi kill them all. Felix, the admiral soldier who commanded the Maris Kingdom fleet, pushed away the soldiers in front of him and roared. His figure skyrocketed and turned into a minotaur, swinging out the machete in his hand. Then, at the next moment, a giant virtual creature pounced over with 2 powerful virtual creatures. Felix was torn into pieces in less than 3 seconds. This scene instantly shocked a group of kingdom senior officials, generals, and commanders. Felix was the strongest person in their group, but now he was torn into pieces. Without any warning, hundreds of heads flew down before they could be frightened for long. In an instant, wolves entered the sheep flock, and a tragic slaughter began. In an army of tens of thousands, there are only a few demon fruit powers, and their strength is still very low. The remaining army soldiers are just a group of ordinary humans. With such strength, what would be the result against 3,000 terrifying low-level hollows and 10 of the lowest-level Jillian Minos Grande? The answer is, the entire army was annihilated. How could a mere ordinary human body be able to deal with the opponents of hollows who had damaged their souls? In the explosion of Jillian Minos Grande's Zero, more than 60 ships were all destroyed and exploded. Zero fired a volley, creating a perfect sunset. A stunning sunset scene composed of the blood, screams and destruction of the slaughtered. This scene makes the guys who are watching all this and have designs on it feel frightened. Tens of thousands of human soldiers were killed by low-level voids, eating away their life energy and souls. There are even dead soldiers, and the hollow situation appears. It is estimated that after the massacre of this war, no less than 10,000 low-level cannon fodder Sioux will be born. The other side. Somewhere on the west blue coast. The temporary base of the Uzumaki Spider Pirates. A group of pirates, not knowing that the crisis had come, were still having a picnic party with singing and dancing. Until, a scarlet ray that penetrates the world bursts out. Falling into the crowd, it exploded. Chapter 9. When a blazing ray carrying a hot and strong wind struck. Boom! None of the pirates expected this sudden attack, and hundreds of pirates died immediately. He was directly blown to pieces and turned into coke and ashes in the terrible Zero explosion and high temperature. Enemy attack. Damn it! An enemy fired a laser at us. Damn it! Damn Ogunjana Kingdom, is this Marine Admiral Kizaru's laser? Did they ask Marine for help? After the explosion, the remaining 700 or so pirates were all angry. Anyone who is suddenly attacked by a fatal and devastating attack will instantly become angry. A whole. Cheer up Lao Zi and prepare for artillery fire. As the captain, Skiard was also very angry and roared. All the pirates were excited, holding swords, spears and cannons, scanning the enemy everywhere. The next moment, they saw hundreds of terrifying white-masked monsters with different shapes and colors, flying towards them. This is an ability user. Is it an army of ability users? How is that possible? Looking at the hundreds of ferocious monsters with different shapes and colors, it can be seen that they are of the same type of race. I immediately thought it was similar to Zoan Demon Fruit Power, and mistakenly thought it was a legion of ability users. But what kind of devil fruit can give everyone the ability to fly? idiot! How can there be so many devil fruits of the same type? Even if there were, it would be absolutely impossible to collect so many. Seeing that a group of subordinates were frightened, their combat strength had been reduced by 3 points before the battle even started. Skiard was immediately roared and scolded in anger. That's true, damn it! Is it a race of monsters I've never seen before? A hole. I was almost deceived, but fortunately Boss Skiard was smart and saw through it. Kill them! They are just a bunch of beasts, then there is nothing to be afraid of. Hearing this, many pirates breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, because of his frightened posture, now he reacted and felt ashamed. Everyone became even more angry, their eyes were blood red and filled with bloodlust. Ha ha ha, stupid pirates, is it just you? A powerful figure sneered, then roared, and his figure flashed at an extremely fast speed. Instantly appeared in front of a pirate cutter. The dazzling cold light flashed, blood surged from the throats of the pirate cutters, and a human head fell to the ground. So fast! Seeing this, the other pirates looked shocked. This is one of the cutters of the great Uzumaki spider pirates. Unexpectedly, he was killed by these monsters in one move? Oh! The next moment, there was a flash of sword light, Kyangkyongsu howled miserably, and turned into spirit powder. The shattered spiritual particles disappeared silently and merged into this area. At this time, the pirates reacted and saw that it was Boss Skiard who had taken action. Why are you so stunned? Kill them all! Skiard glared with a fierce expression, and the pirates were frightened. Soon, they started to howl and start fighting with the low-level hollows. It has to be said that the pirates from the New World are much stronger than the ordinary soldiers of the kingdom's army. It usually takes more than a dozen kingdom soldiers to kill one of the lowest-level ordinary cannon fodder Su. In front of this group of pirates, it only takes a few to kill them. It seems to be affected by the rules of the world and the life energy of this world. Not only can ordinary humans see creatures like the hollow, but they can also touch and fight with them. Although the pirates can attack the hollows, there are too many hollows. There are 500 of them, including hundreds of giant hollows, 200 powerful hollows, and the rest are ordinary cannon fodder hollows. The basic strength of low-level hollows is much stronger than that of pirates. For a time, slowly, the pirates discovered in horror that more and more of their dead companions were dying. On the pirate ship, the cannons that bombarded a large number of cannon fodder hollows were also destroyed by the powerful hollows and giant hollows. They are not brainless Jillian Minos Grande, who have not evolved into chaos and have no individual consciousness. They can think and talk. The dangerous cannon was quickly destroyed by them. A hole. Dai to Laozi. In the battlefield, Skiard's eyes were red and his body was stained with blood. This is the blood of his dead pirates. There was also blood splashing out after being slashed. After killing a giant hollow, Skiard began to pant at this time. The high-intensity battle lasted for half an hour, killing more than a dozen giant hollows and hundreds of powerful and ordinary hollows. It consumed a lot of his physical strength. At this time, Skiard looked at the time when there were still almost 300 monsters on the field. The ferocious eyes couldn't help but become a little tired and weak. Looking at the pirates under his command, there are only less than 100 of them left. Damn Ogunjana Kingdom! Where did it attract so many monsters? Skiard's hands began to shake after cutting for so long. Seeing how many low-level voids were left, my emotions began to collapse. In the fight just now, he learned from the mouths of these monsters. It turns out that they are obeying His Majesty the King of this kingdom. Skiard has already decided to give up at this time. If he continues like this, he will definitely die here. However, when Skiard was about to evacuate, he suddenly saw a huge shadow appearing under his feet. Immediately afterwards, there was a roaring sound of wind pressure from behind. A white arm rushed towards him, and its white claws pierced the air, exuding terrifying power. Dash! Feeling the crisis behind him, Skiard's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly dodged away. However, another huge figure followed. Jillian, who exuded an astonishing sense of oppression, appeared, waved her black robe, and punched out. Skiard, who had just dodged a blow, was hit instantly. His body made a snapping sound, severe pain swept through his body, and he vomited blood. Along with the sound of bones breaking and shattering coming from all over the body, the whole person was blown away. Chapter 10. Gillian Minos Grand's sudden attack caused Skiard to suffer a huge loss. He escaped the first attack, but not the second. However, Skiard, who vomited blood and flew backwards, was trying to adjust his body shape. Gillian's attack comes again. Lifting up the huge white boots with curved hooks, Skiard looked at him from the side as if he had eaten shit. Kicked Skiard away with one kick. A powerful and heavy kick kicked Skiard more than 100 meters away, smashed a huge rock, and then broke two giant trees more than 20 meters high before stopping. The impact. If you look carefully, you can find the playful look in Gillian's scarlet pupils. Obviously, this is a Gillian who has begun to have independent consciousness. In terms of strength, it is several times stronger than other Gillian Minos Grande. Although he already has an independent consciousness, Roy has already issued an order not to swallow other Gillian evolutions. The imprint engraved deep in the soul makes it impossible for it to cross. It can only devour the life energy of other souls honestly. Unfortunately, a life form and a powerful soul like Skiard with Vice Admiral level strength. He was targeted by it. Pfft. Ahem, damn BD. Are these guys the demon fruit power? With his back against the trunk of the burst tree, Skiard's face turned pale. Just when he wanted to stand up straight, he heard bursts of brittle bones and severe pain coming from his body. Oops! After feeling it carefully, Skiard discovered it. After being hit hard twice, more than 20 bones were broken all over his body. The right humerus, left calf, ribs, were broken in many places. Even the internal organs were not spared from injuries. Damn Ogunjana Kingdom, Dad will not let you go. Dad will avenge me. Lao Zi is the son of 4 emperors Whitebeard, you are absolutely. Skiard, who realized that he had lost his fighting power, suddenly felt a sense of fear and fright. He looked at a large group of hollows licking their bloody mouths and attacking him crazily. Skiard was really scared this time. He still wanted to struggle and say harsh words to intimidate these monsters. However, what greeted him was a group of low-level hollows who stared at his delicious and powerful soul and life energy. They are eager to eat more powerful souls and life energy in order to move to a higher level of evolution. I don't care who you are, I'll eat them all. Monster. It hurts so much, my kundash. The pain of being eaten away at both body and soul was extraordinary, and Skiard's screams could not be heard without end. But soon, Gillian, who gave birth to individual consciousness, blew away the other hollows. Get out of here. Let Lao Zi enjoy the experience exclusively. After a few minutes, the fighting on this stretch of coast was completely over. Nearly 1,000 members of the Uzumaki Spider Pirates, including Squad, were all killed. Not long after, dozens of new low-level hollows were born. At this point, the crisis of annihilation brought about by the alliance of the two kingdoms and the great pirate Skiard has been lifted. And in this battle, more than 10,000 virtuals from the native world were born. Among them, there are even a dozen Gillian Minos Grande. In the king's palace. The moment the Uzumaki Spider Pirates were completely destroyed, the system's voice instantly sounded in Roy's mind. Ding, mission the Horn of Destruction of the Empire has been completed. Ding, you got 3,000 source coins and the character Water Demon Basha. Ding, your subordinate Ulquiorra killed all members of CP7, and you obtained 415 source coins. Your Minos Grande Legion destroyed 7.4W coalition forces and obtained 8,200 source coins. Your men, the Minos Grande Legion, completely annihilated the Uzumaki Spider Pirates and obtained 3,855 origin coins. You have obtained a total of 12,055 source coins. Hear the sound of the system prompting that the task is completed, as well as the series of prompts for obtaining source coins. Roy couldn't help but smile. As expected of a Minos Grande creature, the speed of completing the task is not too slow. If it relied solely on the soldiers of the kingdom, this would be an impossible task. With the original number of soldiers in the Okugana Kingdom, they could kill the Uzumaki spider pirates with their lives. But the high-ranking ministers of the Ogunjana Kingdom were also afraid that killing Skiard would lead to the revenge of the four emperors Whitebeard. Another reason is that they need to use all their strength to deal with the attacks of the Kingdom of Maris and the Kingdom of Gyutur. Otherwise, at the moment when Skiard massacred hundreds of residents of an island town outside, the kingdom's top officials will also send troops to expel and kill him, at least to allow this big pirate to escape with serious injuries. After all, as a big country that has existed for hundreds of years, the Ogunjana Kingdom also has 1 or 2 vice-admiral level experts. This is also the reason why Skiard did not directly lead the pirate group to the harbor, but dared to challenge the Ogunjana Kingdom. Just looking at the harbor dock in the town of Stia, the defense forces numbered thousands, with hundreds of artillery mounted. How could Skiard dare to charge head-on? Therefore, they chose to station themselves on a coastline where they could see the Stia harbor from a distance, waiting for opportunities. However, now all calculations are gone. Skiard also lost his entire pirate group's lives. However, Roy is a little confused about how the source coins obtained after killing are calculated. The Minos Grande Legion annihilated more than 70,000 people, but only had more than 8,000 source coins? System, explain. Roy directly communicated with the system and asked it. Soon, Roy received a reply from the system. After a moment, Roy suddenly understood. Ordinary life forms are too weak, and you will not get source coins after killing a black iron level life form. Only when you reach the black iron level and kill the target can you obtain the origin coin. So, a large Uzumaki spider pirates group of nearly 1,000 people can absorb most of the source coins obtained by the coalition forces. Compared in this way, the strength of the soldiers of the two countries' coalition forces is really weak. After comparing the number of people on both sides and the source coins obtained, Roy realized how big the strength gap between ordinary soldiers and elite pirates was. Skiard alone contributed 320 points of source coins. If it weren't for the joint forces of the two countries that killed the elite soldiers of the Ogunjana Kingdom, and the tragic deaths of the old king and many ministers. There is also help from the world government. Are these two kingdoms going to fight against the Ogunjana Kingdom? Now that you have obtained so many origin coins, let's do another summons. The silver level summoning pool has not been summoned yet. This time, let's have a silver level 10 consecutive ones at the bottom. After a sudden burst of wealth, Roy thought about it. Now with only Ulquiorra and the water demon Bazaar who has not yet been summoned, there are still too few strong people. It is necessary to continue summoning more powerful characters. System, conduct a silver level 10 consecutive summons. So, sitting on the throne, Roy spoke with anticipation in his eyes. As Roy finished speaking, the familiar summoning space of the cosmic star sea appeared. Ding! You spent 1,000 source coins to perform the silver 10th summon. You obtained the following summons. Ding! Congratulations on summoning the character, Fairy Queen Urza Shikareto. Urza is here. Donbarai is also just around the corner. Chapter 11. Ding! Congratulations on summoning the character, Fairy Queen Urza Shikareto. Ding! Congratulations on summoning Magic Crystal Core *10. Ding! Congratulations on summoning a weakened version of Fairy Beans. Ding! Congratulations on summoning the 4-star Petrification Dragon Ball. Ding! Congratulations on summoning the virtual Jillian Minos Grande *10. Ding! Congratulations on summoning Normal Void *500. Ding! Congratulations on summoning the virtual whale-shaped Ajichas. Ding! Congratulations on summoning a pair of mermaid shells. Ding! Congratulations on summoning Shunpo. Ding! Congratulations on summoning Slavery Dark Gear *10. Good guy. A big silver summons, the first one is a huge surprise. The Fairy Queen in Fairy Tale, Urza Shikareto. This is one of Roy's favorite female characters. And she was the first female character to be summoned. Roy's deep and charming black eyes instantly shined. It would be impossible for her to live in the palace and become her own concubine. But, there's no rush yet. The summons is not over yet. System, conduct another golden 10 consecutive summons. He resisted the urge to summon Urza, this sweet and salty beauty, the queen's sister Loli, from the summoning space right now. Roy spoke to the system again. Ding, you spent 10,000 source coins to perform the golden 10 consecutive summons. You obtained the following summons. Ding, congratulations on summoning Zoan Devil Fruit, Fantasy Beast Type 9 Tails Sky Fox form. Ding, congratulations on summoning the top Haki Conqueror's Haki Bamitu. Ding, congratulations on summoning Normal Void * 2000. Ding, congratulations on summoning the character, the third Espada Tier Haribal. Ding, congratulations on summoning the Konoha Umbu Ninja Jonin * 10. Ding, congratulations on summoning a Sacred Tree Seed. Ding, congratulations on summoning 24 vehicles Captain Level Ryotsu. Ding, congratulations on summoning the characters, the 10th Espada Yami Largo and his subordinate officer, Void Dog. Ding, congratulations on summoning Powerful Illusion * 1000. Ding, congratulations on summoning the Supreme Sharp Sword Minjai. Ding, you have obtained the Fairy Queen Erosa Shikareto, the 3rd Espada Tier Haribal, the 10th Espada Yami Ryagar, Jillian. 30% of the strength and talent, and its equipment and weapons. After the system's broadcast was completed, Roy suddenly felt that his strength suddenly increased significantly. But this sudden surge of power showed no sign of losing control. It was the kind that was completely under his control. However, in terms of strength level, it has exceeded one level. From the original Gold Intermediate level to the Gold Advanced level. In addition to the sudden increase in strength, what makes Roy even more concerned and delighted is Sister Bay. Tier Haribal. Unexpectedly, this dark-skinned beauty was summoned so quickly. Roy had known for a long time that the system seemed to be focusing on summoning him from the Minos Grande camp in Shinigami. The reason Roy can probably guess is that Minos Grande is really suitable for war. Swallow evolution. Become stronger and evolve in the endless bloodlust, and enter a higher level of evolution. It even has characteristics similar to those of the undead. The more you fight, the stronger you get. In this war alone, which destroyed 100,000 coalition forces, more than 10,000 ordinary hollows were born, as well as 14 jillion Minos Grande who evolved after devouring each other. Summon. After calming down his slightly excited mood, Roy returned to the real Kingdom Hall. Sitting on the throne, supporting his chin with his hand, his eyes and aura became more powerful at this moment. The real beginning of transformation towards becoming an emperor who rules a kingdom. The proud temperament that looks down on the world is gradually revealed. As Roy finished speaking, 4 Uzumaki doors of different sizes appeared in the center of the hall. Uzumaki, who was last in line, came out and 10 ninjas wearing green vests were the Umbu ninjas of Konoha. He immediately knelt down on one knee and lowered his head. Then, in front of them were 3 slightly smaller Uzumaki doors, and 3 people stepped out of the Uzumaki doors at the same time. The arrogant, rebellious, and 2.2 meter tall Espada Yami. With his subordinate officer Puppy, Kyukabro. A loyal little guy who stayed with Yami until the last moment of his life despite his scolding. Fairy Queen, Urza Shikareto. Finally, there is the sexy and cold dark-skinned beauty, the 3rd Espada, Tier Haribal. Known as Sister Bay. Tier Haribal. Elsa Shikareto. Yami Largo. Konoha Umbu Ninja. See His Majesty the King. Everyone knelt down on one knee and saluted Roy respectfully. Well, no courtesy. Roy nodded with a slight smile. After glancing at the Konoha Umbu Ninja, he lost interest. Then he focused on Urza and Sister Bay. Hearing this, everyone stood up one after another. However, after the Umbu Ninjas quickly glanced at Roy, they withdrew their gaze and lowered their heads slightly. He didn't look at Urza and Haribal in front of him. But he glanced at Yami several times, and was a little surprised by how strong and tall he was. And suddenly feeling Roy's gaze on her, the black beauty Haribal's beautiful face hidden under the mask blushed slightly. Chapter 12. Your Majesty, why are you staring at me? Could it be? When Haribal thought of that possibility, her dark-skinned beauty's eyes flashed as her beautiful eyes met Roy's. At that time, Sister Bei's whole mood was confused. She withdrew her gaze and turned her head slightly. Urza also felt Roy's gaze, but she was not as shy as Haribal. Instead, he looked at him with interest, his seductive red lips slightly raised, and his beautiful eyes looking at Roy sharply. Interesting. The corners of Roy's mouth raised slightly. Anzan really deserves to be the fairy queen Urza. Compared to the shyness of the cold black beauty Bei, Urza seemed particularly bold. However, Roy, who was familiar with Urza, knew. The fairy queen in front of me is also very shy and cute when it comes to the relationship between men and women. Wei Wei used her summoner ability to check, and Roy discovered that the current Urza was just the Urza from the beginning of the plot. In other words, in the world of fairy tale, Lucy has only just joined the guild. Then, I checked Yami again. As expected, the same is true for the plot of the Shinigami world. Interesting, it seems that I still have a good chance. However, the current situation is not the time to consider these worlds. Roy directly opened the information of the summoned item and checked its attributes and uses. The magic crystal core is a silver-level magic crystal that enhances magic power. The weakened version of the fairy bean is also at the silver level, and because it is only at the silver level, it has no effect in restoring broken arms and limbs. However, there are other attribute effects, and the full version of the fairy bean must be at the gold level. The petrified 4-star Dragon Ball lives up to its name, but is useless for the time being. Shunpo, a special skill of the Shinigami. Mermaid's Shell. After reading this thing, Roy felt a little helpless. Mermaid's Shell. Quality, silver. Type, auxiliary, apparel. Effect, it is an artifact that helps women go from A to E and beautifies their beauty. It will never accidentally fall off. Evaluation, this is the dream item for rich women at the airport. Slavery Dark Gear. Quality, gold. Type, control, slavery. Effect, after the target loses combat effectiveness and consciousness, the gear can be embedded in the target's body to completely enslave it. Note, restricted to gold intermediate level and below. Unless the target dies, it cannot be forcibly removed except by the owner. Evaluation, in the sea where strong men are like clouds, no matter how powerful the enemy is, they will become slaves at your mercy. Among the silver summons, the last Ajichas in whale form is a powerful Ajichas of silver level. Modi Zassi. Level, silver, advanced. Innate abilities, coevolution, Zero, ringing, black tone. Race, Minos Grande. Equipment, none. Favorability, 60, friend. Loyalty, 100, max. Comprehensive evaluation, intermediate Minos Grande has a strong desire to evolve. After evolving into Vastolord, the sea will be her home court. The first water-type Ajichas. Sister Bei's words don't count. Sister Bei is a Vastolord level Arankar. The level strength of the Silver Superior is comparable to the strength of the elite Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. There is a coevolution talent added to the talent ability, and the Ajichas level still has the potential to continue to evolve. And Vastolord is the pinnacle of the evolution of Minos Grande. Ulquiorra does not have this talent ability in his attribute panel, which makes sense. After looking at the silver level summons, Roy immediately went on to check out the gold summons. Top Haki, Conqueror's Haki Bamato. Roy is obviously not using it now, but there is still an Imperial Majesty. Haki is leaking sideways. It's so intimidating that you don't dare to look at it. The Nine Tails Devil Fruit of the Fantasy Beast series is a high-quality product produced by the system without any side effects. Among the Konoha Umbu ninjas, the strongest captain is Silver Intermediate, which is equivalent to the strength level of the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. The Vice Captain is also at the intermediate level of Silver, and the remaining Umbu ninjas are all at the lower level of Silver. Sacred Tree Seeds, Platinum level Chakras Sacred Tree Seeds. That's right, it's the Sacred Tree Seed that the Otsutsuki clan uses to absorb the energy of the planet to grow among the Hokage ninjas. Captain level Ryutsu, not much to say, but if you count it by car. The captain of a certain 6-car team felt offended. 24th Fleet Captain Ryutsu? This can be regarded as a calculation problem. So, How many Maguruma Kensei are equivalent to Ryotsu, the leader of the 24th Fleet? The last supreme sword, Ming Ye. Roy didn't remember that there was such a weapon in the original work. Are you afraid that the system didn't make it up on its own? But it doesn't matter, I guess I won't be able to use this knife. Isn't the Zanpakuto that the Espadas recreated much better than this? The last thing left is the panel attributes of Haribol, Urza and Yami. El Saskukereto. Level, Gold level, Lower level. Innate abilities, Dress Up Magic Knight, Space Magic, Magic Power. Race, Human. Equipment, Half-length armor skirt. Favorability, 62, Favorable. Loyalty, 100, Max. Comprehensive evaluation, the Royal Sister Queen Loli, the ever-changing fairy queen who can be both sweet and salty. Not only is she powerful, she is also very perseverant in her thoughts. She is a complete virtuous queen. Tier Haribol. Level, Platinum level, Lower level. Talent abilities, Wang Su's Flash, High-speed regeneration, Black Zero, Blue Sword Cannon. Race, Void, Iron Car. Equipment, Zanpakuto Empress Shark. Favorability, 65, Favorable. Loyalty, 100, Max. Comprehensive evaluation, a cold queen who is powerful but does not kill indiscriminately. She does not gain strength by killing others to make herself stronger. Beneath the cold appearance is a contrasting personality of fiery and shy. Yami Largo. Level, Gold level, Advanced level. Innate abilities, Rage, Zero, Blank Bullet, Steel Skin, Soul Sucking, Nerve Detection. Race, Void, Iron Car. Equipment, Zanpakuto Angry Beast. Loyalty, 100, Max. Overview. Anger. It is the foundation for him to continue to become stronger. A ferocious and murderous beast, a complete giant of war. The first Zero Blade born, the strongest, self-proclaimed, Zero in Espada. After reading it all, Roy came to a conclusion. That is, the female characters have more favorability points. Very good, it is indeed a wife and thug summoning system. I am even willing to call you my adopted father. System, I dare not agree. Chapter 13. As expected, Haribol is indeed a platinum-level existence, the same level as Ulquiorra. This is not surprising, after all, the two were originally ranked 3rd and 4th. And Urza's level. Judging from the opponent's performance in the original work, it seems to be similar. In this world, there are also people with Admiral-level strength. The bronze-level summoning pool can summon black iron and bronze-level summoning objects, and the silver-level summoning pool can summon silver and gold-level summoning objects. The gold-level summoning pool can only be opened at the platinum level, and the diamond level above requires certain conditions to be opened. However, what surprised Roy was that Yami also had the rank of gold-level advanced. The innate ability of Fury allows Yami to store strength through long periods of eating and sleeping. When needed, it explodes all at once, and the body shape will become huge with the explosion of power, and the Ryotsu defense and attack power will also be greatly enhanced. Therefore, under normal circumstances, this guy is a good guy and loves to talk trash. Anyway, under normal circumstances, it has an admiral level of combat effectiveness. It can be considered a super combat power. After all, the lowest level of gold level is the strength of the Imperial Deputy. The gold intermediate level is the level of the Admiral Powerhouse, and the intermediate level and above are the 4 Emperors level. But, the General and the Emperor are at the same level. Judging from Yami's final performance in the original work, it's not impossible to blast Kaido with a blast. Dragon Man Kaido is resistant to beating, has high attack power and has heaven-defying recovery power, but isn't the same true for Yami. The angry beast in the first stage had many legs chopped off, but after entering the complete giant form in the second stage, it fully recovered without any injuries. If he were to enter the strongest position for the final battle with the two captains, he would probably have the strength of a platinum-level subordinate. With T0's Ryotsu and physical strength, Espada deserves to be ranked 0. Although he was chopped down by Kenpeki and Byakuya in the end. There is no other reason than that I am too good at it, and I have a huge and infinitely growing Ryotsu body. It has high attack and defense, and Ryotsu grows infinitely, but it cannot control and compress its size. It keeps growing infinitely, and the target is too big. If you can keep increasing your defense while maintaining your body shape, a few more captains would be killed on the spot by Yami. For example, the Star-Cross Regiment in the Thousand-Year Blood War, a member of Waiwaka's bodyguard, Gerald Valrisai, has similar abilities to Yami. It can be said that it is more like an upgraded version of Yami's capabilities. He does not need to rely on eating and sleeping to accumulate strength and continue to strengthen through anger like Yami. After this guy opened the holy body, even Byakuya Kokaki, Zaraki Kenpeki, and Hitsugaya Toshiro, who were several times stronger than in the Espada chapter, could not defeat him together. In the end, if Waiwak hadn't activated the Holy Spirit, Gerald Valkyrie would have been killed by the plot. Otherwise, with this guy's ability to be resurrected after death and become stronger, even several captains would not be able to justify his immortality. But, Yami has great potential. Roy feels that this natural ability must be properly cultivated and this powerful ability cannot be buried. In other words, the Ogunjana Kingdom now has 2 Admiral-level top combat capabilities. There are also 2 combat power ceilings that exceed the 4 Emperors level. It can be said that there is no kingdom or power organization in the world that can compete with the Okugana Kingdom in terms of high-end combat effectiveness. A Platinum-level Ulquiorra alone is enough to stop any Emperor level 1. Unless something big changes in this world, 1 Xiao Wu is already the ceiling. Your Majesty the King, the coalition forces of Maris and Gyudel have been completely destroyed. Dear Your Majesty, you are definitely the greatest king in history. Praise to Your Majesty Roy. The crisis of national annihilation was actually resolved under your heroic command. Your Majesty the King. The ministers who came in response to Roy's summons order beamed and praised him after entering the hall. Some veterans even began to cry with joy. Unexpectedly, a crisis of national annihilation actually occurred within a few days of Roy's ascension to the throne. Solved. Whether it's 100,000 coalition troops or the Great Pirate Skiyard. Even the Admiral Army, who were recovering from their injuries, arrived at the scene at this time. Homoshiosi was a rear admiral of the Marine branch. Later, due to the darkness within Marine, he was framed by a greedy villain. Not only was he fired from his position, he was even imprisoned for several years. After coming out, I traveled around the world for 2 years. Finally, I met the old king by chance and was invited to become the king's general. This stay lasted for 30 years. Now that he heard that such a big matter has been solved, Shiosi was shocked. So, dragging a body that had just recovered from serious injuries to minor injuries, he came. It just so happens that since all the ministers are here, I will announce something. After glancing at the people in the hall, Haribal, Urza, and others had already stood aside due to their own benefit. Ulquiorra has also returned, siding with Yami. Yami's huge body just blocked Haribal's graceful and proud figure, but because of the angle, everyone could still see her face. These people in white are the Espada Legion in my hands. From now on, they will be the legion in the Kingdom of Ogunjana, with power and status higher than the entire army. At the same time, it is also the legion directly under my king. Everyone in the Espada Legion is awarded the title of General of the Kingdom. Ren, Urza, form the King's Guard Corps and serve as its leader. The ninja tribe was incorporated into the intelligence department, disbanded and reorganized. As Roy's appointments were issued, all the ministers present were in high spirits. It turns out that the person who took action to solve the crisis of national annihilation was the so-called Espada Legion. The secret army in the hands of His Majesty the King. Those terrifying monsters are also the Minos Grande Legion controlled by His Majesty the King. Suddenly, ministers and generals responded one after another. I am also very curious and in awe of the Espada Legion. I am in awe and reverence for Roy. Order to issue a conscription from now on. At least 50,000 recruits are needed. In addition, mobilize the army. After the 3 overseas island towns are recovered, they will attack with the Minos Grande army to capture the Kingdom of Maris and the Kingdom of Gyutur. Within the sphere of influence of the Ogunjana Kingdom, the 3 occupied island towns have begun to be recovered. What Roy has to do now is to engage in an all-out war with these 2 damn rebel kingdoms and take them into his own territory. Yes. Your Majesty the King. In the main hall, the ministers shouted loudly. With these powerful men from the Espada Legion and the Minos Grande Legion, the Kingdom of Ogunjana will rise again. On the other side, time moves forward. In the Kingdom of Maris, an ugly man wearing a transparent hood and a snotty nose stared at him. The celestial dragons sitting on the throne, Saint Charlos, kicked out in anger. Ah! At her feet, King and Princess Maris, who was wearing sexy and revealing decorations, screamed and was kicked out. A hole! How dare you suddenly change your mind and refuse to pay tribute to heavenly gold? Originally, Saint Charlos thought that he could get a lot of wealth this time, so he stayed comfortably in this kingdom and suspended his plan to travel around various countries to enjoy the customs. Unexpectedly, there are still people in this world who dare to refuse celestial dragons and invite them to become a franchise country. Giant country, huh? It was obvious that when the invitation was sent out before, the other party had already started to show some interest. But now he suddenly refused with righteous words and a firm attitude. At her feet, the princess, who was mostly naked, saw the dangling feet of Saint Charles. He crawled over with a face full of pain, and then let Saint Charles step on his white back again. Chapter 14. Shame. Extremely shameful. 90% of his body was visible to the ministers and generals present. But she didn't dare to resist. Just because the person stepping on him in front of him is the world's noble celestial dragons. What's more, as her husband, King Parome, he remained silent and served the celestial dragons with a flattering face. He didn't take her as a princess seriously at all, he just wanted to use her to make the celestial dragons more comfortable. Then I can get involved with celestial dragons. Looking around, almost all the ministers and generals in the kingdom's main hall were peeking at her with aggressive and lustful eyes. Even, you can see her parts that have been strangled and plump and overflowing. They all raised solemn flags. Suddenly, the princess, who was stared at by so many blazing eyes, felt even more ashamed. There were gradually puddles of water stains on the reflective floor beneath him where he was kneeling. And when the old King Paroma heard about the Ogunjana Kingdom, he actually refused to become a member of the world government. He felt overjoyed in his heart. This is right. If the Ogunjana Kingdom really becomes a franchise country, then I will definitely not be able to attack it anymore. Well now, the other party actually refused. Paluoma almost laughed out loud. But soon, he lost any joy at all. Report. Urgent report from the front. Suddenly, a centurion quickly ran into the hall. With a look of anxiety and panic on his face, after entering the main hall, he knelt down and reported hurriedly. Your Majesty the King, something bad has happened. Our coalition fleet was attacked by an unknown monster, and monsters were flying all over the sky. There is also a black monster that is tens of meters tall and can shoot red lasers from its mouth. It can kill several ships with one blow and kill thousands of soldiers in an instant, and boom! However, the centurion hasn't finished speaking yet. A gunshot resounded throughout the king's hall. There was also a blood hole on the centurion's temple. Bang! The centurion, full of doubts, fell heavily to the ground, his eyes filled with astonishment. Your Highness, this. Seeing this, King Perlomer's expression did not change, and he looked at Saint Charlos flatteringly. Mud! Why did this damn celestial dragons suddenly shoot and kill the centurion who was conveying information about the war situation? His expression remained unchanged on the surface, but after hearing such shocking news, Paluoma was also frightened. But before he could hear the whole story of the battle, the centurion was shot dead by Saint Charles. What's next? Where is the rest of the information? At this time, Paluoma's heart was suddenly filled with a bad premonition. In addition, there was another person standing next to him. King of the Kingdom of Guter, Kars. Karls was also a little confused at this time, but he was also very anxious. The 100,000 coalition forces formed by their 2 kingdoms were just gone. Humph! Stupid and rude, lowly human. How dare you ignore the existence of this saint? Damn it! Just when the two of them were anxious, they heard Saint Charles suddenly speak. In an instant, the two old kings felt bad. Damn, this is what love is all about. Damn it, the celestial dragons are so arrogant and cruel, they don't take anyone seriously at all. However, this behavior is really something that celestial dragons would do casually. Yes, yes, this idiot really deserves to die. Your Great Highness, celestial dragons, is here. The whole world should respect you, His Highness. Licking his face, the old King Paroma bowed his waist with a flattering smile on his face, and immediately started to blow wildly. In order to gain a relationship with the celestial dragons, he even sacrificed his own princess as a SXBCH. In this case, of course I can only lick it to the end. That's right, that idiot, I will sell all his family members later. Your Highness, calm down. With Paluoma taking the lead, Kars also responded. Not to mention other ministers and generals, the king has spoken, so they will naturally not be left behind. So they all began to praise him and scolded the dead centurion bloody. Humph! Of course, I am a noble world noble, a great race of celestial dragons. It's not something you lowly pariahs can compare to. Saint Charlos was very satisfied with the reaction of these people, and he immediately reduced everyone to a lowly species as soon as he opened his mouth. After all, in the eyes of all celestial dragons, except them, all the creatures of all races in the world are the lowest, and they were born to serve them celestial dragons. Good guy, it smells like celestial dragons right from the start. Not to mention the two kingdoms and those ministers and generals. Even the bearded man guarding Saint Charlos could not help but raise his eyebrows. For being suddenly assigned to be the bodyguard of Saint Charles, Don Felix felt extremely rejected and disgusted in his heart. But as a member of CP0, no matter how much I resist and hate this kind of mission, that's all we can do is endure all kinds of circumstances and accept this task. Who allowed himself to be a member of CP0, the world's most powerful espionage and assassination agency? If he doesn't carry out his orders, he will die. Is there an unknown monster race that is tens of meters tall and can emit red laser beams? Ha ha ha, it's interesting. I just want to go to that kingdom, so let's get some for fun. I want to bring back the Holy Land Marie Joyce and make those bastards jealous to death. Suddenly, Saint Charlos kicked the princess away hard. The ugly face showed a look of extreme interest, as well as dissatisfaction with the Ogunjana Kingdom's sudden refusal to pay the heavenly gold. He decided that he would personally turn the king who rejected him into his slave. By the way, let's collect a few more giant monsters that can shoot lasers as mentioned by the centurion as thug pets. Chapter 15. The Kingdom of Ogunjana. Several hours have passed since the 70,000 coalition troops were wiped out on the sea. The remaining 3 islands occupied by the Ogunjana Kingdom are Kama, Paroli, and Sak. They were all recaptured, and the 30,000 coalition soldiers who occupied the town were all annihilated by the thousands of Minos Grande legions and the 10,000 soldiers assembled. All the coalition forces that invaded the Ogunjana Kingdom have been wiped out. What a group of strange creatures! They seem to have great potential. On the rough pier, a tsunami tens of meters high was set off. The tsunami that was originally supposed to be roaring with the wrath of nature was now just standing tall with raging waves. As if controlled by a mysterious force, there was no intention of filming it and setting off a terrible disaster. In fact, this tsunami is indeed controlled by humans. Just because at the top of the tsunami waves, there stood an aqua blue devil figure. Water demon, Basha. This man was also summoned by Roy, and was one of the commanders who led the Minos Grande Legion and soldiers to conquer the 2 kingdoms. As the queen who ruled the underwater kingdom of Atlantis thousands of years ago, Basha also has some abilities. Now after being summoned, the physical body was restored by the perfection of the system, and he was reborn again, not in the form of a soul body. But it was also because it had been corroded in hell for thousands of years, and its original power was almost completely destroyed. This is impossible for the system to recover for. To create a physical body for him and regain some strength is already the limit. Otherwise, if you want to restore all its power, the opponent's peak period may be close to the level of an immortal god. Despite this, the strength level of water demon Basha is at the peak of the gold lower level. Comparing the strength of Basha at the moment when she ran out of the sealed door in the original work, that is the gap between heaven and earth. It took a long time to roll up a wave with a height of more than 10 meters. There is a question mark as to whether it is even 10 meters high. Simply don't be too embarrassed. At this time, Basha was also very interested in these races called Void. There is quite the idea of taking him into a slave army and driving him. But it is a pity that these belong to His Majesty the King, and she does not dare to touch such suspected treason. After all, she knew very clearly that her life depended on the idea of His Majesty the King. If she were to die, she would die without warning in the next second. Of course, with full loyalty, Basha would definitely not do that kind of thing. After calming down her emotions, Basha planned to separate from the other commander and go to the Ulquiorra Kingdom. As for the other commander, it is naturally the Admiral army of Ogunjana, Himoshiyoshi. Siyoshi, who went into battle with minor injuries, was no longer seriously injured. With his naval headquarters vice-admiral strength, he led the Minos Grande Legion and 5,000 soldiers to conquer the Kingdom of Maris. Totally more than enough. When the two fleets sailed away in two directions, they were greeted enthusiastically by the people. The hard life of being oppressed for dozens of days has now been resolved. How can we not be enthusiastic about it and not be grateful? Inside the king's palace, a tall and thin assistant minister in his 40s walked in quickly. After respectfully saluting Roy on the throne, he said with a somewhat unsightly expression, "Your Majesty the King, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has informed us that the celestial dragons of Charlos will be visiting our country in about an hour. Let us prepare a grand welcome ceremony immediately, and let all the residents go to the coast to welcome us." Good guy, he has no strength at all. Not only is he disgusting, but he is also seriously endangering the whole world. Now you dare to start a showdown with him. Are you here to call for punishment? After hearing the assistant minister's report, Roy sneered. Then he showed an interesting look. It's interesting, now that this celestial insect man has come to visit in person. Then, just play with each other. Roy doesn't have a good impression of these disgusting things like the worms. He probably guessed the idea of the other party's sudden visit. It was nothing more than Ogunjana's refusal to pay the heavenly gold, which made the celestial insect man feel that he had been insulted. So, here comes trouble. But it doesn't matter, they will come when the other party comes. Roy doesn't think this guy will be honest after he comes. Okay, why do you suddenly come to this king to seek death? Finally, Roy muttered to himself quietly. With the character of celestial dragons who disregard the lives of all races as lowly slaves. No matter what the other party's intentions and thoughts are, Roy can't let the other party leave here alive. Time flies by. More than an hour later, a huge and magnificent merchant ship slowly sailed into the Stia harbor pier. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of the most elite soldiers of the kingdom quickly ran down from above and stood in neat formations. The dozens of meters long gangway was lowered, and the red carpet was rolled out to the shore. Celestial Dragons Saint Charlos took the position, leading Princess Paroma, who was kneeling and crawling on the ground, with an explosive figure and revealing and sexy clothes. Surrounding him were two kings, CP0 Felix, and 6 world government combatants wearing black suits. The rest are a dozen high-ranking ministers and generals from the two kingdoms. Originally, Saint Charlos had a proud face and was ready to enjoy the cheers of admiration and admiration from tens of thousands of untouchables. As a result, when they stood on the shore, they suddenly discovered it. Except for hundreds of soldiers, there was no one else on the entire huge harbor pier. Damn! Damn you untouchable! How dare you despise me, the most noble in the world! Chapter 16. In an instant, St. Charles's already ugly face became even more ugly because of his anger. At this moment, St. Charles felt that his lungs were about to explode. You have to know when celestial dragons, the noble world nobles, visited those kingdoms. Those so-called kings, princes, and ministers, all of them are not accompanied by a group of relatives. A large group of high-ranking officials and nobles greeted the celestial dragons on the harbor pier, just to have a glimpse of the holy face of celestial dragons. Even those untouchables who have never seen the noble celestial dragons will all gather to watch and greet them. But now? There are only a few hundred royal army soldiers stationed in the entire huge harbor. And when they saw him coming, no one knelt down to greet him. How unreasonable! How could Saint Charlos, who had always been extremely arrogant, bear this? This is an insult to the noble status of celestial dragons, and a great humiliation to him, Saint Charlos. Seeing the celestial dragons, Saint Charlos about to become furious, a glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the very discerning Perloma. What a great opportunity! I didn't expect that Ogunjana was so unafraid of death that she even ignored the celestial dragons. You can't let go of such a good opportunity. You must give Saint Charlos a good lick and leave a deep impression on this guy. Perloma immediately stood up and acted with an angry look on his face. Bold, His Highness in front of you is the celestial dragons, a noble of the world. How dare you despise the majesty of His Highness the celestial dragons? Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to welcome the noble celestial dragons, who are patrolling under the Charlos temple? Does your kingdom want to bring accountability from the world government and cause catastrophe to the country? Click click click. But what happened next made him stunned, because when he said these words, not only did the general in front of him not change at all, but he looked at him with a sneer. Even the hundreds of royal army soldiers around them were the same, even after hearing his words. They all set up long guns and short cannons and aimed at them. What the hell? Aren't these damn generals and soldiers afraid of the world's noble celestial dragons? This was in front of the celestial dragons. How dare they raise their weapons against the celestial dragons? Seeing this, it wasn't just Perloma who was confused. Behind him, King Kars and the princes and ministers of the two kingdoms were also confused. Not to mention Saint Charles of Celestial Dragons, whose eyes widened with disbelief on his face. He's Celestial Dragons. Don't I want to lose face? CP0 Felix couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth twice. Cursing secretly, the people in this kingdom are pig-brained. You even dare to offend and despise the majesty of the Celestial Dragons. How much do you want to bring about the destruction of the country? But by this time, Felix also knew it was time for him to appear. After all, Saint Charles seems to be in trouble now. Then he must take action to eliminate all the dangerous existences against Saint Charles. This is your duty as the bodyguard of Celestial Dragons. As for the world government fighters wearing black suits beside him, Felix didn't think so. These guys can protect Saint Charlos intact from the bullets and artillery fire in the sky. If something happens then, he will definitely be the unlucky person. Shave. Phelan stars. The first move is a killing move, since he dares to raise a destructive weapon against the Celestial Dragons. Then he didn't care whether the other party would actually take action, he would directly take the initiative and nip all unknown dangers in the cradle. That's the right way. Immediately afterwards, Felix did not stop his movements, raised his foot and threw out more than a dozen scattered tempest-kick chop waves. His figure disappeared in a flash, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Dodd, the general of the Harbor Defense Force. There was no ripple in his eyes, but they were full of coldness. He raised his strong arm and punched Dodd hard, intending to beat Dodd half to death with one punch, and then ask the remaining soldiers to put down their weapons and surrender. However, the soldiers who were expected to scream after being hit by his tempest-kick chop wave did not make any sound. Instead, there were several more roars of monsters. Felix's eyelids suddenly jumped wildly, and he had an ominous premonition. Bang! Sure enough, at the moment when he was about to hit the general in front of him with one punch, a tall, rugged figure exuding a terrifying aura stood in front of him. And his fist hit the opponent's abdomen hard. The terrifying burst of power was like hitting extremely hard steel, almost breaking the bones of his fist. How can it be? Felix let out an exclamation of disbelief. He used 90% of his strength to hit the enemy with this punch, but he almost broke his own bones. Hey, you scumbag, didn't you eat enough before going out? Don't you even have the strength to scratch your itch? Get away! The person who stood in front of General Dodd and blocked the attack was Yami from the 10th Espada. And when he felt the attack on his abdomen, he was so weak that he was not even worthy of being called a tickle. Yami immediately became angry. The thing that he hates most about Yami is that he is so weak that he still wants to jump in front of him and challenge his trash. Boom! The palm as big as a cattail leaf whipped out hard, so fast that Felix didn't even have a chance to react. And when Yami slapped him, he was compressed and rolled up by the terrifying force, and the howling sound of the wind was heard. Felix was slapped and sent flying away. Chapter 17. Get away! After raising his hand and slapping Felix away hard, Yami couldn't help but spit. It's really unlucky for such a weak guy to have to make a special trip. Boom! Compared to Yami's casual blow, Felix suffered a serious blow. He spit out blood and flew backwards, hitting the ground heavily, plowing out traces that were hundreds of meters long. In the end, Felix finally took advantage of the loss of strength and punched the ground hard, and then stopped. Ahem! Damn it, what a terrifying power! Standing up from the broken ground, Felix clutched his chest and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. There was a deep fear in his eyes. Looking at the huge figure 100 meters away, I suddenly felt troubled. Even though he had just used iron body at its limit, his defense was still broken. 3 ribs were directly broken inside the body. As for why not use armament haki? There was no time at all, he could use iron body in that extreme situation. Thanks to decades of hard training from childhood to adulthood, as well as rich combat experience, the instinctive reaction has been achieved through repeated tempering. Otherwise, the damage caused this time may not be so simple. Felix now only felt a tingling sensation in his scalp. How could such a powerful monster exist in an ordinary kingdom? Even the elite vice admiral of naval headquarters can stabilize the first-line strength level. But the other party just hit him casually, and he almost couldn't bear it. This damn celestial dragon's escort mission is too difficult. Oh? Can you still stand up? What a tenacious scumbag! Seeing that Felix was still able to stand up after receiving his palm, Yami suddenly narrowed his eyes. The corners of his mouth were raised slightly, showing a ferocious expression. Obviously, Yami, who has just arrived in this world, is slightly interested and wants to relax his bones. For example, the punching bag in front of me looks pretty good. You useless thing! You can't even beat this. Come with me, I will make him my slave. After St. Charles calmed down for a while, he also came back to his senses. After scolding Felix angrily, he yelled at several other bodyguards in black suits beside him. After finishing speaking, he looked at Yami's huge and strong body and powerful strength, and instantly had the idea of taming him to become his slave. Such a big guy with muscles all over his body was so strong that he injured the idiot CP0 with one move. If you can subdue his foot slaves, you will surely be the envy of other celestial dragons in the deathly Holy Land. And the giant monsters next to them that just blocked the slashing wave for those lowly soldiers look great too. And the most important thing is that these are brand new races that have never been seen before. He must get these monsters. If he tamed these powerful new race monsters and brought them back to the Holy Land, Saint Charlos could already imagine the envious and jealous looks cast by the other celestial dragons around him. Just thinking about that scene, Saint Charlos felt a little dazed. That's enough. Under the Charros temple, if you are going to see my king, please come with me. Otherwise, then please go back and forth wherever you go. At this time, Dodd, who had been silent for a long time, stood up and stopped in front of the combatants in black suits. He knew that if he didn't stop it and allowed it to continue to develop, maybe it's not that simple. What's more, His Majesty the King is still waiting in the palace. Humph! Who are you? How dare you do this? Poof! Seeing this, the First Minister of the Malice Kingdom also wanted to lick it in front of Saint Charlos and reprimand Dodd for his rude attitude. But he hasn't finished speaking yet. I don't know when they started, but they were surrounded by a large group of monsters with hideous and terrifying faces. As for him, his head was bitten off by a strong force that approached him. Ah! Monster! Monster! Escort! Mom, help! He was surrounded by monsters that were completely black and exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Even Felix, a CP0 member, felt his scalp numb for a while. In an instant, everyone except the king's army of the Ogunjana Kingdom was frightened by the Minos Grande. Below the temple of Charlos, now is not the time to pursue this matter. Have you forgotten your original purpose? Moreover, that guy is difficult to deal with, and I am not completely sure of defeating him. For your safety, we still want to meet the king first. Maybe when the other party sees you, he will be so scared that he crawls and begs for mercy, and he might even give you all the good things. Including these monsters, and that big bald head. Seeing that the situation was not going well, Felix hurriedly stepped in front of Saint Charlos and offered respectful persuasion and flattery. Finally, Saint Charles was fooled. After looking at the ferocious Yami and then at the Minos Grande monsters, Saint Charlos was also a little frightened. However, when I think about my identity, I feel like I can do it again. That's right, what are you doing earning all this money here now? As long as he makes the king of this kingdom surrender to him, then won't everything belong to him? That's right, he definitely didn't agree from the bottom of his heart because he was afraid of being eaten by these monsters. TCH, boring. Yami grinded his teeth and glanced at Felix with disdain. If His Majesty the King orders it, he can beat all the flies in front of him into meat patties within 30 seconds. Unable to let go of the killing, Yami lost interest. He casually opened a black cavity, stepped into it, and disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 18. Facing Felix, who has completely lost his will to fight. Yami suddenly felt bored and chose to leave. He really couldn't arouse any interest in a group of little bugs that could be easily crushed to death. It's better to go back to His Majesty the King. I always feel like my strength is weakly increasing all the time by His Majesty the King's side. That feeling made him feel extremely refreshed and fascinated. The way Yami left made Felix's pupils shrink. Could such a powerful bald monster actually be a paramecia space teleportation type user? Saint Charlos, not bad, it's actually the rare paramecia shuttle fruit. Sure enough, he really likes this big bald head. He must be tamed and brought to the Holy Land to show off. In the end, a one-sided massacre that was about to break out finally subsided. However, when Charles Saint saw the crowded black car, his face suddenly became sad and gloomy. How could such a rubbish car be worthy of his noble status? Even the kings, princes, ministers, and generals of the two kingdoms were very dissatisfied. Below the temple of Charlos, hold back. Felix silently took a step forward, raised his chin, and looked at the Suans who were staring at him eagerly. Hundreds of giant hollows, powerful hollows, and ordinary hollows all exude a terrifying aura and a pressure that makes one feel like their soul is about to be crushed. In an instant, everyone was frightened. Charles Saint. Damn Felix, when you go back, you will fight in the slave arena for me, and then fight to the death. Obviously, Saint Charles at this time was extremely dissatisfied with Felix's strength and attitude. I have already made a plan in my mind. When I go back, I must mention it to the 5 elders and kill this idiot. Sorry, you are not qualified to enter the Ogunjana Kingdom. Just when other princes, ministers, and generals wanted to accompany them, Dodd sneered and stopped them directly. Only Saint Charlos, his bodyguards, and the 2 kings were allowed to board the chariot. UBD. A dozen middle-aged and elderly people suddenly became anxious and wanted to argue with Dodd and vent their dissatisfaction. However, the next second, several powerful monsters with ferocious and terrifying faces came over. All these good guys who wanted to lick the stinky feet of Saint Charlos have calmed down. This time, the 2 old kings also fell silent and did not say anything. After all, they had a bloody fight with the other kingdom before, and it is not an exaggeration to be treated like this now. If they hadn't followed Saint Charlos, they would never have dared to come here and send him to his door automatically. After all, their 100,000 coalition troops were all annihilated by the other side. Now, they can only follow Saint Charlos. In addition, they now deeply felt an extremely bad premonition. They now want to turn around and leave, go back to their own kingdom, and then immediately pack up their property and run away. They were afraid that the Ogunjana Kingdom would send an army back and destroy them and their kingdom. But it's a pity that there is no turning back when you draw a bow. After sitting in a crowded car, after many twists and turns and long distances, it lasted 2 hours. Arrive in front of the huge palace moat unimpeded. It is obviously an ordinary palace wall that is only 20 meters high, but when you stand in front of it, you can experience it personally. But you can feel the majestic momentum coming towards you, as well as the rich historical atmosphere that has gone through countless vicissitudes of life. The 2 golden dragon stone sculptures on the walls on the left and right sides of the city gate suspension bridge add a bit of soul-stirring domineering momentum. It was as if the 2 majestic dragon heads carved on the city wall, with a section of dragon body protruding from them, would come to life in the next second. It seems like it will annihilate all the enemy troops who have offended the royal city. The green moat under the city wall, which is only a dozen meters wide, also seems like a terrifying water from the abyss. It exudes an unknown atmosphere. Looking at the rippling water in the moat, Felix instinctively felt an extremely disgusting feeling of resistance. This moat, something is wrong. Felix squinted his eyes, but couldn't see clearly. This kingdom has a very strange origin. Damn it, why does it feel more spectacular than the one on the Holy Land? Looking at everything in front of him, Charles Luosheng was also a little dumbfounded. No, what's going on with your aura that's more overwhelming than the Holy Land? Damn it! When I turned around, I ordered someone to tear down this wall and transport it back to my territory. After passing the suspension bridge at the palace wall and city gate, everyone officially entered the palace. A few minutes later, everyone finally arrived at the king's hall in the palace. Saint Charlos, who was full of anger, stepped directly into the hall. Looking up, the first thing he saw was Roy sitting on the throne, looking at him with a playful expression. In just a moment, Saint Charles's mood worsened. Because, the young man on the throne is too handsome and heroic. Even Saint Charles, who thought he was very handsome, couldn't help but feel jealous at this time. Before he could think of anything else, he glanced at it. Soon, he saw a woman with a graceful figure wearing a conservative outfit. A beautiful, aloof woman with blonde hair, blue eyes and wheat-colored skin. There is another one, also with a proud figure and long crimson hair. The dashing and handsome royal sister is a great beauty. And it was after Roy's suggestion that these 2 women changed their somewhat revealing outfits into more conservative Kioni Palace uniforms, as conservative as Nellie's. But Haribel still can't hide her proud figure. There's also the fairy queen Urza wearing a half-armor skirt. Wow, what a beautiful beauty, I want it. Hey, you guy, how dare you not kneel before me when you see this saint? Dedicate those 2 beauties to me, and I will allow you to become my slave. From now on, you are the slave of the celestial dragons. Really? Symptoms of cerebral fluid deficiency unique to celestial dragons appeared. They had just met for the first time, and the thing that Felix expected and least wanted to see actually happened. Felix really wanted to kill this stupid pig in person at this moment because he couldn't suppress his desire. Does this stupid pig really think that no one in the world dares to take action against the celestial dragons? In the Valley of Gods incident decades ago, there was an evil pirate who wanted to become the king of the world, and he slaughtered all the celestial dragons in the Valley of Gods. In addition, every few years, there are examples of things happening to celestial dragons. Moreover, he also saw the bald head with a terrifying aura not long ago. At this time, he was standing on one side of the 2 queues in the main hall. In fact, the people beside him also seemed to have extremely terrifying auras. As soon as celestial dragons spoke, Felix's heart suddenly went cold. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire hall dropped to freezing point. An oppressive, heavy, and terrifying pressure suddenly came. Sure enough, he is a bedbug that can never change from eating shit. Kneel down for me. On the throne, Roy had cold eyes and thin lips. A terrifying coercion suddenly descended. Chapter 19. When the terrifying Ryotsu combined with Conqueror's Haki arrives. Thump. 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 In the blink of an eye, under the pressure that enveloped the entire hall, all the saints of Charlos felt as if they were struck by lightning. Without any surprise, the saints of Charlos all knelt down. In an instant, he knelt down on the ground, his cheek pressed against the red carpet in the hall. Even Felix was in the same situation. When he was caught off guard, he was under the double pressure of two forces. He knelt down with a thud, his face filled with horror and horror. It turns out that the man sitting on the throne is the strongest existence. No wonder, only a king with such terrifying strength can control the many monsters under his command, right? Looking at the suppressed group of people, Haribo and Urza looked a little unhappy before they slowed down their recovery. However, when he looked at St. Charles, his eyes were full of coldness. Damn, BD! Hurry up, stop! How dare you offend, the great descendants of God, celestial dragons, you want to attract the Marine Admiral, do you want to be destroyed? Compared to Felix, who was terrified, St. Charles obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. He was still using his status as celestial dragons to give Roy orders arrogantly. St. Charles absolutely didn't believe that he had already made his identity so clear and the stakes clearly stated. The other party still dares to attack him. Hearing this, the expressions of everyone present suddenly changed. Roy still maintains an indifferent attitude, but Ulquiorra and others will look at the dead people and look at St. Charlos. Yami had already made a fist and pressed the bones loudly. Idiot! Felix is numb. Does this damn idiot really have no brain? From the moment the other party dared to take action at the harbor terminal, they should have understood the seriousness of the matter. Now faced with such a situation, he still dares to say this. Now it seems that I can only stand up and see how long I can hold on, waiting for the arrival of Marine Admiral. That's right. As early as after the incident at the harbor terminal, Felix took the opportunity to contact Naval Headquarters. Well aware of the arrogant and domineering nature of the celestial dragons, Felix knew with his toes that they might be in trouble next. Now that I think about it, I'm lucky to be smart. Kill him, I don't want to see this stupid pig bug again. Waving his hand, Roy said coldly. He was quite surprised that St. Charles, a bug, could survive Ryotsu and Conqueror's haki without losing his will. However, this is also a situation under his intentional control, otherwise he would really get serious. Facing the double impact of Ryotsu and Conqueror's haki, St. Charlos will definitely die. No, King Maris and King Guter beside him were already shocked to death by the force of the impact. Wait! You're honorable! After hearing these cold and decisive words, Felix was instantly panicked. Exploding all his strength, his figure disappeared in a flash, and he was about to rush in front of St. Charlos. However, the next moment, he was knocked out by a terrifying figure. Boom! Pooh! The terrifying force directly knocked him away. He flew backwards at a faster speed and landed heavily on the building outside the hall. Immediately afterwards, the figure that blasted Felix away suddenly arrived in front of St. Charles. The figure appeared so fast that it formed an afterimage that gathered together, and then turned into a blue-gray monster with a height of 3 meters. Why are you wearing a hood? Let me help you with your boredom. The revealed monster grinned and shook its long tail spine. He raised his blue-white claws and knocked on the hood of St. Charlos, who was now frightened to pee. Then, pinch it gently with 2 fingers. Bang! The hood was broken, and the head of St. Charlos was the same. Subsequently, bang! As the headless body of St. Charles fell to the ground, almost everyone was shocked. Oops, I'm sorry, I didn't control the intensity well. However, this can be considered to help you breathe, right? He. The huge blue-gray monster tilted its head, as if wondering why this guy was crushed to death by him all at once. Oh, did you do it on purpose? That's okay. And this blue-gray monster is none other than the Ajicha's mid-level Minos Grande, Mortizaz. TCH, were you preempted? Seeing this, Yami gave a cry of displeasure. Originally, he wanted to take advantage of His Majesty the King's order and kill the reptile. Unexpectedly, I was overtaken by Ajicha's Minos Grande. Really killed? Felix was completely stunned, and several world government combatants lying on the ground behind him were also stunned. Then, there was only one thought in my mind. Nima, things are getting serious. A celestial dragons was killed under their protection. Celestial dragons Charlos Saint was killed, no. He was crushed to death by a monster. Not only was CP0 Felix's face turned pale, he was extremely ugly. The combat bodyguards in black suits were so frightened that they simply fell to the ground and fainted. In addition, the ministers of the Ogunjana Kingdom who have not yet realized the true strength of Ulquiorra and others are also shocked and horrified at this time. His Majesty the King actually gave a direct order to kill the celestial dragons Saint Charlos. Chapter 20. A few hours ago. Marlene Vando, Naval Headquarters. What? A suspected Admiral-level superpower. Okay, I understand. Don't offend each other, wait until the support here arrives. I will contact you immediately and send the nearest Admiral there. After a while, he hung up this special call. Sengoku rubbed his temples and couldn't help but feel a headache. These damn celestial dragons are causing trouble again. And it seems that this time, it hit a brick wall. A super strong man who can injure a CP0 member who is as strong as Naval Headquarters, the elite Vice Admiral, with just one blow. This is not a proper Admiral-level top combat power. How can it still be an elite Vice Admiral-level powerhouse? Now he is not afraid that the enemy is too powerful, but he is afraid that the celestial dragons will be stupid again, anger the enemy, and die too quickly. There is no big problem if other things happen to celestial dragons, except that they are afraid of irritating people, and they will kill them all at once. The death of celestial dragons is a huge event that shocked the world. Can't these damn bastards restrain themselves a little? They always cause me so much trouble. These damn celestial dragons. If Naval Headquarters did not need to rely on the world government, it would allocate at least tens of billions of dollars every year to maintain the operation of Naval Headquarters. Sengoku is really too lazy to pay attention to these so-called celestial dragons, just let them find their own way to death. But it's a pity that there are millions of Marines around the world, as well as various construction, research, and manufacturing, and Marines' wages in all aspects. They all need funding from the world government to maintain operations. Unless Naval Headquarters gets rid of its military spending dilemma, it will always be eaten up by the world government. Not to mention, there are many people from the world government faction within Marine. Even though he is called the resourceful general, there is nothing he can do about it. Hey! Shaking his head and sighing helplessly, Sengoku immediately started to contact him again. 2 minutes later, I found out who was the admiral closest to the Ogunjana Kingdom. Sengoku got in touch immediately. Bulu Bulu, Bulu Bulu. On a certain island. Just after chasing and arresting a group of big pirates from New World. Poor Asalino just wanted to go back to the cabin to make a cup of coffee and rest comfortably for a while. As a result, a phone bug sound suddenly sounded in the pocket of his clothes. Poor Asalino frowned slightly. This was his personal phone bug for emergencies, if it wasn't something very important. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to call casually. When he thought of this, poor Asalino didn't hesitate and took it out immediately. Moxie Moxie I am Kizaru. Is this the attack on the celestial dragons again? Really, what kind of guy dares to provoke the celestial dragons? It's really scary. After listening to the meaning conveyed by Marshal Sengoku in the phone bug, poor Asalino raised his eyebrows and exclaimed in surprise with a somewhat exaggerated tone. However, anyone who is familiar with him knows that this is just poor Asalino's usual modalities. The more meaningful part is that he is just teasing. The Kingdom of Ogunjana? I have an impression that if you start from here and drive at full speed, you will be there in about an hour. Hi, got it, I'll be there in about an hour. Understood, I will arrive as quickly as possible. Click. After hanging up the phone, poor Asalino didn't change his slanted expression, but his eyes were dark. But there was still a hint of disgust. After a few words with the rear admiral on the warship, poor Asalino immediately turned into countless light particles, and then rushed to the Ogunjana Kingdom as quickly as possible. Inside the king's palace, looking at the headless body of Saint Charlos, all the ministers and generals had expressions of shock, horror on their faces. As we all know, as long as the celestial dragons are attacked, they will soon be wanted by the world government and naval headquarters. Moreover, it was the kind of pursuit and arrest where Marine Admiral was directly dispatched. In other words, their Ogunjana Kingdom is in big trouble. In the near future, a fleet led by Marine Admiral will come over to find the murderer of the celestial dragons. It may even destroy the entire Okugana Kingdom. If you say that the ministers are not panicking at this moment, then you are crazy. But at this moment, the death of Saint Charlos of celestial dragons was a foregone conclusion, and it was too late for them to say anything. The ministers are also confused. His Majesty the King's order to kill the celestial dragons Saint Charlos was too abrupt. The guy who executed the order was so fast that he couldn't even see the afterimage. They didn't even have a chance to stop him, and the ministers were desperate and helpless. Your Majesty the King, what should we do now that things have come to this? Hey, Your Majesty the King, otherwise you should leave the kingdom with the Espada Legion. Yes, Your Majesty the King, please take all the treasures in the treasure house and leave, even if the Ogunjana Kingdom is destroyed. As long as you are alive, you still have a chance to rebuild your country. Obviously, the ministers did not see the true strength of Ulquiorra and others. Now I am very worried that after the world government learns about the killing of the celestial dragons, it will send Marine Admiral to lead a fleet to destroy the Ogunjana Kingdom. So, one after another began to persuade. I want Roy to take all the treasures of the Ogunjana Kingdom and leave the kingdom to seek another chance to rise. Boom. But, just when Roy was about to speak, Roy suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance outside the hall. The next moment, a golden light instantly spanned a distance of several thousand meters. A figure glowing with golden light flashed over and directly broke through the dome of the king's hall. The top ceiling of the dome was broken open and appeared in front of everyone. What a powerful aura, it's really scary. Are you late, sir? Marine Admiral Kizaru Porasalino arrives. Chapter 21. Oh, it's really scary. Are you late? Standing on the broken dome, Porasalino lengthened his tone in surprise, and exclaimed with his usual tone and expression. Looking at the headless body of Saint Charlos, Porasalino raised his eyebrows and frowned, but then relaxed quickly. He had already rushed over as fast as he could, but he didn't expect that Saint Charlos, a celestial dragons, would actually get into trouble and be killed. In fact, Porasalino came straight towards the Ogunjana Kingdom at the beginning. However, when we finally approached this sea area, we still flew in the wrong direction and took an extra 10 minutes. After all, he only passed by here once a few years ago. The consequence of flying in the wrong direction was that the best time to rescue Saint Charlos was missed before he was killed. Of course, Porasalino would not know that Saint Charles just entered the hall. I just said a few words, and they haven't lasted more than a few minutes. Roy gave the order directly and was pinched to death by Motazazi. Admiral Kizaru. Ha 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 ha, damn bastards, you are dead this time. Outside the main hall, after spitting out the blood in his mouth, Felix saw Kizaru Porasalino rushing to Admiral. His expression immediately changed and he laughed. These damn guys killed celestial dragons Saint Charlos, and he will have to suffer a heavy punishment after he returns. Originally, he was alone and didn't dare to take action. But now, Admiral Kizaru from Naval Headquarters is here, so why is he so scared? Compared to Admiral-level superpowers. Don't be ridiculous, that's just him exaggerating to highlight the seriousness of the matter. Damn it, the most he can do is just a 4 Emperor's deputy. Even if it was truly the top combat power at the Admiral level, he believed that it would be in the hands of Admiral Kizaru. He will definitely be teased. After all, Marine's first speed is not what he boasts about. As for the other men and women, Felix would not be so stupid as to think that they are also Admiral-level top combat powerhouses. It is impossible for a mere kingdom to have so many terrifying top-level combat powers. As long as he holds back those guys, a pale-skinned dwarf and 2 beautiful women. How strong can it be? The aura is scary, but I'm afraid it's not just a bluffing aura. I said, you scumbag has been annoying Lao Zi from the beginning. You are so weak, but you still know how to scream. Go to hell, you BD. Felix's incompetent and furious yell seemed to stimulate Yami's nerves. I saw a violent light flashing in Yami's eyes, and he clenched his fist, making a crunching sound. The next moment, Yami's huge figure turned into an afterimage and disappeared. Waving a fist as big as a sandbag, the figure suddenly appeared in front of Felix and punched him hard in the face. However, this time Felix was already on guard after hearing Yami's words. Iron body, armed iron body. In just a moment, Felix's body stiffened suddenly, and then the black armament haki wrapped around his arms. Boom! Crack! Dash! A powerful and heavy punch struck down. The iron fist packed with majestic destructive power pressed down on his arms and hit him hard on the chest. There was only a sound of bones breaking, and Felix was blown away again. Felix, who was vomiting blood and had a look of ferocious pain on his face, smashed a crater into the ground. Ahem! Felix took a few deep breaths and quickly stood up again. The situation this time is much better than last time. He was able to defend against the opponent's attack, but not completely. Damn guy, you pd me off! Roar! After standing up, Felix was thoroughly annoyed. Within a few hours, he was suddenly knocked away 3 times. Moreover, Marine Admiral Kizaru has also arrived, and he no longer has to hold back and dare not take action, worrying that no one will support him. Under Yami's surprised gaze, Felix looked up to the sky and let out a roar. Yellow hair quickly grows on the face, followed by the whole body, changing from a standing posture on 2 feet to a posture on all 4s. 2 or 3 seconds later, a monster with a body length of more than 6 meters and a shoulder height of 4 meters appeared in front of everyone. The huge beast was covered in brown, yellow and white with black and brown tattoos. It opened its bloody mouth, and its 2 long and thick fangs flashed with cold light. Zoan devil fruit, the ancient species Barbo saber-toothed tiger form. This is a fruit ability similar to that of Beast's Pirates, one of the Flying 6 cells, Fazi Fu. Come on, Lao Zi will bite 2 holes in your neck and suck out your blood. At this moment, Felix is bursting with all his strength, and his confidence is bursting. Feeling that his strength was not weaker than Yami's, he roared again and again, and started running with a roar. The limbs full of muscle power ran like meteors, and when he was about to approach Yami, he instantly switched to the beastman form. Suddenly, the speed surged again. Waving his claws with bared fangs, Armament Haki instantly clung to him and fiercely fought towards Yami's chest. Tear! However, facing Felix's sudden all-out burst, Yami couldn't dodge at all. Felix thought Yami was frightened by the speed of his explosion and hadn't reacted yet. He could kill the opponent immediately, and Felix already showed a victorious smile. But immediately, the corner of his mouth that he had just raised collapsed. When the shiny black armament Haki's claws fell and crossed over Yami's empty chest. Just scratched out, several cross-shaped white claw marks. What? This is impossible. Felix was completely stunned. His claws, which could tear apart steel, struck with all his strength, but he failed to break through the opponent's body. Such a terrifying blow left only a few scratches on the opponent's body. Monster. Chapter 22. Felix was stunned. It is completely unimaginable that someone could withstand his full blow without being injured simply by relying on physical strength. No, he didn't even move the other person one iota. By now, the white marks he had just caused had disappeared. What kind of monster is this horse rider? How many points does 4 Emperors Kaido cost? You must know that his strength is such that even the elite Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters cannot survive dozens of moves at his full strength, and he will lose. He can even defeat the Marine Admiral more than a dozen times. With such a strong strength, he actually dealt -0 damage despite going all out. Felix was so stupid. What? Is this all your strength? With such a weak strength, Lao Zi is not even interested in eating you. Looking at Felix, who was shocked beyond measure, Yami's eyes flashed with a cruel and fierce light. The rugged and extremely muscular body spurted out terrifying Ryotsu, crushing towards Felix and the others. Seeing this scene, the corners of Roy's mouth raised slightly. He knew that this was because Yami, who was extremely disgusted with being weak, was angry. Felix, who couldn't even break through Yami's defense, faced Yami again and again. Feeling that she was disgusted by the weak and humble bug, Yami naturally became furious. Although he was so weak, he thought he was a strong person and provoked him again and again. As a result, he couldn't even catch his Yami punch. Court death. Boom. Feeling the ultimate's killing intent, Felix's spine went cold. Without hesitation, he used the fastest shaving and dodged away. The next moment, a tall figure suddenly appeared where he was standing. It was Yami, who swung his fist and hit Felix with a blow. But he was noticed and avoided by Felix's Zoan ability, sharp senses, and observation haki. Otherwise, judging from the shock wave blasting out of the hall, Felix must have been seriously injured. Stay away from here, Yami. Seeing that Yami seemed to be interested in killing Zoan's agent bodyguard, Ulquiorra frowned and spoke in a bad tone. Whispering sound. Hearing Ulquiorra's scolding, Yami was initially unhappy, but she immediately suppressed her displeasure. After all, Yami is not a fool. This is the palace of His Majesty the King. He was thinking about His Majesty, not because he was afraid of Ulquiorra's warning. If you dare to distract yourself and talk to others while fighting with me, you will die. 6 styles. Saber-tooth impact ancient hunting king spear. Seeing Yami actually communicating with Ulquiorra, Felix's eyes flashed with violence. But more than that, I am happy. Damn guy, if you dare to be distracted, I will explode with all my strength and kill you with one blow. Don't give you any chance. In his beast form, Felix moved as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Yami in the blink of an eye. With the help of the terrifying impact of the accelerated bite, he instantly transforms into a human animal form. Immediately afterwards, the muscles all over his body trembled, and white shock waves spurted out from the black-armed fists and claws. Boom! The next moment, 6 styles Tiger 6 King Gun, the shock wave of all power gathered violently towards Yami. The powerful shock wave set off waves of violent winds. The ministers in the hall were weak and their faces were full of horror and shock at this moment. It's so noisy. Scum! However, faced with such a powerful 6 styles attack, Yami's eyes widened suddenly, and an even more terrifying and oppressive pressure that penetrated into his soul erupted. False bullet! I saw Yami's raised right arm, and along with his punch, a scarlet energy bomb exploded instantly. This. Feeling the sense of death crisis emanating from the red energy ball in front of him, Felix's pupils shrank. But the arrow was on the string and had to be fired. He could only grit his teeth and continue to hit Yami. The next moment, the two energies collided. Boom! Puff! Dash! Without the slightest surprise, Felix was directly swallowed up by the scarlet bullet, and he screamed and was blasted out of the hall by the bullet. Bang! It landed heavily on the square outside the main hall, plowing out a broken ravine dozens of meters long and 10 centimeters deep without losing its power. Only then did Felix finally stop, and then he coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. Damn it! Laozi hasn't lost yet. After lying in the ravine for more than 10 seconds, Felix's pale and scorched face actually regained some vitality, and then he stood up. The semi-awakened form of the ancient species Zoan saber-tooth tiger gave Felix super attack power, vitality, and recovery power. Felix, who was seriously injured, quickly recovered half of his injuries relying on Zoan's semi-awakening state. Oh! Apparently, you scumbag is not a good-for-nothing sandbag after all. Just in time, Laozi hasn't had enough fun yet. Seeing that Felix had recovered most of his injuries in such a short period of time, Yami's eyes instantly lit up. The corners of his mouth rose crazily, and the red light in his eyes flashed, revealing an extremely vicious and cruel smile. He hadn't seen such a durable punching bag in a long time. Now, how long can we play for? Soon, Felix's tragic wails and screams could be heard in the square. In the main hall, I saw that Felix, a CP0 master, was almost beaten to death. Now he is being tortured with cruel blood by the other party again. The corners of Porosalino's eyes twitched slightly. Why does he feel that something is wrong? Really, young people today are really scary. They dare to attack the celestial dragons even if they disagree. Porosalino scratched his head in distress and said to Roy, "Brother, could you please take the murderer and me to the Holy Land? After all, if a celestial dragons is killed by you, it will inevitably arouse the anger of the top leaders of the Holy Land world government and trigger heated discussions in the world. It's useless to resist. When the time comes, your kingdom will directly face the destruction of the world government and naval headquarters. Buster Call. On the hole in the dome, Porosalino narrowed his eyes slightly and began to persuade. What he said overtly and covertly seemed to be thinking about Roy's kingdom, but there was no shortage of threats in it. Ordinary people would be so frightened that they would pee and beg for mercy if a marine admiral with top combat power said this. However, Porosalino faced Roy, who owned the Espada Legion. He is doomed to fail. Buster Call? Naval headquarters, top combat power. World government that has ruled the world for 800 years. Ha, that's ridiculous. Come on if you're brave enough. I am waiting for you here, leading an army of top-notch combat power to attack my kingdom. Don't talk about you being mere lackeys of the world government. Even if the knights of the god of the world government and the 5 elders dare to come, I, the king, can also be magnanimous and grant them death. Chapter 23. Boom. As Roy spoke arrogantly, a terrifying power suddenly erupted, and a violent and boundless terrifying aura swept across the entire King's Hall. The terrifying top-level conqueror's haki formed waves of impact, accompanied by golden lightning leaping and flashing, spreading outward from the King's Hall. In most of the palace, many soldiers and maids who were not strong enough were knocked unconscious by this force. Just when this force was about to sweep through the entire palace and then rush outside. But suddenly everything disappeared. Roy, stop it! And what he said seemed to outsiders to be extremely arrogant. As soon as he spoke, all the ministers and generals in the hall were shocked. But they were all said to make their blood boil. The entire hall became silent, except for the heavy and hot breathing sounds of the ministers and generals. Because Roy deliberately controlled Conqueror's haki, many ministers and generals did not feel the discomfort of being oppressed. They all felt honored and shocked by Roy's words and his powerful courage to dominate the world. After ordering the killing of the celestial dragons for His Majesty the King, he was faced with the Marine Admiral, the world's top combat force, who came to attack. I feel gratified and admired for being able to maintain a calm and fearless demeanor, proud haki. But more importantly, they are even more worried about the safety of His Majesty the King. However, when I think of His Majesty the King's absolute confidence that looked down upon the world before, they suppressed their worries and chose to trust His Majesty the King. Everything he did was based on his confidence. Standing in the center of the hall, facing the pure top-level conqueror's haki impact released by Roy, Porosalino's expression also changed faintly. He became solemn and horrified. This young king turned out to be a born king with conqueror's haki. That's it too. The other party is the orthodox king of a kingdom. If he has the ambition to not succumb to others and strive for hegemony, he will dominate the world. It's not that I can't understand it if I own conqueror's haki. Damn it! Why would a young king of an ordinary kingdom possess conqueror's haki? This is a question worth pondering. In the perception of the world's top experts, isn't conqueror's haki something that can only be inherited? It seems that the young king in front of him and the kingdom at his feet have some big unknown secrets. It is revealed everywhere that it is not simple. It's really scary. You are so young, but you have such a terrifying kingly spirit and conqueror's haki. It scared me all. It's just that if you kill the celestial dragons Saint Charlos and don't come with me, I will be very troubled, it will be very troublesome. Porosalino, who had already made a decision in his heart, had already adjusted all his strength when he spoke. Before the last 2 words were spoken, Porosalino's whole body turned into a flash of light and disappeared in front of everyone. In an instant, he was in front of Roy, with a cross ring shining on his toes. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Porosalino's classic opening words of war resounded throughout the King's Hall. The golden light emitted a dazzling golden light, reflecting most of the space into a dark color. Roy looked at Roy with an expressionless face, as if he was mocking him. Porosalino frowned, suddenly feeling something bad. However, this is just his testing blow. He wanted to test Roy's strength, and even more wanted to test whether there were other super strong people out of this kingdom. Sure enough, the next moment, at the same time as Porosalino's sudden face appeared, Ulquiorra, Haribal, and Urza all moved. However, Ulquiorra was the fastest and the first to react. He has already seen through Porosalino's intentions. Get out! Looking at Porosalino's plain and obscene face, Roy just said 2 words jokingly and indifferently. In an instant, Ulquiorra appeared in front of Porosalino, her slender body blocking Roy. The pale and slender arm stretched out and punched the laser released by Kizaru. Snapped. The amazingly powerful laser was actually scattered by Ulquiorra. The terrifying Ryotsu actually completely annihilated the light particles scattered by Porosalino. It was not allowed to scatter and shoot out, causing unnecessary damage. Then, the fist trend continued unabated and continued to hit Porosalino's long legs. Call! The wind is howling. Porosalino turned into golden light and instantly distanced himself, reappearing in the sky above Roy's throne. This time, he reached out his hand and wanted to grab Roy directly. But Ulquiorra won't give him this chance. Ignorant person. Seeing Porosalino again and again, he had the audacity to offend Roy. Ulquiorra was surprisingly angry at this moment. Buzz! The next moment, Minos Grand's high-speed movement skills activated. Ulquiorra's cold arm waved across. The golden figure paused for less than a moment, and then the bloody sword shot out. Poof! It's really scary, the thin, white-faced guy. On the broken dome of the main hall, countless light particles quickly gathered into a figure. Porosalino looked at the people below, showing an extremely solemn and fearful expression for the first time. He raised his arm and glanced at the bleeding wound on his arm seemingly casually. But inside, I was already horrified. In the speed competition, he actually fell behind. Moreover, he was even instantly injured by the young man in front of him with 2 green tears under his eyes. A rude and foolish man who dares to offend the majesty of His Majesty the King. Keep your ashes here and apologize to His Majesty the King. Chapter 24. Pure Speed Competition. He, Porosalino, actually lost. Although this was only his normal speed, he still lost to the opponent. This gave Porosalino an extremely unrealistic feeling. After all, the other party looks like he is only 20 years old, but he possesses such terrifying strength. Not only did it exceed his normal speed, it was even able to injure him in that instant. How did he do it? I didn't even see him using armament haki to entangle. Porosalino narrowed his eyes, feeling very confused. Ignoring Porosalino's muttering to himself, Ulquiorra sentenced Porosalino to death. The ability to turn around was activated again, and the space buzzed. In the blink of an eye, Ulquiorra appeared in front of Porosalino. He still raised his slender pale arm and struck Porosalino with a punch wrapped in high-strength Ryotsu. Under the influence of observation haki, the latter's body flashed and disappeared, avoiding Ulquiorra's punch. Then the golden figure flashed out, lifted up his long legs and kicked Ulquiorra hard. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Whoops! The golden laser shot out suddenly with Porosalino's kick. It's just a pointless attack. Facing the laser beams and kicks coming straight towards her face, Ulquiorra showed no fear or hesitation. He also kicked back and smashed Porosalino's laser head-on. Under the astonished eyes of the opponent, the 2 legs collided. Boom! The terrifying forces competed with each other, and a terrifying shock wave erupted. The powerful aftermath formed layers of waves that rippled in all directions. More powerful than me. Under the collision of 2 powerful forces, Porosalino was surprised to find that he was forced back by the kid in front of him, and was almost kicked out. Boom! Boom! Next, the 2 began a fierce battle of pure physical skills. The 2 fought farther and farther from the sky directly above the king's hall. Porosalino became more and more frightened the more he fought. In the physical fight, he was actually the one who was suppressed and beaten the whole time. Even if he used the Tien Kanjiun sword to fight with swordsmanship, he still couldn't defeat him. He was also beaten black and blue by Ulquiorra and received several sword wounds. And following a mistake by Porosalino, Ulquiorra suddenly swooped forward, and Aoran's body disappeared with a flash, appearing in front of him the next moment and passing by him. Just when Porosalino was puzzled as to why Ulquiorra passed by him, he found that his face was held by a pale and slender hand that was not too big but just covered his face. Immediately afterwards, an extremely terrifying pulling force dragged him flying wildly. 1 second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Porosalino was horrified. Under the control of the opponent, he was unable to activate the devil fruit and dispersed into thousands of light particles to escape. Instead, he was grabbed tightly by the opponent's face, and dragged by the majestic and terrifying force, he was forcibly carried across a distance of 6 kilometers. Its speed was so fast that it even produced a sonic boom in the sky. He flew directly out of the palace and came to the mountains and vast wilderness behind. Boom! When Ulquiorra saw a mountain peak, her speed increased again, and she pressed Porosalino's face against it. In an instant, Porosalino's face was forced against the surface of the mountain wall, and he was plowed up with his face for hundreds of meters. Finally, he was thrown away heavily by Ulquiorra. Boom! In an instant, the entire top of the mountain exploded, and the sky was filled with gravel and powder flying and falling. When Roy saw this scene, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. Good guy, this guy Ulquiorra, didn't you expect that he would start plowing people's faces now? This guy will be addicted to playing by then and gain experience from playing, right? Ulquiorra, the face-plowing master? Zero. Without any thought of stopping, Ulquiorra knew that Porosalino had not received much damage. Raise your slender arms, hold your palms flat and raise your fingertips slightly. The ultimate black and blue Ryutsu is concentrated and compressed from the outside to the inside, jumping and condensing like thunderbolt lightning. Boom! The next moment, the Zero shot out from the fingertips instantly became as huge as a cannon ray, directly covering the entire peak and annihilating it. However, a golden flash of light escaped before that. Porosalino appeared again with a slightly wiped cheek. He patted the somewhat torn suit on his body and looked a little embarrassed. It's really scary. You are so strong that you are like a monster. It feels like I'm fighting against that guy from Kaido of the Beasts. But fortunately, with your current strength, I can still handle it. Although he was suppressed and beaten violently, Porosalino was still very tough talking. After all, he hasn't used his true strength yet, and he still has the fruit ability to awaken. And now, he has roughly figured out all of Ulquiorra's strength. Almost. It's time to settle the battle. However, after hearing Porosalino's words, Ulquiorra's pupils moved slightly and her eyebrows raised. Immediately afterwards, the whole person's momentum suddenly changed, becoming more cold and cold, depressing and terrifying. Really? What a shame. This is just an ordinary normal force after our Espada Legion has suppressed all its strength. It can be seen that your soul power is very powerful, and it seems that you also hide your strength. In this case, in order not to keep His Majesty the King waiting, I will capture you. Let you see what we will look like after releasing all our power. Chapter 25. What's the meaning? They are already so strong, but in the end, is this just the normal strength after the other party has suppressed most of their strength? Then how strong will the full strength posture after releasing all the power be? Hearing this, Porosalino frowned even more, and couldn't help but feel a bad premonition in his heart. Wait a minute, little brother, can I ask a question? The Espada Legion, is it the legion you control? Are everyone in it a monster like you who has suppressed most of the power? Porosalino, who had gradually realized that something was wrong, narrowed his eyes and immediately asked. It can't be done. Porosalino had already realized at this moment that the thin, pale-skinned young man in front of him was definitely one of the world's top combatants at the Admiral level. If you want to completely take down the opponent, it is almost impossible. Moreover, in the main hall just now, there are 3 men and women who look equally extraordinary. In particular, the appearance and clothing of the 2 people were very similar to the Ulquiorra in front of them. Thinking back to the Espada Legion that the young man in front of him just mentioned, Porosalino suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A trace of incredible shock and horror flashed through his pupils. If it was really as he thought, then the strength of this kingdom would be terrifying. Are these your last words? Facing Porosalino's inquiry, Ulquiorra responded with indifference. Just when Porosalino thought the other party would not answer him, Ulquiorra spoke. Okay, if you want to know, it doesn't hurt to tell you. My name is Ulquiorra Cifer, the legion directly under His Majesty the King, the 4th Espada of the Espada Legion, and the commander of the Legion of the Praetorian Guards. Holding the Zanpakuto black-winged demon in her hand, Ulquiorra responded. So, what do you mean by the power of suppression? Porisalano secretly took note of everything Ulquiorra said. He no longer intends to continue fighting with them. If the victory comes to the end, he may have to face more strong men. It is even more difficult to take away the king. However, Ulquiorra's answer to him also shocked Porisalano. He was startled by what Ulquiorra said about the Espada Legion. Does the Espada Legion mean that this legion is composed of the 10 strongest people? That being said, Ulquiorra, whose normal strength is almost on par with him, is only ranked 4th. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the guy in 3rd place, 2nd place, or even 1st place must be. Could it be that they are all 4 Emperor's class? No, how is this possible? But, at least I'm afraid the gap shouldn't be too big. Obviously, Porisalano misunderstood something. That is, in Espada, the ranking is not based on strength, but Aizen is ranked based on the size of Ryotsu. However, although they are not ranked according to strength. However, those who rank at the top must be the strongest among them. Set of information. A wave of intelligence must be collected and then reported to naval headquarters and world government. This Ogunjana Kingdom might not be able to handle it just by relying on its own strength. What's more, Porisalano is not the kind of person who will be completely devoted and do his best for the sake of the celestial dragons. In the future summit war, the kind of top-level battle that will shock the world, he will not work seriously. It's just an attitude of being unable to lift your spirits and doing whatever you like. Can the yellow monkey, who has assisted the Straw Hats many times, work hard for the celestial dragons? It's already a great honor for him to be able to do this. What to do with the rest is left to the world government and naval headquarters to worry about. Be grateful. Yellow Monkey has performed exceptionally well today. If Saint Charlos has a spirit in heaven. No, there should be no such thing. Because not only was his head crushed by Mortazazai, but his soul was also devoured. Ulquiorra's face was indifferent. She was about to say that this was the second question and she didn't intend to answer it. He wanted to take action directly and kill Porisalano, but his face suddenly became startled. His indifferent eyes flashed for a moment, and then he continued, Our Espada Legion, ranked among the top 10, has the right to command and control all Legion members under number 10. The core of the seal that suppresses power is to seal and suppress our strongest and most original, true full-strength posture. When we return to the sword and release all our power, it will be your death. At the end of the sentence, Ulquiorra had slowly raised the Zanpakuto black-winged demon in his hand. Although His Majesty the King has not yet built a skycap in the present kingdom, he has not yet set any rules. However, it is still a little far away from the royal city. If Gui Renja were to kill you in just a moment, His Majesty the King would certainly not blame you. After saying that, Ulquiorra raised the Zanpakuto in her hand. His eyes became extremely indifferent, and his tone was calm but full of indifference as he said. Finally, leave your last words, repentance, despair, and then perish. Seal it down, the black-winged demon. Boom. When Ulquiorra's last syllable fell, a dark green Ryotsu suddenly erupted from his body and soared into the sky. In just an instant, the sky in this area was dimmed into dark green, and the terror rising to the sky. Once Ryotsu broke out, it was extremely terrifying and depressing, and it made people feel a suffocating sense of oppression. All of them erupted immediately after Ulquiorra returned to the sword, and the rain of Ryotsu, which was so powerful that it condensed into a liquid state, descended. Is this all the power after liberation? As expected, you are as strong as a monster. No, you are a monster. Feeling the danger signals sent throughout his body, as well as the increasingly deep and terrifying suppression that makes his soul tremble. Porisalano's alertness increased to the extreme, and the expression on his face was so heavy that he could clearly see the specific changes. This is a high-end game. Chapter 26. Porisalano put away his casual expression and turned into an extremely solemn expression. Just kidding, this terrifying power and aura and the oppressive feeling that makes your soul tremble. Even when he faced the crazed Kaido of the beasts, he had never felt such a shocking and frightening feeling. Seeing Ulquiorra's new terrifying posture, Porosalano's eyebrows were lowered and his expression was serious. Don't waver, keep your posture. Keep your spirits up and don't relax for a moment. Without warning, just when Porosalano's eyes were locked on Ulquiorra's figure, Ulquiorra is gone. After disappearing from the high ground overlooking Porosalano, Porosalano's pupils suddenly shrank. He only saw a blue thunder lightsaber suddenly condensed in Ulquiorra's hand, and the next moment, he was already in front of him, and the sword of moonlight slashed down. The blue and white moonlight sword slashed down, and the terrifying power poured out and exploded. The high-pressure Ryotsu released and exploded, and a blue-white Ryotsu light wave quickly formed and swept out in all directions. The violent explosion and shaking sound of Wangming was directly transmitted to the royal city, and citizens several kilometers away could feel the ground shaking under their feet. And they all saw the violent explosion light wave. For a moment, the people in the entire royal city were in panic, and they had no idea what was going on. Fortunately, a large number of royal troops soon appeared in the royal city, calming down the chaotic streets. Distance. The intense light wave of the Ryotsu explosion gradually dissipated, and the high ground beneath Porosalano's feet had disappeared. What replaced it was a huge pit with a radius of more than 100 meters and a depth of more than 20 meters. Oh, it's really dangerous. I was almost wiped out. What a monster, little brother. It's really scary. High in the sky, countless light particles gathered into Porosalano, looking at the huge crater under his feet. Porosalano Polosalino felt ashamed and frightened in his heart at this time. What kind of monsters are today's young people? Just one blow caused such terrifying power. And looking at the opponent's extremely relaxed state, Porosalano was really unsure. If he doesn't do it right, he may have to explain it here today. After all, the opponent's speed was not inferior to his own at all, and he was even able to hold his head firmly. Unless he really fights to the death, the outcome is hard to say. Not to mention, there may be other powerful espadas mentioned in this kingdom. The battle is over. Let's put aside the incident of Saint Charlos for now. How about you and I stop? After all, we don't have any direct hatred. You think so, brother? Suddenly, Porosalano spread his hands and asked Ulquiorra for peace. Just kidding, a month's salary is only 15 million belly, so why bother? Although there are rewards for arresting pirates and completing tasks assigned by the superiors, and you can accumulate military merits and exchange them for special precious items, such as devil fruit, famous swords and weapons, etc. However, if you really want to fight in this situation, then forget it. What's more, the body of Saint Charles, the person involved in this incident, was completely cold. It's also the opponent's fault that he kicked the titanium alloy steel plate this time. There is absolutely no need for him to provoke such a super powerful person as his enemy. The most important thing he needs to do now is to leave here safely and report the information he obtained from Ulquiorra to naval headquarters. This is the most correct move. Armistice. Until His Majesty's new order comes, I have only one mission. Destroy all those who threaten the kingdom and offend His Majesty. Boom. As she finished speaking, Ulquiorra tightened her grip on the moonlight sword, and Ryotsu suddenly exploded. Without reasoning with Porosalano at all, he disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the next moment he was in front of Ulquiorra. Immediately afterwards, the moonlight sword in his hand struck boldly. So fast. Is this guy who really doesn't have martial ethics so aggressive? It's really scary. 8-foot beautiful Megatama and folding mirror. Porosalano, who had become completely serious, had a serious face, and turned into a beam of light when Ulquiorra approached. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of light bombs bombarded from the sky. Boom! Countless light bombs detonated at high altitudes, and occasionally a few scattered ones fell into the wilderness mountains, exploding large craters. Facing the laser bullets fired at her, Ulquiorra just flicked them away. The strong wind roared past and detonated all the countless laser bombs in front of him, without causing any harm to him at all. Hundreds of laser bombs were detonated, forming a chain reaction of light wave explosions at high altitudes. From a distance, it looks like a carefully planned fireworks display. It's such a terrifying monster. It didn't hit all of them. Swatted it away with just one strike. Tian Kongyun sword. High in the sky, Porosalino frowned. The palms of his fists came together, and the dazzling golden light flashed, and he quickly pulled out a golden lightsaber from his palms. Holding his hands tightly, he quickly turned around and slashed down. Sonoras. Behind him, Ulquiorra looked expressionless and indifferent, and slashed out with the moonlight sword. Porosalino hurriedly defended himself. However, facing Ulquiorra, who has been liberated and whose strength has greatly increased, Porosalino was beaten so hard that he could only defend and parry. With every blow, he was under tremendous pressure. With another slash of the moonlight sword, Porosalino was directly thrown away. His throat felt sweet, and a mouthful of blood slipped from the corner of his mouth. Phew! Not only that, but the Tian Kongyun sword was also chopped into pieces. The powerful Ryotsu crushed down, forming a terrifying sword light that cut open his chest, leaving a long wound. Oops! Being struck hundreds of meters away by a sword, Porosalino suddenly felt that something was wrong. He wanted to make a defensive counterattack, but the next moment. But the sword wound from the lower left abdomen to the right shoulder sent a sharp pain from the depths of his soul, causing his movements to freeze. Damn it! What ability is this? Porosalino's face was gloomy, and he knew exactly what he could bear. Normally, this kind of injury would not cause such abnormal pain on his body. But now, he felt extremely severe pain. The whole person's soul seemed to be trembling and screaming. Buzz! In the midst of Porosalino's horror, a dull voice sounded from his ears. But what he heard in Porosalino's ears at this moment was as deafening as the roar of thunder, which shocked him so much that his heart suddenly stopped. At the same time, an extremely terrifying pressure also enveloped him. Of light. Boom! The next moment, before he had finished releasing his skills, his body was still turning into light particles. Ulquiorra has already clenched the moonlight sword in her hand and slashed down in horror. The ultimate azure green and white Ryotsu bursts out, the cross shines in the sky, and the world is silent at this moment. The next moment, the bright green and white Ryotsu light wave suddenly appeared. Chapter 27. After the terrifying explosion, light wave disappears. Ulquiorra suddenly frowned. After detecting the nerve radiation for dozens of miles, Porosalino's soul flame mark was not detected. Escaped. Realizing that Porosalino was risking serious injuries, he had already taken the opportunity to escape. Ulquiorra can only release the return state. This is his first time fighting against the world's top warrior. Moreover, he was fighting against such a strong player of Logia's speed. Porosalino really wanted to run for his life, but unless he took action with all his strength, he might not be able to keep the opponent behind. That's all. At least His Majesty the King's order has been fulfilled. Looking at the direction where Porosalino disappeared, Ulquiorra murmured to himself. That's right. From the beginning of the battle between the two sides, Ulquiorra turned out to really want to kill Porosalino, but later received Roy's order, so he had no intention of killing him. Follow Roy's orders very loyally. However, Ulquiorra will not let go easily if he offends His Majesty Roy. He was also quite ruthless when he started, giving Porosalino an unforgettable and profound lesson. Soon, Ulquiorra returned to the palace and came to the king's hall to meet with Roy and report the situation. Just think of this as a warning. Connecting two countries to promote war, murdering members of the royal family, breaking into the palace to steal national treasures. After those two kingdoms are cleared, I can play with you slowly, 5 elders. Roy waved his hand, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. It hasn't been long since I came to this world. Roy is enjoying himself quite a bit, so he doesn't rush into certain things. What's more, he currently does not have the power to truly sweep across the world and completely crush the world government without giving him the slightest chance. Who knows what superpowers I'm possesses after living for 800 years. Therefore, it still needs to grow and develop. Approval from Shen Yang. Ulquiorra bowed his head slightly and bowed respectfully, then retreated to both sides of the hall. Ding, the mission of repelling Admiral, Majesty of the Great Power is completed. You get the mission reward, 2000 origin points and a randomly selected ability. Ding, congratulations on randomly drawing the magic mirror space. On the throne, I heard the voice of the system in my mind. Roy's eyes suddenly lit up. Mirror space. Could it be the space magic of Kamal Taj in the Women's Federation? If it were really that magic skill, it would be of great use. If the world government and marine fight against the Kingdom of Ogu, as long as he waves his hand and opens the mirror space, it will be a devastating fight and nothing will happen. This skill surprised Roy quite a bit. After all, this mission was suddenly released after Porosalino appeared. It can be said that this is an unexpected surprise. Without thinking any more, Roy directly clicked on the detailed introduction of the mirror space. Mirror space. Quality, Platinum. Genre, Magic, Space. Effect, enter the area covered by space. Unless the space collapses, all damage will not affect the real world. Evaluation, this skill is really capable of murder and arson, a must-have skill for large-scale wars and national wars. It's really the mirror space magic in the Marvel Universe. However, the magic he obtained seems to be somewhat different from that in Marvel. His mirror space is entered by directly covering a large area. In Marvel, you open a welded door to enter. You open a welded door for people to enter, and I directly open it to cover a large area, and everyone has to let me in. The gap between the two is not huge. Minister, ask the Ministry of Industry to renovate this hall and build a bigger palace. Just in time to destroy those two immortal kingdoms, this little money is more than enough to build a palace. Bringing his mind back to reality, Roy looked at the assistant minister under the throne and said, "Yes, follow your will, your Majesty the King." Below, we witness the tragic death of celestial dragons, the bloody torture of world government CP0 bodyguards, and the scene from the arrival of Admiral Kizaruta being beaten away. All the ministers were shocked, and even more so, they were in disbelief and awe that Roy had so many powerful subordinates. Faced with the words of Roy, the new king who had just ascended the throne, he responded without any hesitation and obeyed without hesitation. Just kidding, with such a powerful king, even the Marine Admiral is no match for his subordinates. Our Ogunjana Kingdom will definitely become a powerful country in the world. As the hero who defeated Admiral Porosalino, Ulquiorra's expression was indifferent and did not change at all. As if he wasn't the one who beat away a Marine Admiral. It's like swatting away an annoying fly. As for CP0 Felix, Yami, who had long been tired of playing with him, beat him to a near-death state and sucked his soul away in one bite. At this point, the Celestial Dragons incident in the Kingdom of Ogunjana has temporarily come to an end. But in the outside world, a news earthquake broke out. Naval Headquarters. Justice Building, inside the Marshal's office. At this time, many Marine executives are discussing the issue of the hijacked Celestial Dragons and the huge threat faced by Charles Saint. It's been a few hours. Porosalino should have solved the threat to the Celestial Dragons, right? In the office, it seemed that 6 or 7 hours had passed, but there was still no news from Porosalino. Sengoku, with his rich past experience, keenly sensed something was wrong. According to the distance of Porosalino in the nearby sea, it would only take an hour or two at most to reach the destination. With Porosalino's strength, there is no big pirate in the Grand Line that can make him troublesome. Logically speaking, the mission should have been completed and reported to Naval Headquarters. But how long has it been now? A full 6 or 7 hours have passed, and I still haven't received a report from Porosalino. When I think of the suspected Admiral Strongman that CP0 Felix said in his request for help, Sengoku's brows suddenly frowned. Problem occurs. Sengoku is sure that the guy who can suppress Felix instantly is definitely an Admiral-level top combat powerhouse. I'm afraid something happened to Porosalino after all. Something is definitely wrong with that kingdom. Chapter 28. Ensign, contact Kizaru Admiral immediately to report the situation. As soon as he thought of this, Sengoku immediately turned to the liaison officer in the corner of the office with a serious expression on his face and spoke in a deep voice. Yes. Your Excellency, Marshal. Ensign, who was responsible for communicating the message, nodded in response, and then began to contact Porosalino. Sengoku, are you worried? Vice Admiral, who was holding a crane with both hands, narrowed his eyes and looked at Sengoku with the same suspicion as Sengoku. At this time, other senior executives in the office also realized that something was wrong. Yes. With Kizaru's speed and top combat power, the matter should have been resolved long ago. It is impossible that no information has been conveyed back to naval headquarters until now. Time passed by minute. Ensign, who contacted Porosalino, was already sweating profusely. Report to the Marshal. Kizaru Admiral did not respond to contact. Gyulu. 10 minutes later, Ensign stood up and reported truthfully to Sengoku. His expression was also a little stunned. Sure enough, something happened. Sengoku's expression was extremely gloomy, wondering what kind of power the Celestial Dragon's kingdom in distress had to allow a Marine Admiral to lose contact for so long. And at the moment Sengoku couldn't help but stand up and was about to give orders. A dazzling golden light shot from a high altitude in the distance and arrived in the Marshal's office instantly. Many Marine executives were startled, but they were not confused. They all know that there is basically only one person in the world who has this way of traveling. That's Marine Admiral Porosalino, Kizaru. Porosalino, how is the situation, Celestial Dragon's Charlos Saint? Just as he was talking, Sengoku suddenly looked startled. There was something incredible on his expression, and the rest of the Marine executives also had expressions of shock and astonishment on their faces. A drop of sweat slipped from Sengoku's forehead, and he looked at Porosalino's golden right leg with some shock. Porosalino, your legs dash. Sengoku, who has fought in countless battles, is keenly aware of the smell of blood in the air. Look at the injuries on Porosalino's body and the right leg that has always maintained its ability to shine. Sengoku couldn't help but have an incredible guess in his heart. Well, that guy is a complete monster. Seeing the shocked expressions of Sengoku and Crane Vice Admiral, Akainu, Hwashaishin and other senior officials, Porosalino shook his head and laughed at himself. Young people today are really scary. If the other party didn't seem to be deliberately letting things slip, maybe I wouldn't have come back so easily. At the end of the sentence, Porosalino's face was full of solemnity. But what he said once again raised the atmosphere in the Marshal's office. Many Marine executives looked shocked and horrified. Porosalino was already like this, but in the end, this was still an opportunity for the other party to deliberately let Porosalino escape. How strong does the enemy have to be? 4 Emperors level combat power? Nowadays, the New World 4 Emperors are so powerful that even Marine can hardly intervene to occupy a territory in the sea. Now, a 4 Emperors level kingdom force has appeared in the Grand Line. And just when Sengoku and others were horrified and thinking a lot. At this time, Porosalino also cancelled the fruit's ability, and his bloody broken leg instantly appeared in front of everyone. Guards, get the medical team here. Seeing this, Sengoku took a deep breath and shouted in a deep voice. Sengoku was really frightened by the bloody and tragic situation of Porosalino's right leg that was broken off from below the knee. How long has it been before Marine Admiral has been hit so hard? This is the second time since the Black Arm Zephyr lost its arm that the Marine Admiral suffered a tragic loss of limbs, right? How powerful and terrifying the opponent must be to defeat the most difficult and shameless Porosalino among the 3 top combat powers. Did he become what he is today? Soon, in less than 3 minutes, the medical team arrived. Since Kizaru's injuries were too severe, the medical team wanted to take him to the medical room for treatment. But Kizaru waved him down. Helpless, the doctors on the medical team could only treat Kizaru's injuries on the spot. The sword wound from the left abdomen to the right shoulder, the right leg that was swallowed up by the moonlight sword. The injuries to the upper body were relatively easy to deal with, and the internal organs and bones had not been damaged. And the broken leg was blown away directly, and the fracture was scorched. During the more than an hour-long treatment, Porosalino wasted no time. He began to give a report to the marine executives, starting from the moment he arrived at Ogunjana Kingdom. After more than an hour, the treatment was over. Porosalano's detailed report has already ended, and Sengoku and Tsuru, Vice Admiral, Akainu and other senior officials present. But his eyes were incredibly dark, and his face was extremely gloomy. Grand Line, a new 4 Emperors level force has appeared. The celestial dragons died in the Ogunjana Kingdom. This is a very serious situation. It must be time for the world government to take action. This matter still needs to wait for specific orders from the 5 elders before taking action. Sengoku said in a low voice. Although he said this, he had another thought in his heart. It's just that I can't say that kind of thought. All I can say is, celestial dragons died well. That kingdom may also be destroyed. After all, nothing so bad has happened since the Valley of the Gods incident 38 years ago. The celestial dragons were publicly executed and their heads dismembered. Usually, at best, the celestial dragons are beaten and disabled. But this time, it was the celestial dragons who died directly. Under such circumstances, the world government will definitely mobilize its troops and order the naval headquarters to launch a buster call, killing the celestial dragons and destroying the kingdom of Saint Charlos. On the other hand, world government is indeed what Sengoku said. Under the reports of major newspapers, world government and the whole world have exploded. Chapter 29. Bang! Holy Land Marie Joyce, Pangaea. Spacious and bright supreme conference room. 5 elders topman Wakari saint with a pair of white curly beards under his nose. A punch hit the table hard. UBD. How dare you kill celestial dragons? We simply don't care about the majesty of world government. There is no need for such an inferior kingdom to exist anymore. As he spoke, the sullen expression on his face was evident. Obviously, Roy's order to kill celestial dragons Saint Charlos made the old man extremely angry. Although those wastes are indeed garbage waste. But being executed by lower class people is a provocation to the world government. According to Porosalano's report after returning to naval headquarters, the enemy possesses 4 Emperors level force. It seems that the CP-7 we dispatched at the beginning made a huge misjudgment of the information about the Ogunjana Kingdom. Using ordinary buster call will have no effect. Wearing a black judge's hat and having white hair and a white beard, Saint Gikarusia Satan is not as violent as Saint Wakari. The tone was very bland. It's just that 1 celestial dragons died, this little thing is insignificant. On the contrary, if the world government uses thunderous means to destroy them, it can also scare those guys who are ready to take action. Humph! I've already told you, just destroy that kingdom. The financial warrior god, with a bald head and glasses, holding the 5 elders of first-generation Kaiditsu. Ethan Baron v. Kajuro St. He snorted coldly and glanced at the 5 elders. Those monsters we call hollows. Are monsters we have never seen before. Could it be biotechnology left over from the past? The god of farming and martial arts, a man with short blonde hair and a square face. Shepherd 10 Peter Saint said with some suspicion. At the end of the conversation, I started to feel a little ecstatic and surprised. What you said is not unreasonable. If they really obtained the ancient inherited technology, then they must not be retained. This technology to transform powerful biological monsters must be in the hands of our world government. Such terrible technology must not be allowed to wander outside the world. This will cause irreparable disaster to the security of the world. Yes, this kind of technology must only be retained by our world government. When the 5 elders were talking, their expressions changed slightly when the events in the ancient kingdom were mentioned. But soon, when it came to the existence of those terrible monsters in Ogunjana. But they mistakenly thought it was some kind of technological inheritance from the ancient kingdom. Their eyes became fiery and greedy. However, when I think about the seraph that Vegapunk is researching and making, most of the greed in his eyes disappeared. Although it is somewhat similar to Vegapunk's cloning technology, if this technology can be in the hands of our world government, that's not a bad thing. If we can create monsters in large quantities for our use, we will definitely be able to speed up the completion of Lord Im's plan. The environmental warrior god with long white hair and a trident beard, Max Maz Saint, spoke analytically. They also had a brief glimpse of Minos Grande Jillian, who was dozens of meters tall. Judging from the information collected and photographed by the agents, the opponent can fire a powerful red laser, is very resistant to attack, and can tear open space to hide in. This biological manufacturing technology is not at all inferior to Vegapunk's cloning manufacturing technology. If they were produced in large quantities and used to fight wars around the world, dealing with those kingdoms and forces that do not have the top combat power of the Admiral level will be an absolute dimensionality reduction blow. Obviously, the Aokiji Kingdom has mastered this technology skillfully, mass-produced it, and even directly invested it in actual wars. Sure enough, there was nothing wrong with their waiting and testing. This ancient kingdom indeed has some ancient technologies in its hands. Then take this opportunity to completely engulf this kingdom. Whitebeard's son, Squard, seems to have died at the hands of that boy Roy. Haha, let Whitebeard try the water first. The old guy's son and the entire pirate group died there, and he would not let it go. What if Whitebeard doesn't move? Then let the people from the CP agency go to the enemy to find out enough detailed combat strength information, and then the naval headquarters will launch a buster call to annihilate the Ogunjana Kingdom. This time, we will definitely take action and completely wipe out the Ogunjana Kingdom with thunderous means. The sinful ancient kingdom, the Kingdom of Okugana Saint Ronafati, will eventually be punished by the world government and marine, who represent justice. Seconded. Soon, the discussion among the 5 elders came to an end. Order after order was sent from the Holy Land to naval headquarters and delivered to Sengoku. The other side. Major forces around the world, as well as ordinary people. After seeing the news that the celestial dragons were killed, they also exploded. New World. Groups of seagulls and birds wearing male hats and carrying bags flew over the sea. When he saw the crowd, he shook his body. The rolled-up newspapers slipped from the mouth of the satchel and fell to the bottom. Oh! This time it's free world economic news. Aboard Moby DK. Seeing the news bird passing by in the sky, Marco was about to pay, but he didn't expect that the news bird above just threw a roll of newspapers and fell down. This kind of free behavior instantly made Marco interested. Under normal circumstances, World Economic News will distribute newspapers for free only when major events that shock the world occur. Ogunjana killed world government officials and madly massacred 2 major world government-affiliated kingdoms. Celestial Dragon's Saint Charlos was beheaded in public. Ha 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 ha, easy to kill, good to kill, good to kill. This little king is quite interesting. Wait. The great Maelstrom pirates threatened the Ogunjana Kingdom. They demanded money, wine, and beauties, but they couldn't get it. Instead, they were annihilated by the entire group. Originally looking at the previous news content, Marco was smiling and praising it, with a hint of surprise and pity for the Ogunjana Kingdom. But when he saw the content of the last page of the newspaper, his eyes suddenly widened and his expression changed drastically. Marco's exclamation quickly attracted the attention of all the pirates on the ship. The few pirates who were reading the news behind him also had their mouths opened and they were stunned. Chapter 30. Half an hour later. On the Moby DK, all the pirates were yelling angrily. He clamored to destroy the Ogunjana Kingdom and avenge Skyard. It's just that Whitebeard didn't say anything, they just seemed to be yelling like this. Dad, something is very wrong with this kingdom. Even Marine Admiral Kizaru was injured and retreated. Now they have even killed the Celestial Dragons, World Government, and Marine. The headquarters will definitely not let them go. Perhaps without us taking action, this kingdom will be destroyed in the hands of the World Government and Marine. Beside him, Marco did not lose his ability to think because of Skyard's death. As a sole member of the White Group, Marco is not only powerful. He is a ship's doctor, and he is also responsible for giving advice to Bai Tuan. There are many things that are unusual about the Ogunjana Kingdom. Marco had to think deeply and carefully analyze the anomalies in the Aokiji Kingdom. For example, it is impossible for world government agents to target the Kingdom of Okugana for no reason. CP0 was brutally killed and Marine Admiral Kizaru was injured and escaped. All combinations reveal the horror of this kingdom. This kingdom is so mysterious. Since Prince Roy came to the throne, the Aokiji kingdom has completely transformed from being suppressed to an invincible posture sweeping the world. It's hard to believe that this kingdom was deceived and almost destroyed before. The last thing is that Skiard did a bit too much this time. It can be said that Skiard's death was completely deserved. Therefore, Marco actually disapproved of the Whitebeard pirates' revenge against the Ogunjana Kingdom. You slaughtered other people's citizens on their territory and demanded tribute from them, otherwise you threatened to destroy the country, but in the end you were killed. Doesn't he deserve it? Although they are pirates, Marco believes that they should be pirates with a moral bottom line. Not the low-level idiot pirate who only makes a name for himself by burning, killing, RG, and looting. Skiard, just tell me your name. Squard. Hearing what Marco said, Whitebeard had a look of worry in his eyes. However, now Ace is hunting down Blackbeard Teach. Whitebeard knows very well that Teach can endure on his ship for 30 years. He even injured the young red-haired Shanks of the Four Emperors, whose strength may not be something Ace can deal with. Even if Ace now has the strength to fight Marine Admiral, it's not enough. Whitebeard can probably predict Ace's ending. What he is worried about now is if something happens to Ace. I won't be able to spare any time to rescue Ace. Skiard, so? Marco, you are all my sons. When something happens to his sons, how can a father remain indifferent? Go and tell the king to hand over the guy who killed Squard to the Whitebeard pirates. Even if the matter is revealed like this. Otherwise, the Whitebeard pirates don't mind destroying a kingdom. After saying this, the conquerors towering into the sky erupted, sweeping away the clouds high in the sky. The pirates in the white group also burst into excited responses. Only Marco did not cheer excitedly. Instead, he showed a sad look. Grand Line, a certain sea area. In a tavern. A young man wearing an orange cowboy hat, shirtless, and shorts, with a white pirate flag tattoo on his back. As a flame burst out of his hand, it burned the finished newspaper to ashes. Skiard, UBD. You're doing those bad things again. Did you hit the iron plate this time? Damn it. Drink all the rum on the bar in one gulp. Ace said angrily and angrily. After learning the whole story, Ace wanted to say that he deserved it. But Skiard treated him very well and was his good friend. He also once advised the other party to stop killing innocent people indiscriminately, burning, killing and looting. But the other party just agreed on the surface, but later got used to being arrogant and couldn't control it at all. Obviously, they have 4 emperors Whitebeard backing them up. You don't know what restraint is at all, but it will only encourage your arrogance and the confidence to do evil. Even more so, despite the dissuasion of his companions, he would agree to it in a genial manner on the surface. After waiting, it became even more inferior and unlimited. Don't let me do it. Laozi is a pirate, why can't you do it if you say no? We are just good friends, but you are not my Whitebeard daddy. Laozi wants to do it. A pirate must look like a pirate. You talk about benevolence, righteousness, and morality, so why don't you become an adventurer? Some people are forced by life to become pirates due to being harmed by the corroded marine. But he's Skiard? Sorry, I just like to do evil. Although Ace also wants to avenge Skiard, he is now hunting down Blackbeard Teach. There is no time to do 2 things at the same time. In the end I could only say sorry in my heart. The sin of one's own people killing one's own people is greater than the anger of one's own people being killed by outsiders. Skiard's matter can only be carried out after he has solved Blackbeard Teach. Wait, Skiard, after I capture Blackbeard Teach and bring him back to the Whitebeard pirates for execution. I will solve your problem right away. 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin of the 10,000 Kingdoms, Kaido of the Beasts of Wanakuni, 4 Emperors Shanks wandering the world, the Revolutionary Army. Hawkeye, Doflamingo, the Emperors of the Dark Underworld. All major forces in the world are aware of this incident. Watch indifferently, watch the fire from the other side, and wait for the show to begin. This is their true writing. Just killing a celestial dragons would not arouse any interest from the truly powerful forces. It's not that they don't dare or can't kill the celestial dragons, it's just that the celestial dragons don't dare to act arrogantly on their territory. Mama, mama, mama! Is it a treasure that even the world government can't help but send out CP7 agents to search for? Mamama, what on earth is this, world government? In the castle of Wangwo Cake Island. Aunt Charlotte Linlin stared with terrifying eyes, and stomach acid mucus kept dripping from her mouth, making a corrosive sound when it fell on the floor. Sitting on a small dining table and chairs to the side, the cute girl with long wavy light brown hair raised her hand to fan herself inadvertently. Hey, what even the world government wants to snatch must be something extraordinary. In the hall, there was a man standing in the middle with a long tongue. After Pero smiled strangely, he spoke to Linlin, the ant who was as big as a hill. As the number one in the intelligence industry in this world, the Big Mom pirates have already received detailed information. The CP7 agents attempted to obtain the national treasure of the Ogunjana Kingdom. After being discovered, they were all annihilated on the spot. Soon after, Celestial Dragon's Saint Charlos was crushed to death, and CP0 Felix was brutally killed by Espada Legion Yami. Admiral Kizaru rushed to escort him and faced Espada Ulquiorra, the fourth of the Espada Legion. Shortly after the two sides fought, Admiral Kizaru was defeated and fled. According to reliable information, Admiral Kizaru also had one of his legs broken and was seriously injured. Many big news made these big forces lose their composure. Chapter 31. Mom. Now they have provoked Whitebeard, and the world government will not let this kingdom go. There is no need for us to join forces and cause unnecessary trouble. Compared to the greed of the eldest brother Pero, Katakuri, as the second brother, has more leeches. The Kingdom of Ogunjana also provoked the three major forces of world government, naval headquarters, and the Whitebeard pirates. The destruction of the country is just a matter of time. So what if it has 4 emperors level strength? Well, let them test the water first, and then find out more about it later and get the national treasure. After listening to Katakuri's words, Aunt Linlin nodded. Obviously she is not stupid. One of the 4 emperors Whitebeard is going to die, and the world government and naval headquarters are also going to conquer the Ogunjana Kingdom. How could she openly launch an offensive to snatch it? Cut. Pero curled his lips in displeasure and said no more. Time flies, half a month passes in the blink of an eye. The Kingdom of Ogunjana. The original King's Hall and the entire palace were bulldozed and rebuilt. A main hall is more than 50 meters high, and the entire palace complex covers an area of tens of thousands of square meters. The whole is white gold, with a grey-blue roof, and the flag of the Ogunjana Kingdom is flying on the highest palace. A golden dragon that rides thunder and lightning, a roaring haki totem that rides divine thunder. Such a huge palace would definitely not be built in just 1 month if it relied on manpower alone. However, who let Roy have so many Minos Grande, cannon fodder? With their hard work day and night, this magnificent palace was officially completed 3 days ago. 20,000 low-level hollows were almost exhausted to death. Even the many ministers and generals of the kingdom looked stunned and in disbelief. Even demon fruit power doesn't have such an exaggerated ability and can be built, right? At this point, the palace named Lingsheng Palace by Roy was built. Not bad. With the palace complex built by Ryotsu, it won't be destroyed so easily in ordinary battles. Sitting on the magnificent and luxurious throne, Roy showed a satisfied smile on his handsome face. The Kingdom of Maris and the Kingdom of Gyutar were also destroyed by the Minos Grande Legion, all royal members were eliminated, and the country's title was abolished. It became a town under the Kingdom of Ogunjana. In other words, it would be more appropriate to call it Maris Island City or Gyutal Island City. After destroying the Kingdom of Maris and the Kingdom of Gyutar, Roy chose to recruit 50,000 soldiers from the two countries. Another 8,000 soldiers who resisted were detained. Subsequently, from the treasury of these two kingdoms, plus those who participated in the plan to confiscate their families and exterminate their families, the ministers, generals, and nobles of the Okugana Kingdom. A total of 36.7 tons of gold, 20 boxes of various precious gold and silver jewelry, and 6.5 billion baileys were seized. The rest, etc., will not be repeated one by one. More loot could have been captured, but the kings, ministers, and nobles of these two countries just paid tribute to the celestial dragons with a wave of heavenly gold. So they all feel empty. It actually made Roy a little unhappy. This was simply a huge sum of money taken away from his pocket. Forget it, there will be plenty of time to deal with the world government guys in the future. General Cios, how's the recruitment going? After closing the report presented by the assistant minister, Roy looked down at Cios and asked. Back to your majesty, after 10 days of recruitment activities, 50,000 recruits have been recruited in the country. The two countries have each recruited 30,000 troops. Currently, they have all participated in military training. In about a month, they will be formally incorporated into the Legion and assigned to guard various island towns. After being asked what to say, Cios bowed respectfully and began to report in detail. There shouldn't be any people who want to rebel against the country, right? Roy asked again calmly. Your Majesty, you are worrying too much. With the Minos Grande Legion watching over you, all the new citizens will be honest. What's more, the original two kings and princes and nobles had already caused complaints from the people. Now that His Majesty has conquered these two countries with powerful force and kindness, the people below welcomed us into the country with raised hands. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Cios's face. Cios grinned at the question coming from Roy's mouth. When talking about the former kings and princes of the two countries, the disdain and disgust in his eyes emerged without any concealment. Okay. If you have any intention of resisting, you will be directly punished with death without any need to report. Roy nodded. It is not that such a thing as restoration of the country does not exist. The cases of Wanakuni and Dressrosa are there. However, with the strength of Maris and the Kingdom of Guter, it is obvious that they do not have this ability. What's more, both members of the royal family were killed by him. Laugh to death and restore the country? Don't give you any chance at all. Just send 2 Jillian Minos Grande over and they will destroy the country hundreds of times for you. One shot of Ciro will sweep it away, and it will be useless even if you have thousands of troops. Chapter 32. Suddenly, a figure appeared outside the door of the hall. It was an Umbu ninja wearing a grey-purple vest and an animal mask. The guards outside the door did not stop him. The Umbu ninja quickly stepped into the palace door and knelt down on one knee on the red carpet in the center of the hall. See your majesty. Seeing the appearance of the Umbu ninja, Roy hummed slightly and then raised his hand. The Umbu ninja immediately saluted respectfully, then stood up and began to report the situation. Your majesty, we Umbu. After a while, the ministers and generals in the main hall looked angry and said bluntly that the world government was evil. Even the summoned characters have cold eyes and are extremely disgusted with the world government. You actually dare to send people to my country to gather information. Looking at the ninja who was kneeling on the red carpet after reporting the information, a cold look flashed in Roy's eyes. He underestimated the world government 5 elders. I thought these guys would directly give orders and send naval headquarters to launch a buster call to attack his kingdom. Unexpectedly, I still focused on gathering information first. It seems that a top-notch combat power that can break Kizaru's legs still makes them a little worried. In addition, we have received information that Phoenix Marco, the leader of the Whitebeard Pirates and the first team, is heading towards our country. The purpose is to ask us to hand over the man who annihilated Skiard and other pirates. Leave it to them, the Whitebeard Pirates, to execute. After talking about the actions secretly carried out by the world government, the Umbu ninja spoke again. This time, he came with malicious intentions towards the Ogunjana Kingdom. He is the messenger of the Whitebeard Pirates and the captain of the 1st Division Phoenix Marco. This is the result of raising an army to investigate. Whitebeard is quite majestic. Hearing this, Roy snorted coldly. Then he said again, then let the people from the Whitebeard Pirates come and see how shameless Whitebeard can say. Marco the Phoenix. When he read this work in his previous life, he liked this guy quite a lot. If Summit War's hard attack on Admiral Kizaru Porisalino only left a little impression on the audience. So, time jumps to Wanakuni 2 years later. That was really impressive for the captain of the first team. With one kick, Linlin, the 4 emperors and all the senior officers and sons and daughters of the entire pirate ship were kicked down the towering waterfall. Almost wiped out the team. Again on the Ghost Island, the flames of the Phoenix faced the flames of Todoroki Linlin and gained the upper hand. After that, one person violently defeated the 2 emperors' deputy, Flame Calamity Jin and Plague Quinn. This guy's popularity skyrocketed, and his strength was extremely powerful. The most outrageous thing is that this guy is also a ship doctor. Now, he comes to this world. It would be nice to have face-to-face contact with these people. However, the feeling of two-dimensional characters in my heart has been greatly reduced. For Roy now, that's just an ordinary character. After all, he can now summon characters from all over the world. In the past half-month, I have gotten along quite well with Urza and Haribal. Although Urza is very brave and bold, she is quite shy when it comes to men and women. Instead, it was the black-skinned Queen Haribal, who appeared 2 nights ago. After Roy's gentle contact and comfort, he decided to cook himself, with Roy's help. After prying open the shells and appreciating them for a while, I successfully cooked the shell seafood. I made a very rich seafood meal, which Roy was full of praise for. He first appreciated and tasted it carefully, and then started to eat like crazy for 2 hours. Only then did they both end the meal with satisfaction. The character I used to like, the female wife, has changed from a paper wife to a real wife. Most of the male characters have gone from being liked to having feelings for them. Therefore, in the face of Whitebeard, who I once liked quite a lot, now he is just a conniving, rat-like godson pirate, and the leader of the group who has done all kinds of bad things. Ding! Release a delayed task. The setting sun of the 4 Emperors Pirates, a 4 Emperors pirate group that is about to come to an end. Please join the battle during the Summit War and destroy the Whitebeard pirates under the watchful eyes of Naval Headquarters and the whole world. Mission reward, 20,000 source coins, a random top fruit, and a random diamond treasure chest *1. A mission was suddenly released again. And it is also the mission to annihilate the 4 Emperors Whitebeard pirates. The rewarded source currency is even as high as 20,000, which is worthy of the 4 Emperors group. You must know that the task rewards issued by the system are calculated separately. That is, you can get mission rewards by destroying the 4 Emperors pirate group. After destroying the target, you can get it from the target and get a large amount of source coins. It was Ying Zheng who touched the wire and won. He accepted this task. Instead of dying under the shameless gang fight of the Blackbeard Teach gang, let me give you a happy death, Whitebeard. Since there is nothing more to discuss, just retreat. The political affairs have started for more than an hour. Seeing that the ministers didn't mention anything else, Roy waved his hand. Yes, Your Majesty the King. After hearing this, the ministers bowed respectfully and left. In the main hall, there were only a few summoned characters left. Following Roy's signal, Ulquiorra, Yami, whale-shaped Ajichas, and Umbu Ninja Captain also retreated. Only Urza and Haribal followed Roy back to the harem. Night. Urza returned to her room. The dark-skinned beauty queen, Tia Helibal, came to Roy's king's palace. He looked at the black beauty who was blinking her golden eyelashes and her cheeks were already turning red. Roy didn't show any pretense, he stepped forward and hugged Haribal into his arms, then pressed against him. Pull! The zipper of the collar was pulled down, revealing the bone mask, and Roy clicked his tongue in displeasure. But he didn't say much, and printed a mark on the corner of Haribal's eye. Sorry, Lord Roy. Haribal's eyes darkened when he noticed this. Still too weak, there are so many masks left behind Arankar. Originally, Haribal didn't pay much attention, but now he met Roy. Then you become very concerned about it. If nothing else, just the seafood dinner last time. Fortunately, the big grapefruit can be pulled out, just like the milk cap, and can be eaten immediately after opening the cap. Otherwise it would be really troublesome. To do something, you have to dig deep into one center, grasp 2 key points, combine hardness and softness, and work together. In the end, you can achieve your goal perfectly, go straight to Huanglong, and achieve great success. So, Roy is now ready to let Haribol complete his evolution. Break the boundaries between Kyun and Shinigami. Complete Vasto Lord's true transformation. Chapter 33. After a while. After some intimacy with Haribol, Roy didn't forget what he was going to do. Roy stretched out his hand, and a ball of blue-yellow Ryutsu appeared suspended in his palm. This is the captain-level Ryutsu equivalent to 24 Rukansai, fuse it with your Hollow's power. You will break the boundaries between Hollow and Shinigami and enter a higher level of evolution. After listening to Roy's story, he looked at the light ball floating on his palm, emitting powerful brilliance. Haribol's heart felt warm, and she slowly approached with great emotion. The vast majestic snow peaks wrapped Roy's hands. Roy's hand immediately fell into it, and Haribol held Roy's hand and the Ryutsu light ball in the generosity as if holding some kind of treasure. Although I don't know what the unit of measurement is for the captain-level Ryutsu of 24 Karkensei. But Haribol knew that being able to purify and compress such a huge amount of Ryutsu energy to such a pure level was definitely a very precious treasure. After all, she has lived for hundreds of years, but she has never seen such a method of compressing Ryutsu. Thanks. Even though there were thousands of words in his heart, what finally came out of Haribol's mouth were 2 words of thank you. No matter how much words you say, it is better to use practical actions to express your gratitude to Roy afterwards. Soon, Haribol let go of Roy. The Ryutsu Light Group and Haribol emit powerful energy. Become one. Ding, do you want to spend 5,000 source coins plus 24 Fleet Leader Ryutsu to strengthen Tier Haribol? Roy looked stunned. He is ready to use the summoner's ability to help Haribol break through evolution. Unexpectedly, the system actually spoke at the right time. So what's there to hesitate about? Roy immediately said yes silently in his heart. Ding, 5,000 source coins plus 24 Team Leader Ryutsu have been deducted. Start strengthening. With the consumption of 5,000 origin coins and 24 Ryutsu cars, Haribol's radiance became even stronger. Suddenly, Haribol groaned. An extremely terrifying Ryutsu erupted, and a torrential golden rain fell from the sky outside the palace. Because Ryutsu is too big and powerful, it condenses into Ryutsu raindrops and falls. The palace was also agitated by this sudden change. Fortunately, Ulquiorra took action and the ordinary people in the palace were saved. Otherwise, I don't know how many ordinary people would be crushed to death by this terrible Ryutsu, and their souls would be shattered. And this was only over in the blink of an eye. Because, Roy also took action. Negation barrier. Seeing this, Roy's expression remained unchanged and he just raised his hand. A small golden cubic energy crystal structure formed and flew out from his palm. Then it expanded rapidly, wrapping the bedroom where the 2 of them were. All the effects of Haribol's breakthrough evolution suddenly disappeared. This move was used by Ge Laoliu against Ulquiorra in the original work. The brief exile of Ulquiorra was sealed into another dimension. Then there was a chance for Inu to heal Yujigu, so that Yujigu could have a decisive battle with the opponent. This move is used by everyone in Espada. Not to mention Roy. Although Aizen created and gave Espada, Roy can also use it. Roy then informed Ulquiorra through the summoner's spiritual contact and briefly explained the situation. After learning about the sudden change in the palace, Ulquiorra expressed her understanding. He will take care of all external affairs. After doing all this, Roy looked at Haribol, who was undergoing a breakthrough evolution. I saw Haribol, who was also in a different dimension, surrounded by 2 golden and blue Ryutsu. Vasto Lord's Ryutsu gradually merges with Shinigami's and Captain's Ryutsu visibly. During the fusion of the 2 original powers, a cocoon several meters large was formed. Roy thought it would take a long time, but he didn't expect it to break open in less than an hour. What caught his eye was a blue and white shark. Immediately afterwards, shark's 6 to 7 meter huge body gradually shrank, and in the process, shark's skin began to break and fragment. Soon, a dark-skinned beauty with brown skin, smooth and delicate skin, but no hair, appeared in front of Roy. After taking a few appreciative glances at the dark-skinned beauty in front of him, Roy discovered it. At this time, not only the mask on Haribol's body has completely disappeared, but also the empty hole under her lower abdomen has completely disappeared. The whole person, virtual, has become complete. It's like becoming a whole, or a complete and real spiritual creature. Roy was also extremely satisfied. Harible's properties panel was immediately opened. Tier Harible. Level, Platinum level, Upper level. Talent abilities, Wang Su's Flash, High Speed Regeneration, Black Zero, Blue Sword Cannon, Masked Arms, Original Return. Race, Spirit, Wang Su Talent Characteristics. Equipment, Zanpakuto Empress Shark. Favorability, 89. Loyalty, 100, Max. Comprehensive evaluation, break the boundaries between Kyun and Shinigami and move towards a higher level of evolution. The Queen who controls the ocean currents and the Void Clan. After seeing Harible's new panel, Roy nodded happily. With only 5,000 origin coins and 24 fleet captain Ryotsu, Harible completed the race jump. His strength jumped 2 levels in a row, reaching the upper level of Platinum. The originally virtual race has also transformed into an existence with the characteristics of Wang Su. Not only can he control changes in ocean currents, but he can also control the void. The essence of life has become a pure spiritual life than the soul, Shinigami, after death. In addition, with the evolution of Harible's life essence, her strength has been greatly improved. Roy also felt it and became stronger. Harible, what level of Minos Grande can you command now? Roy took 2 steps forward, hugged Harible in front of him, and asked. Roy was curious about Harible's imaginary nature. How powerful is the degree of dominance? I now have control over Vastolord. Feeling the heat from Roy, Harible blushed. But soon, he adjusted. Then, he gave an answer that surprised Roy. Chapter 34. Roy knew very well that superior Minos Grande could control hollows of a lower level than himself. But there has never been a situation where Minos Grande, the superior of Vastolord, was able to dominate Ajichas. Unless it is conquered by force. The virtual level strength ranking is generally based on the lowest level virtual. Ordinary voids, powerful voids, and giant voids can all be planned as the lowest level cannon fodder voids. Above this is what was born after hundreds of ordinary hollows devoured each other and fused. The lowest level Minos Grande, Jillian, who has no independent consciousness and acts based on instinct. Then there's Jillian, who gave birth to an independent consciousness, and Ajichas, who evolved after devouring his own kind. Only Ajichas have the ability to command and control subordinates. Furthermore, neither Ajichas nor Vastolord had the ability to dominate Minos Grande, the superior of these 2 classes. Some also use violent means to carry out forced enslavement and control. And what about Harible? It's total slavery. As long as a thought activates Wang Su's innate characteristics, he can control Wang Su who is given the thought and achieve control. Not as strong as you think, like those Vastolord of autonomous Arankar, and those ranked 4th, 5th, 6th, and 8th. I can't even control it. Seeing the surprised expression on Roy's handsome face, Harible shook her head slightly. Then he explained all the details of the abilities to Roy. After listening to Harible's explanation, Roy nodded in understanding. This was quite different from what he had guessed. Vastolord, who has low slave control strength, is already very strong. After all, no matter how weak he is, Harible can already enslave the entire Hueco Mundo's full-level Minos Grande. Go down to the most cannon fodder ordinary void, go up to the apex of void, the highest level Minos Grande, Vastolord. What else is not satisfying? And, this is not a fixed limit. As long as Harible is strong enough, she may one day be able to directly enslave Emperor Baragan, who is clearly the second in line, but acts like the second in command, his boss. Although Baragan hasn't returned yet, Roy is sure. This Espada Legion series is bound to be collected. Well, as I expected, it's pretty much the same. Stroking the blonde hair of the beauty in his arms, Roy smiled. Huh? Mr. Roy? Suddenly, Harible's expression changed. Ahem. Harible, let me see your masked weapon and original return. Your strength has skyrocketed so much, it's just the right time to spar with me to help you stabilize your combat power. Given the current condition of the engine, Roy thought it would be a good idea to test out the new Haribol. Give it a try and see how powerful she is now. Good. Hearing this, Haribol also nodded in agreement. Although the strength has increased by more than 10 times, there is no situation where it is unstable and cannot be controlled. But she still wanted to try and see how strong she was now. Roy didn't say much, untied the negation barrier, then raised his hand and flipped it over with one hand. The next moment, an overturned mirror world appeared, and the two of them instantly entered the world of mirror space. This is... Seeing the world changing in the blink of an eye, and after further investigation, the expression on Haribol's sister's face suddenly changed. Disappeared. The entire world, the entire life form of the Aokiji Kingdom, except for the two of them, all disappeared. Haribol looked at Roy in shock, her expression and eyes asking. "Don't be surprised, this is just a small trick of mine." Roy smiled and hugged Haribol's intoxicating fragrance, and explained. "This is a mirror space that is completely opposite to the real world, a special world that completely replicates the real world. No matter what kind of war happens inside, it will not affect the real world. However, if the force is too strong, it will not be able to hold on and collapse. Of course, people in this world probably can't do it. If you want to destroy the mirror space I created, you need at least 20 people of the same level as you to do it with all their strength." Hearing this, Haribol's cold face showed a surprised look. At least 20 people of the same level as her need to join forces to destroy this mirror space. Haribol couldn't believe what she was hearing. In other words, if Roy wants to, he can use mirror space to imprison anyone who provokes him. "Okay, get ready to start." Haribol nodded and said no more. Soon, the sparring and fighting between the two began. After the warm-up sparring session ended and the real battle began, Roy was surprised to find out. Haribol actually took on an upgraded new posture, which was completely new inside and out. As Roy punched out, the mammoth Ryotsu golden dragon came out. Haribol screamed in pain, and blood flowed out from the place caused by the attack. The next 10 minutes or so will be Roy's fighting time. Haribol was losing ground and screaming in pain. Finally, I couldn't bear it any longer, and a massive amount of sea water spurted out. "Return to the blade." Masked arms. Haribol directly used return blade, and a large amount of sea water immediately spewed out and spread all over the ground. Haribol also directly entered the return state, her strength instantly increased 5 times, and she barely managed to survive Roy's attack. But soon, Roy gradually began to use his full strength. Because, Haribol's body armor made Roy's fighting spirit rise just by looking at it. Haribol soon lost again. The sea water surged again and sprayed in Roy's direction. But Roy had no intention of evading. The final blow after his defeat had no power at all. It even feels a bit like the sweet feeling of a proud queen beating her chest and stamping her feet after being subdued. Original return. Finally, when Haribol faced Roy for the first time, she used her strongest move. The strength suddenly surged 10 times more terrifyingly. Chapter 35. After a night passed, Roy glanced at Haribol, who was still resting, and rubbed his waist. As expected of masked arms and original return. When Haribol uses the mask arms, his entire body will be covered with a layer of Arrancar's armor, which increases his defense and attack power very powerfully. Moreover, this masked weapon can be put on and taken off at will. It's not considered a return sword, but it's better than a return sword, and its strength is at least 5 times greater. After using the original return, it is the second stage of the return blade. The armor attached to the body part transforms into a beast, and it can control the Golden Ryotsu, forming a Golden Ryotsu thunder attack. The speed and aggressiveness are ridiculously powerful. The ultimate sense of speed, coupled with the thunder and lightning, made Roy almost lose his arms several times. Fortunately, his endurance were very strong, and Haribol was defeated in the end. The two fought non-stop, and they fought 7 fierce battles between the gold and platinum levels. When he first faced Haribol's new and strongest stance, Roy, who had never fought before, was careless and did not dodge. As a result, it didn't take long for him to be defeated by Haribal. Then, starting from the second game, it is Haribal's road to survival. Haribal, this guy really doesn't spare any effort. The speed is 98 seconds. I can barely do this move at 25 seconds. After stretching his body, which had begun to recover, Roy clicked his tongue and said to himself with a slight sigh. Although the battle was a little tiring, the result was hearty and refreshing. The strength has also officially reached the highest level of gold. Full of rewards. Well, Haribal has also gained a lot. Click. At Roy's instruction, two sweet-looking blonde maids, 1.65 meters tall, walked in. They began to bathe and change Roy, and then gave him a considerate wash. Lisa, Effie, stay here, wait until the princess wakes up, and then take good care of her. Putting on the golden and red king's robe, Roy looked at the two maids and said, "Yes, your majesty." Roy. The two maids were selected from the nobles who had been loyal to the Ogre royal family for generations. She has been trained since she was a child and instilled in her the idea that the Ogunjana royal family is above all else. She is also a woman who can devote herself to the royal family at any time. Therefore, when facing Roy, there is no need to be as strict and reserved as others. On the issue of address, they will also be more cordial. After explaining the matter, Roy strode away. The remaining two maids looked at each other, then opened the bead curtain and walked into the bedroom in the inner hall. When they saw the ground, they suddenly screamed in surprise. "Oh my God! How come there are so many? God! Your Majesty Roy, there are so many! It's unbelievable that His Majesty Roy can still be so energetic." Soon, the two blushing little maids realized something and secretly glanced at Haribal, who was still resting. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. It was really hard on the princess. It's so hard. Just thinking about the possibility of the two of them in the future. I'm a little hopeful, but also a little scared. Then, he silently started to pack it up. Shortly after the start of Parliament, an ensign communications officer stepped into the hall. His Majesty the King, Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Marco is asking for an audience outside the palace. Ensign's communications officer knelt down to report. It's a bit slow. Roy raised his eyebrows, not surprised at all by Marco's arrival. After all, Umbu's ninjas had reported it earlier. It had been a few days before Marco arrived at the Ogunjana Kingdom. The black shadow flashed, and a figure appeared under the steps of Roy's throne, kneeling on one knee. Although he didn't speak, he reported the situation in detail through the summoner's spiritual contact. It turns out that Roy had been busy since nightfall yesterday, and today the morning meeting started just before noon. The Umbu ninja had no chance to report the situation to Roy. Marco had arrived as early as 8 o'clock last night. He rushed to the royal city without stopping, wanting to meet Roy as soon as possible. But he was told that the king was busy with affairs and would discuss things tomorrow. The palace guards still knew about Whitebeard's visit. Because they had also received the notice, but when they looked at Marco and others, they couldn't hide the disgust in their eyes. After all, people under Whitebeard's banner killed more than 100 people in their kingdom, and they haven't forgotten it yet. Accompanying him is the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the great swordsman Foil Baista. Relying on his strong strength and relying on Father Whitebeard, Baista saw this and wanted to break through the obstruction. However, Marco did not lose his mind at the critical moment and directly scolded Foil Baista. In the end, without the help of Espada and Minos Grande, Marco left with his Foil Vista and a group of younger brothers. Now, this is the 4th time Marco has asked to see Roy. "Let them in," Roy said as he crossed his legs out of boredom and rested his chin with one hand. "Yes, Your Majesty the King." The communications officer obeyed the order and turned around to leave. 10 minutes later, Marco, who had a blonde mohawk and exposed his chest, and a rugged man dressed as a gentleman, with a foil vista, walked into the hall. As for the other pirate minions? But he is not qualified to take a step into the palace. "Your Majesty Roy, is it okay to call you this?" He walked to the center of the red carpet and glanced around at the people in the hall. Civil and military personnel stood in 2 rows, summoned characters stood in 1 row, and ordinary humans stood in another row. Nothing wrong. The legendary man who broke Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru's leg. Ulquiorra Cifer, the man known as the light-breaking demon in the sea, who made Admiral Kizaru embarrassed to say "Have you ever been kicked by light speed from now on," is among them. I don't recognize the dashing woman with long crimson hair and a half-armor skirt. Yami is also there to kill the monsters of CP0, the sea monster that destroys the country, the strange whale monster, and... Feeling the terrifying momentum that was constantly pressing towards him and foil Baista, Marco secretly complained in his heart. Fortunately, I and others did not act impulsively last night, otherwise, there would have been dozens more corpses at the gate of the palace last night. Chapter 36. As the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco is still responsible for the companions who came with him. No matter how much frustration and anger you have, you can never let it out here. He needs to be responsible for the lives of these companions. After a little silence, Marco, who had already calmed down, spoke under pressure. Presumably Your Majesty, Roy should know the reason why we came to the Ogunjana Kingdom this time. I won't go around in circles with Your Majesty, and hand over the man who killed Skiard and all the pirates under his banner. It will be handled by our Whitebeard pirates, and the Whitebeard pirates will no longer pursue this matter. Of course, this is what our father, for Emperor's Whitebeard, said himself. After that, he looked directly at Roy, showing no trace of stage fright in his aura. It seems that if they don't give the Whitebeard pirates a satisfactory answer, they will never give up and start a war. Obviously, you can't be timid, let alone lose Whitebeard's reputation. What's more, Marco and Foil Baista are not weak in their own strength. When he spoke, he was still very tough. Ridiculous remarks. The sinner Skiard brutally killed hundreds of ordinary people in the king's land. He was so unlucky that he was killed. Those who kill will always be killed. Roy scoffed. He replied in an indifferent tone. I have been a pirate for decades, and my ideas are still so extreme and double-standard. He is indeed a pirate. No matter how benevolent and moral he is, he still cannot escape the aura of being a thief. Marco wanted to continue saying that Roy's men also wiped out nearly 1,000 people including Skiard. The phone bug in my arms suddenly rang. Marco was stunned for a moment, then reached out and took out the phone bug. Moses, Dad. Dad. After answering the call, Marco and Foil Baista quickly shouted. Let me speak for myself, Marco. On the waters of the New World. Whitebeard waved his hand and asked his son, who was holding the monitoring phone bug, to step back. Whitebeard also heard the entire exchange between the two through the phone bug carried by Marco. Seeing that Marco seems to be unable to defeat Roy, let's look at Roy's fearless attitude. He already knew that Marco and Baista alone couldn't handle it. Therefore, I can only come forward in person. Hehe. Watching Marco suddenly pull out the Whitebeard version of the phone bug, Roy showed an expected expression. So at the beginning, he didn't pay much attention to Marco. He was waiting for Whitebeard to jump out and negotiate with him. Sure enough, Whitebeard couldn't help it, couldn't he? Roy, I just have a request. Once I tell you who the person who killed Skiard and the others is, I will stop there and will never pursue any further investigation afterwards. In addition, I will compensate the civilians who were harmed by those bastards in Skiard. How? Whitebeard's old but majestic voice sounded in the hall. All the senior officials of the Okugana Kingdom present, without exception, could feel through the phone bug the majesty of Haki, the powerful four emperors who dominates the New World Sea area. Hear the words. Roy was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, when it was Whitebeard's turn to negotiate with him in person, Whitebeard's words turned around. It's not a gesture of asking for favors, it's a right of publicity. Not only that, but will the victims be compensated? It means that he knows that he can't hand the person over, so he plans to change his mind and find out who the person is. Are you planning to hunt down yourself? Interesting. However, Whitebeard and the others have made a misunderstanding. That is, the guy who killed nearly 1,000 pirates in Skiard was not a human. Of course, Roy couldn't tell Whitebeard. He believed that before long, Whitebeard would be able to find out the specific situation at that time through his own power. Whitebeard, you have been a pirate all your life, taking revenge and killing to pay for your life. You don't need me to teach you this kind of thing personally, right? Roy looked at the Whitebeard phone bug in front of him with an indifferent tone. The strong and domineering momentum was naturally released, shocking the phone bug who played Whitebeard to the point of breaking into a cold sweat. Whitebeard on the other side did not change his expression after hearing this. Whitebeard has lived for such a long time and has never seen any big scenes. It's just Roy's extremely tough attitude that he appreciates a little. Even knowing how to face him, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard Edward Newgate. He still didn't give in as he should, and instead came to teach him a lesson. Whitebeard didn't speak. The pirate captain and officers on the Moby Dick thought that their father was angry. In an instant, they all became angry. They picked up the guys one by one, full of energy, and couldn't wait for Whitebeard's order. Rush to the first half of the Grand Line and tear the arrogant Imp King into pieces. Since you want a family, the family should be warm and kind. Instead of being kind to others, like a family, they can secretly stab one of their own at critical moments. To the outside world, he has an ugly face, showing that pirates do what they do without any violation. Whitebeard, I respect you as the pirate four emperors, protecting the safety of the people in a sea area, and respect your beautiful idea of having a family. But please remember to me, take care of your so-called family and don't accept all the stinky sweet potatoes and rotten tomatoes. Not only will you cause trouble for yourself, but you will also become some scum with a purpose and gain the confidence to be lawless. Silence. Roy's words hit Whitebeard hard in the heart. For a moment, Whitebeard's face became terrifyingly gloomy. He didn't speak for a long time. Chapter 37. And when Roy finished speaking about education, everyone in the King's Hall was shocked. Only when summoning the characters, I didn't feel there was anything wrong with what Roy said. In this case, the other party should be glad that His Majesty did not order an active attack to wipe out all their lairs. This group of low-level pirates should respectfully come before His Majesty, kneel down and beg for mercy. Yami bared her teeth and looked at Marco and Baista with cruel eyes. Damn it! It's been so long since he came to this world, and he hasn't eaten pirates yet. What does it taste like? Only Marco and Foil Baista didn't notice that Yami was thinking about how to devour them, otherwise they would have broken out in cold sweat. Being targeted by a four emperors level monster would be terrifying to everyone. The expressions on the two people's faces at this moment are as exciting as they can be. Even with shock and dementia, there is also a little anger. How dare you? How dare this kid talk to Dad like this? Foil Baista's eyes were filled with anger, and his mustache was trembling with anger. Marco could only hold on to the Foil Baista tightly to prevent him from being impulsive. Otherwise, the dozens of corpses owed last night would have to be paid back today. However, from Marco's increasingly cold expression, it is not difficult to see that Marco is also extremely angry at this moment. Because, their beloved father was severely scolded and educated because of Skiard's incident. But everything they said makes sense. What kind of backstabbing of family members? Killing people to pay for their lives? All are real cases. And it just happened not long ago. This is very uncomfortable. Skiard, you deserve to die. This time I actually made my father lose so much face. Been taught a lesson. After a long silence, the words transmitted by the phone bug shocked everyone present. Marco Baista and Marco Baista also said it. Their mouths widened in shock, and their eyes widened, almost not bulging. His face was full of shock as his world view collapsed. Unexpectedly, Whitebeard's imaginary thunderous fury not only did not appear, but instead said taut to Roy. It almost scared the two of them to death. It was really hard to imagine that they could hear such words from their father. I learned a lesson about Skiard. So, what's your choice, Roy? He accepted the lesson generously, but Whitebeard was obviously not that easy to persuade. What Roy said about backstabbing his family members was deviant. Whitebeard didn't even get angry when he was poked in the wound. Because of these things, as a father, he is sometimes quite helpless. I can only try my best to be tolerant and slowly educate and correct my sons. But if his son makes a mistake, he can be beaten, crippled, educated, or punished. But all this will be done by him, Whitebeard himself. But an outsider. Ah! It has to be you after all, Whitebeard. In Summit War, even if he was stabbed in the back by Skiard, a brainless idiot, he could still hug and forgive him. Even before he died, he was still teaching and educating his son. But he never regarded his sons as equals. All he knew was to save the son of his former rival and old friend, who was also his own son. But he didn't want to, but he still took many of his sons to jump into the fire pit. Although most are voluntary. However, with such a huge pirate base, not all of them are united. If you have lived enough, then just come and fight, Whitebeard. Faced with Whitebeard who still refused to give up, Roy also pointed it out directly. The tone was full of imperial majesty, and at the same time as he spoke, the terrifying Conqueror's haki was released. Boom! Click click! The strong wind roared throughout the hall, and Roy's golden Conqueror's haki ravaged the entire hall like a thunderous wave. The palace built by 20,000 ordinary Su and Waxu is several times harder than ordinary buildings. At this time, the walls and the ground were also somewhat unable to withstand the terrifying impact of this intensity. Even the strongest one, the majestic embossed Panlong column, is gradually experiencing cracks. Ha! Conqueror's haki! This guy! Looking at Roy who suddenly burst into Conqueror's haki, Marco and Baista's eyes widened again. The body stiffened suddenly. They never expected that the boy in front of them, who looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, would be a natural hegemon among millions of people. The qualifications of a king, Conqueror's haki. Not only that, the opponent's Conqueror's haki can even cause damage to real matter. What an appalling thing! In the whole world, the only person who possesses this terrifying Conqueror's haki is 4 Emperor's red-haired Shanks. Chapter 38. See it with your own eyes, and experience firsthand the shock unleashed by the second owner of such a fearsome Conqueror's haki. Marco Foil Baista even changed his expression. He couldn't help but exclaimed. Shocked exclamations resounded through the phone bug and also on the Moby DK in New World. Whitebeard's eyes changed slightly, and he stared at the phone bug, as if he wanted to see clearly what was going on the other side through the phone bug. Only then could Marco, who had been active in the New World for 10 years, lose his composure and scream in shock. Your Conqueror's haki can actually interfere with real objects and cause damage. Whitebeard didn't have to wait long before Marco's incredible question reached his ears. This time Whitebeard really couldn't keep calm. Conqueror's haki, capable of causing damage to objects. Where did this monster come from? If they remember correctly, the basic information they can learn from the newspapers is that this young king is only 17 or 18 years old. He is only 17 years old and has already mastered such terrifying abilities. If he is given another 5 or 10 years, wouldn't he be able to dominate the world directly? No, this is not an incredible question. After all, the opponent has a 4 Emperors level strongman who crushed Admiral Kizaru, and a subordinate who is suspected to be Admiral level and killed CP0. The subordinates under his command are already so powerful. As a person who can order them, what can he do with his own strength? Maybe this young king is the real most terrifying enemy of that kingdom. Cool la 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 la. Suddenly, the phone bug started laughing heartily. Haki's round eyes became mighty, and Whitebeard's wild voice came. Kid! Have you spent all these years as an old man in vain? The title of Whitebeard 4 Emperors was not given by others, but was earned with 1 punch and 1 knife. Roy, I remember you. I hope you won't regret the decision you made today. Marco, Baista, come back. Finally, Whitebeard let out a burst of heroic laughter, followed by cheers. Whitebeard finally responded to Roy's declaration of war. The world has forgotten Whitebeard's reputation. Guys, get ready for a big fight. Oh! Snap! The phone went dead, and Marco swallowed. He looked at Roy who was looking at them on the throne with an indifferent expression. Moving his eyes around, he discovered that something was wrong with the entire hall. Everyone looked at the two of them, and a terrifying aura pressed against them. Daddy, you are haki, you are haki. But have you forgotten that you still have 2 sons in their base camp? Marco was really unsure now, fearing that the other party would attack in groups and capture them first. This will prevent the loss of 2 high-end combat power in the future battle with the Whitebeard pirates. Go back, I have no interest in you. Waving his hand casually, Roy glanced at the 2 of them with some boredom. Whitebeard has already given him enough face. He wouldn't be that shameless person and take the opportunity to take down Marco Bista and the other 2. Whitebeard also knew this, so he dared to say those words. He simply believed that Roy would not take the opportunity to take action when he had never met someone before, or even when the 2 parties were enemies. A king who dares to kill celestial dragons and possesses the same type of conqueror's haki as the red-haired shanks of the 4 emperors. He would not even have this bit of grace and behave in a way that is shameful. Thank you. Marco nodded, giving Roy a sincere nod. He turned around and left with Bista. Not a wordy gesture at all. Just kidding, if you don't run away now, when will you wait? Just now, his back was covered in sweat from the terrifying momentum. Your Majesty, are you going to let them leave like this? After Marco Bista left, Ulquiorra looked at Roy and asked. Humph. We should keep them all. Yami also interrupted at the right time. He had been staring at the 2 of them for a long time, thinking that he could have another meal today. Unexpectedly, His Majesty the King actually let them run away. Roy did not answer Ulquiorra's inquiry, but looked at Yami with deep eyes. Forward. Seeing Roy's oppressive eyes, Yami's expression froze and she didn't dare to say anything more. You don't need to pay much attention to the Whitebeard pirates. The real big deal is the naval headquarters. Be prepared for your time to shine. The Umbu Ninja's intelligence has slowly developed to the territory of naval headquarters. With the Umbu Ninja's sneaking and disguise skills, some secret information was obtained. Roy already knew the news that Marine was deploying elite masters within a certain area of the headquarters. Obviously it has not yet been determined whether to launch a buster call, but the steps to launch a buster call are already being implemented. In addition, a lot of rats have appeared in Daxia recently. We are constantly searching for detailed information about this kingdom and so on. Roy also knows all of this. Because the choice was to kill half and keep the other half, release some true and false information, let the rats have a good time and take them back to their hometown. Finally, after they finish all this, annihilate them all in one fell swoop. Chapter 39. After explaining some things and announcing the end of the parliament, Roy stood up from the throne. At the bottom of the steps of the throne, Urza, wearing an armored skirt, immediately came up to her. Then he took the initiative to hold Roy's arm. Hearing a clang sound, Roy felt that he was suddenly surrounded by a hard force. I have to say, Urza is really big. It's just that this armor is too intrusive. It seems that we still need to untie this little girl's knot. Looking at Urza's almost perfect profile, it was clear that she was a queen, a royal sister, and a Lolita. But the shadow of a child hidden deep in his eyes never goes away, which makes people feel distressed. You have to find an opportunity to solve a problem. Roy sniffed the fragrance of the beauty next to him and thought to himself. But if you want to solve Urza's knot, you need to return to the world of fairy tale. This is where it gets difficult. For now, Roy has no way of traveling across the world. We can only ask how the system operates later. You seemed to have a great time last night. Just when Roy was still thinking of a way to solve Urza's shadow, Urza put her white palm on his waist, stretched out 2 slender fingers, and gently pinched a piece of meat. For a moment, Roy shuddered violently. He turned to look at Urza with a puzzled expression, and then heard what Urza said. Realizing that the fairy queen might be jealous, Roy couldn't help but feel amused. Recently, he really didn't seem to be looking for Urza much, so it was not surprising that the other party had this reaction. Tia told me that she doesn't mind if you come along. Raising his hand to hold Urza's soft hand on her waist, Roy looked at the woman in front of him affectionately. He didn't hold Urza in his arms until he stared at the other person until his face turned red and the latter couldn't help but look away. Don't you blush when you say something like this? Urza complained somewhat speechlessly. She said this, but her increasingly red face betrayed her true inner thoughts. Don't say those words with affection in your eyes, UBD. Without Urza's slight protest, Roy hugged Urza and left. Have fun and date in the palace. When night fell, the two returned to the palace. Roy turned into a chef again with Urza's permission. First, I worked with Urza to make a dish of shredded tongue, and then made a dish of hand-ground soy milk. One after another delicacies were presented, ending with a seafood feast. Door. Haribal, who was about to knock on the door, smelled the familiar smell of seafood dinner and turned around to leave. You came just in time. Urza has eaten and rested first. Unexpectedly, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Roy pulled Haribal in. Hi? The other side. Naval Headquarters. In the Marshal's office. Bulu bulu. Bruulu bru bru. Suddenly, Sengoku, who was feeding some important documents to the lamb next to him and letting them eat and digest them, stopped. On the desk, there is a small phone bug with a unique shape. At this time, the person the phone bug was imitating turned out to be one of the most powerful people in the world, one of the 5 elders, Saint Jekalusha Satan. Moses, I'm Sengoku. Picking up the phone call from the man who was playing the role of Saint Satan, Sengoku thought to himself. After such a long time, is it finally here? It was exactly what Sengoku thought and expected. As soon as the call was connected, there was no trace of ink or delay from Saint Satan. He directly said, after so many days of intelligence exploration, CP0 has figured out the entire combat strength of the Ogunjana Kingdom. Later, a list of the high-level combat forces of the Ogunjana Kingdom will be passed to you. After considering the situation, you can allocate high-end combat power, form a top fleet, and launch a buster call to the Ogunjana Kingdom to annihilate it. Remember, we must completely annihilate them at all costs. In this operation, CP0 will coordinate the attack and serve as a supervising team to assist you in completing the infiltration mission and dismantle the enemy's defense line from within. Chat. A few minutes later, Satan Saint was the first to hang up the phone bug. But Sengoku, who was in the marshal's office, had a gloomy face and said nothing. Damn 5 elders! The celestial dragons are the ones who cause trouble and end up cleaning up the mess and wiping their butts. Always executed by Marine. After Porosalino returned from a serious injury, he told Sengoku meaningfully. Marine's 3 top combat forces are dispatched collectively, and they may be able to capture the Legion commander of the Kingdom of Ogu, Espada Ulquiorra. Note, this refers to 3 people fighting Ulquiorra alone, rather than the entire Ogunjana Kingdom. Even Ulquiorra, who is apparently the strongest, needs to dispatch 3 admirals to deal with it before he can win. What about everyone else? 4th Espada Ulquiorra claimed that he was ranked 4th, that is, except for him and Yami. There are 8 members of this Espada Legion who have yet to show up. The foundation of a kingdom cannot be as simple as what it appears on the surface, right? The enemy still has at least 8 super strong men who have not shown up. Naval Headquarters is going to fight with them. Chapter 40. What? You say this is a trick used by the enemy, but in fact these 2 are the only ones in the Espada Legion that are so powerful. This is the real combat power, and the rest are just soldiers and generals. Where is the detailed information, where is the evidence? Now that the Holy Land has opened its mouth, are they planning not to send out any soldiers and let Marine deal with that kind of monster? Send CP0 to coordinate operations to conduct infiltration missions, and also serve as combat supervisors? I'm afraid he didn't go directly to the so-called national treasure. Damn it! Now Sengoku just hopes that the information sent from Saturn is true and effective. Don't expect that the information you will get back then will be bricks thrown selectively by the enemy to use as bait for them. Sengoku stroked his forehead with a slight headache. Your Excellency Marshal, this is the secret message Lord Saturn asked me to give to you among the 5 elders. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door of the Marshal's office. The face is wearing a white mask, it is not clear whether it is human skin or a mask. One eye is black and the other is white, there is a scar on the right eye, his ears are wearing robot earmuffs, and he has a light beard. Wearing a white dome hat, a long blue-black scarf with many blue polka dots hangs naturally from the shoulders. Wearing a long white coat, a white double-breasted formal suit, a dark tie, and a medal on his chest. This outfit undoubtedly shows the identity of the visitor. World Government Cipher Pole is the strongest group, CP0. And this person will intervene in the duel between Cutie Duo and King Luffy in the future decisive battle on Onigashima. And successfully attacked King Luffy, and finally was beaten by Cute Duo with a stick until CP0 Guernica's life and death were unknown. A strange color flashed across Sengoku's sharp eyes, and he said in an unchanging tone, "Come in, CP0. The action is really fast." "Thank you, Marshal Your Excellency." CP0 thanked him politely and walked into the Marshal's office. CP0 at this time is not like Rob Lucci in the future. After becoming a dog for the Celestial Dragons, he showed no signs of looking down upon the most disrespectful Marine Marshal Akainu in history. After all, the Marine Marshal in front of him is very prestigious, and he may even be assigned to serve in the Holy Land in the future. Guernica is not a fool, and there is no need to offend such a big boss just for that moment of power and addiction. After all, there is a commander-in-chief of the armed forces above him, supported by Kong. Let's take a look at Akainu, who will become Marine Marshal in the future. What's his background? Former teacher and head coach of Marine, Black Arm Zephyr quit Marine and established a new Marine. In the end, he was violently killed by the student Porisalino. Rob Lucci has the support of Celestial Dragons behind him, and his strength is comparable to that of Admiral. It's natural to be arrogant. This. Not to mention what Guernica was thinking in her heart. When Sengoku took the secret document brought by CP0 and opened it to read, Sengoku was stunned. The secret documents that were opened turned out to be the high-level combat power information of the Ogunjana Kingdom. Ulquiorra Cifer. Identity: Commander of the Guards Corps of the Kingdom of Ogunjana, 4th in the Espada Corps. Information: under normal conditions, his strength is Admiral level. After undergoing the return to the blade transformation, he once suppressed Marine Admiral Kizaru with strength, destructive power, and speed, and seriously injured him and broke one of his legs. Preliminary judgment shows that the target is extremely dangerous, on the same level as the Pirate Four Emperors. Yami Largo. Status: 10th Espada Legion. Information: his strength is hard to estimate. He once brutally murdered CP0 member Tang and Felix unilaterally. Preliminary judgment requires 3 elite Vice Admirals to defeat. The Siren of Destruction Water Demon Bazaar. Identity: known as Marine Vanguard General. Information: the strength is unknown. It is suspected that those who take the ability to control seawater or telekinesis can set off a 100-meter level tsunami. Preliminary judgment: Aokiji Admiral needs to be dispatched to kill him first. Tir Haribal. Identity: Princess Roy of King Jana 9. Information: not enough information. Elsa Scucaretto. Identity: Princess Roy of King Jana 9. Information: insufficient information. Ogunjana 9, King Roy. His strength is unknown, he is 17 years old and the last member of his royal family. This man is extremely dangerous. He has the Imperial level Espada Legion under his command, tens of thousands of Minos Grande, and dozens of Jillian Minos Grande. Their destructive power is astonishing. If possible, control this person at all costs. Ogunjana Kingdom Intelligence Summary. It is currently known that there are 2 members of the Espada Legion on the surface, the 4th Espada and the 10th Espada, and the remaining members are currently unknown. It requires at least 5 Marine Admirals, dozens of Marine Vice Admirals, and 100,000 elite Marines to conquer. All the information that CP0 was able to find out was recorded in the case. In order to obtain this piece of information, all members of CP6 sent out were destroyed. 1 person in CP0 died again, and 2 people were seriously injured and fled. The dead CP0 was a female agent who lurked into the palace and pretended to be a maid. After successfully exploring some information, it wasn't long after the information was spread. The entire stronghold was directly lifted up, and all the agents were killed. Only the 2 remaining CP0 members were lucky enough to escape from the Ogunjana Kingdom. Damn it! Are you asking naval headquarters to launch a war against 2 Four Emperors regiments at the same time? Looking at the information given in the intelligence report, Sengoku felt bad all over. He was so tired that he even wanted to throw the information in his hand directly at the face of CP0 in front of him and tell him to take the secret information and go back to the Holy Land. Let those old immortals deal with the Ogunjana Kingdom. Directly dispatching 5 Marine Admirals, dozens of Marine Vice Admirals, and 100,000 elite officers and soldiers at once? Can New World still fight? Can Naval Headquarters and Impel Down still hold on? Damn it! Chapter 41. What a world-class joke! Mobilize such a huge high-end combat force, as well as low and mid-range elite military forces. The defense strength of the entire naval headquarters will be reduced to an unimaginable level. If you are not careful, after the hostile forces learn of this situation, naval headquarters may even encounter a large-scale raid. Impel down the large underwater prison, and the most violent riots are more likely to occur. If someone were to rob the prison at this moment, there would be no support from naval headquarters, both internally and externally. Impel down must be broken. Immediately, thousands of heinous criminals escaped from prison, with unimaginable consequences. Finally, back to the Espada Legion. The remaining 8, no matter how useless they are, must have the strength of a Vice Admiral. The top 3, no matter how weak they are, will probably not be any weaker than the veteran elite Vice Admirals. To deal with such a powerful kingdom, I'm afraid we will have to drain all the naval headquarters' combat power. In this case, it is better to recruit the opponent directly. Take Shishibukai for example. Although some Shishibukai are still doing evil, they are still under Marines' control, right? In fact, 5 Elders has not thought about this issue. However, after considering the special characteristics of the Ogunjana Kingdom, I gave up directly. Keeping such a powerful kingdom is always a disaster. It would be better to just let the naval headquarters launch a war and destroy it. It can not only weaken the power of naval headquarters to a certain extent, but also eliminate the worries of the world government. Why not do it? After all, the world government allocates hundreds of billions of dollars to naval headquarters every year to maintain troops for thousands of days and use them for N hours. The world government will not watch naval headquarters continue to grow. When the time comes, it is not what the 5 Elders want to see. This is something Sengoku, Commander He, Garp, and even Kong all know very well. I know. After deploying the fleet within 3 days, we will immediately launch a buster call to go to the Ogunjana Kingdom to carry out the annihilation mission. Putting down the information in his hand, Sengoku looked at Guernica and said. The arrow had to be fired when it was on the string, and now Sengoku could only do it. However, naval headquarters certainly cannot simply follow orders. At the very least, the world government must devote a lot of resources to naval headquarters. Sengoku's eyes became extremely sharp, and there was a shrewd light in them. 3 days? Guernica frowned calmly. The usual buster call is that once someone presses the golden phone bug, it will start immediately. Oh! This time, 5 admirals and dozens of Marine Vice Admirals will be dispatched, 100,000 elite Marine soldiers. That's okay. It is still possible for the 5 admirals to gather within 3 days, but if it is necessary to gather 100,000 elite Marines, Guernica is not very promising. How can it be so easy to deploy elites? However, these have nothing to do with him. Well, farewell, Your Majesty Marshal. Guernica nodded, turned, and left the Marshal's office. After Guernica left the Justice Building in Naval Headquarters, a figure suddenly appeared next to him. The person who came was clearly another CP0 member who was accompanying him. Mission accomplished, let's go. He didn't pay much attention to his CP0 colleague Guernica who suddenly appeared. He said casually and took the lead to move forward. Naval Headquarters still needs 3 days to deploy manpower to launch the buster call, but their CP0 does not need to wait for Marine to set off. They have more important tasks. That is to go to the Ogunjana Kingdom again and find the real hiding place of the national treasure. However, what Guernica didn't notice was when the two turned around. The hot wind blowing from the coast lifted the hat of another CP0, revealing the back of his head for a moment. Hidden in the hair, emitting extremely weak fluorescence, the black gear. This CP0 is one of the 2 CP0 members who escaped from the Ogunjana Kingdom. It can be said that the CP agency has been discovered by many hollows from the moment it entered the Ogunjana King's city. It was Roy's credit that these 2 people were able to leave alive. He selected one of them to become a chess piece in his hand, and then let the other CP0 go, allowing both of them to escape at the same time to avoid attracting attention if one of them escaped alone. In other words, any strategy carried out by the world government and the 5 elders against the Kingdom of Ogunjana through CP0 will be known to Roy in advance. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. Roy will not underestimate the strength of his opponent just because his own side is strong. Under the mask, CP0, who was controlled by the dark gear, showed a strange smile. This kind of power that is several times stronger is so exciting. I must make more contributions to His Majesty Roy and become stronger. CP0, wearing a fox face, roared passionately in his heart. From that day on, he was caught and controlled and implanted with this black gear by that man. He was a little scared at first, but after receiving the blessing of the dark gear, he was completely addicted. Without him, it was all because of the power of the dark gear that increased his strength several times. You're so excited. Sorry 5 elders, Guernica, I didn't want to do that either. However, His Majesty gave too much. Chapter 42. The Kingdom of Ogunjana. After a month of recruitment training, 50,000 recruits have begun to take shape. Including the original 15,000 soldiers and the 60,000 soldiers recruited by the 2 countries, the current Ogunjana Kingdom has 125,000 soldiers. In addition to daily physical training, these soldiers receive no additional special training every day. Either fighting against ordinary hollows and being tortured, or exercising their willpower and courage under the shroud of Jillian Minos Grand's Ryotsu. I have to say, the effect is surprisingly good. As mentioned before, it is affected by the special rules and energy of this world. Ordinary humans can also see the existence of hollows, and even cannons can have actual effects on hollows. Under such conditions and through hard training and special training, the physical fitness and strength of the soldiers throughout the kingdom increased rapidly. Coupled with the customized training plan of Shiosi, the former naval headquarters rear admiral, the strength of army soldiers will inevitably catch up with the marine elite in the future, and finally surpass them. After all, naval headquarters does not have such conditions. There will be a large group of monsters watching you every day, torturing you from morning till night. And Jillian Minos Grande helps you exercise your willpower and courage, and even, improve your soul pressure. Every day, I spend time with these monsters. Although there is an absolute order engraved by Roy, it is not allowed to take action against the country's own people. But every day you face a monster that looks like it wants to eat you, a soldier who grew up in this environment. When facing foreign enemies, they are as fierce as tigers, and no ordinary kingdom can withstand them. These soldiers are the brave vanguard group in Roy's hands that will launch a large-scale national war in the future. The best soldiers among them were organized into a regiment by Roy. Tiger Pioneer Regiment, totaling 20,000 people. The general strength can survive 5 minutes in the hands of low-level cannon fodder. For ordinary humans, this is already a very good result. In addition, as early as a month ago, Roy asked COC to train 500 elite soldiers. To this day, only 50 people have successfully mastered armament haki. These 50 people were included in the elite files and served as key training targets. Became the sharp knife group under Shiosi's hands. According to Roy's own wishes, he can continue to summon characters to continuously improve the strength of the kingdom. However, the foundation stone underneath must also be solid. Ding, the legend of your kingdom is widely spread, the reputation value reaches the standard, and the comprehensive national strength reaches the standard. Open the Unparalleled Empire template. Your kingdom is currently at level 1 and will receive a draw buff reward and 2,000 source coins. Currently, 1 kingdom buff attribute can be extracted. Do you want to extract it? Sudden. Roy, who was holding a rich soft elastic and white rabbit pillow, paused for a moment. What's wrong? A puzzled expression appeared on Urza's pretty face. You dog man, how come you suddenly stopped doing your normal business? Extract. Although he didn't quite understand what was going on, Roy knew very well that this was not a bad thing for him. Ding, congratulations on getting the first kingdom increase buff Power of the Tiger and Leopard. Power of the Tiger and Leopard, all the people recognized by the Kingdom of Ogunjana and those who identify with the kingdom will receive the strength, speed and physique of the Tiger and Leopard, and the 3 attributes will be strengthened. Hey guys, what the hell is this? Is it true that everyone is as fierce as a tiger? Roy was shocked. The first reward of the newly opened Unparalleled Empire template was so generous. Equip the buff effect. No. After Roy thought for a moment, he immediately chose no. Such a heaven-defying buff effect cannot be used casually. Otherwise, when the time comes, people in the entire kingdom will suddenly find that they have become infinitely powerful, with explosive speed, strength, and physique. I don't know what will happen, what kind of trouble will be caused. The best way to deal with it is to operate it yourself and then wear it to complete the national ascension ceremony. System, please explain. His body twitched violently, and Roy calmly muttered to himself. Urza. Ding, Wushuan Empire template, the kingdom controlled by the master continues to improve its overall strength and level up. Every time you level up, the owner will get a chance to extract buff effects, as well as generous unpredictable rewards. In addition, half an hour later, with the final blow, the dam releases its torrent. Roy also completely understood the function of the Wushuan Empire template explained by the system. We have been playing Emotion for a month, and the system is still a king development and summoning flow system. View Kingdom panel properties. After comforting Urza, who had gained a lot for a moment, Roy muttered silently. Ogunjana Kingdom. National Strength, 890, Comprehensive. Reputation, 1021. Level, 1, National Power x1, Reputation x2 to upgrade by 1 level. Buff, Power of Tiger and Leopard, not worn. Main Island, Omo Giant Island. Main City, Jana Royal Capital, Lance Town, ISS Town, Laluo Town, Omo Town, Old Royal Capital, 7 villages. Click to view details. Its islands, Paroli, Sok, towns, abbreviated. Click to view details. Land area, 21,400 square kilometers. Population, 115 plus 47.4 equals 1.624 million. It's really quite big, the land area. After reading the kingdom's digitized attribute panel, Roy clicked his tongue. It can be said that such a land area is equivalent to 5 Wanakuni. It's just that it's only such a small area. Roy was slightly upset. Moreover, the comprehensive national power of the Ogunjana Kingdom is too low. Tongzi, what is the comprehensive national strength of world government? Count world government alone. Curious, Roy asked in his mind. World Government Comprehensive National Strength, 12800. Chapter 43. 12800. Roy was surprised when he heard the answer given by the system. But I soon felt relieved. Thinking back on the development of the world government for 800 years, during this period it has attracted many joining countries and sucked the flesh and blood of these kingdoms. It is indeed normal to have the comprehensive national strength we have today. The comprehensive national strength of the Okugana Kingdom is only a fraction of that of others. After the Buster Call incident is over, let's reopen the country and restart foreign trade. Because of the recent major events in the Ogunjana Kingdom, there have been no foreign merchant ships and tourists coming here for half a year. If it hadn't been for conquering the kingdoms of the 2 white-eyed wolves and obtaining a large amount of gold, silver, treasures and supplies, the Ogunjana Kingdom would have been in some trouble. It doesn't matter if no one dares to come. Wait until he crushes all the Buster Calls launched by naval headquarters. Then you won't be afraid that no one will come, but you should be afraid that too many people will come. Joke. How majestic and terrifying is a kingdom that can annihilate even the top Buster Call fleet of naval headquarters. In real time, whether they are looking for information, admirers, or people who are curious to join in the fun and check in. It is conceivable that the Ogunjana Kingdom will definitely become the most eye-catching and influential existence in the world by then. Suddenly, Roy's face showed a strange expression. After cleaning up, he left the inner room of the palace. After a while, I came to the huge study room. It is said to be a study room for office use, but in fact it is not an exaggeration to say it is a small library. Spacious and bright office area, sitting on the leather sofa chair at the desk. Oh? Is it finally here? I'm getting a little bored waiting. After ending the conversation with the controlled CP0, Roy said to himself while supporting his jaw. Haha, the remaining 8 espadas are all soldiers and generals, so they don't exist. That's right, then I have to create a big surprise for you. He recalled the information reported to him by CP0, who was controlled by Dark Gear a few days ago. Roy suddenly felt like laughing. Looked at the remaining source currency balance. 11,940. Just in time for a Byakugan 10 company and a Golden 10 company. I originally thought that the source currency would not be enough. But after looking at Roy, I realized that he had turned off the system prompts. I found out after checking the records. Yami got 390 source coins after killing Felix, plus 530 source coins after recently killing CP6, and 350 source coins from the dead CP0 female agent. A total of 1,270 origin coins. Demon Bazaar and Admiral Army Shiose led the army to conquer the two kingdoms, and once again annihilated another 70,000 army soldiers. Another 7,200 source coins were obtained. Finally, adding the remaining source coins, a total of 11,940 source coins remain. P.S. There is also the previous ability of the saber-toothed tiger. These are all missed details. This is the mistake of the rabbit, and I have applied for permission to modify it from the editor. Sorry. System, let's summon a Silver 10 company first. It's still the familiar summoning space of the cosmic starry sky. As Roy finished speaking, the white and silver stars shone brightly. Ding, you spent 1,000 source coins to perform the Silver 10th summon. You obtained the following summons. Ding, congratulations on summoning the hot weapon Infinite Bullets Golden Desert Eagle. Ding, congratulations on summoning the character, the 3rd Espada Subordinate Officer Sunsun. Ding, congratulations on summoning the character, the 3rd Espada Subordinate Officer Apache. Ding, congratulations on summoning the character, the 3rd Espada Subordinate Officer Myra Rhodes. Ding, congratulations on summoning 30 vehicles Shinigami Captain Level Ryotsu. Ding, congratulations on summoning the innate ability Shadow Emperor. Ding, congratulations on summoning the Blood Succession Limit Ice Escape. Ding, congratulations on summoning 10 members of the Quincy team. Ding, congratulations on summoning 300 members of the Quincy Guards Knights. Ding, congratulations on summoning the Special Magic Giant Transformation. Ding, you have obtained the 3rd Espada Subordinate Officer Sunsun, Apache, Myra Rhodes, Many Quincy. 30% of the strength, natural abilities, and their equipment weapons. Good guy. This is the first Bun 10th summon, and it actually yields such amazing results. Roy couldn't believe it. The silver level is already so high, what about the next gold 10 consecutive summons? Moreover, they also took out all 3 subordinate officers of Haribel's wife. Are you not going crazy with these 3 sisters now? And the system, stop playing tricks. If you keep doing this, Maguruma Kensei will really cry and faint in the toilet. How can we always use 6 Karsang as the unit of measurement for combat power? This time, no cannon fodder appeared. Seeing that there was no note from the cannon fodder in the 10th company, Roy was a little unbelievable. Quincy. Could it be that the system is planning to release a Quincy series for him? Interesting. Think about the abilities of the members of the Star-Cross group in the original book, which are comparable to bug-level holy writing abilities. Roy was starting to look forward to it. The final giant turning magic. The moment he saw this magic, Roy thought of one thing first. Gigantization, Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi. In this way, the computer will have a large enough plug-in adapter. Ahem, this is a bit far-fetched. Talk about it later, talk about it later. System, Golden 10 consecutive summons. Ding, you spent 10,000 source coins to perform the silver 10th summon. You obtained the following summons. Ding, congratulations on summoning a character, a member of the Star-Cross group. Chapter 44. Ding, you spent 10,000 source coins to perform the Golden 10 consecutive summons. You obtained the following summons. Ding, congratulations on summoning the character, Star-Cross group member Ibambietta Basta Marriage. Ding, congratulations on summoning the character, Ice Queen Aces. Ding, congratulations on summoning 300 members of the Quincy Patrol Knights. Ding, congratulations on summoning 500 elite Quincy Guards. Ding, congratulations on summoning the Substitute Messenger, the World. Ding, congratulations on summoning 7 Dragon Balls 3-star Dragon Ball. Ding, congratulations on summoning the character, the 5th Espadon Neutra Gilga. Ding, congratulations on summoning the flawless version of Rin Egan. Ding, congratulations on summoning the character, the 6th Espada Grimjo Jaeger Jacques. Ding, congratulations on summoning the innate ability King of Fusion. Ding, you have obtained Star-Cross members Ibambietta Basta Marriage, Aces, the 5th Espadon Neutra Gilga, the 6th Espada Grimjo Jaeger Jacques, etc., and many have been destroyed. Qushi, 30% of his strength, innate abilities, and his equipment and weapons. After all the golden light groups in front of you disappeared. Feeling that his whole body suddenly exploded like a missile at this moment, and his strength increased a lot, Roy breathed out heavily. This feels so good. What's even more exciting is that this time, after 10 consecutive summons, the results were simply explosive. Not only did he summon powerful characters from the Star-Cross group, unlock a new series of character card pools, he also gained several talents. If the Bread Vampire Dio was summoned, Roy would have to press his head, make a hole in his temple and say, "Yes, I'll be gagged too." As a rule, first look at the detailed information on things like talents and abilities. Roy was not in a hurry to summon the characters and sat on a comfortable leather office chair after exiting the summoning space. Click to view the detailed information of the summoned items one by one. First of all, Roy opened the panel Introduction to the Talent Ability King of Fusion. King of Fusion. Quality, Platinum. Type, Fusion, Creation. Effect, integrate several talents, abilities, and skills into one to create a stronger King of Talents. And the original abilities and skills will not be lost. Note, items, equipment, weapons, and props have the same effect. Rating, Awesome. ×3. Great Smart Form. After reading the detailed panel introduction of the Fusion King's talents and abilities, Roy only had one thought. Powerful. Invincible and strong. This talent was indeed as good as he expected. Roy had already thought about the talents, abilities, and skills he would acquire as he summoned more and more characters. Weapons, equipment, props, treasures and items will also become more and more complex. There were so many complex talents, abilities, skills, and equipment that Roy felt a headache. Therefore, he really wanted a similar ability like the Cute King that could solve this problem. And the system that sensed Roy's strong thoughts did as he wished, allowing him to summon the ability to solve this problem. The King of Fusion emerges at the historic moment. The more question marks there are, the greater the potential. From the looks of it, the potential of this innate ability is terrifying. The problem that had troubled him for many days was finally solved, and Roy relaxed a lot. Then check it out. The world. Quality, Platinum. Type, Spiritual Soul, Substitute. Effect, having a body-linked stand-in has incredible power. The stand-in is powerful and can pause time. Evaluation, after being strengthened by some mysterious power, he obtained transcendent evolutionary improvement. The damage is entirely borne by the substitute. After the substitute dies, it will absorb energy and slowly regenerate. After merging with you again, time will increase. Flawless Rin again. Quality, Platinum. Type, Eye Technique, Creation. Effect, both eyes have magical and powerful abilities, the legendary Eye of Creation. Rin Egan is used by owners without side effects. Comments, comes with Sage Body. In addition to Shadenla, it can also be used with other energy sources. Shadow Emperor. Quality, Platinum. Genre, Manipulation, Darkness. Effect, freely enter the shadow world and be able to dominate everything in the shadow world, including creating shadow core and 9 ghostly creature core. Evaluation, the Emperor of the Shadow World, billions of shadow creatures bow to him. Blood succession limit ice escape. Quality, Gold. Type, Fusion, Bloodline ability. Effect, comes with wind and water chakra attributes, and is proficient in wind style and water style ninjutsu. The ability to manipulate ice. Comment, the magician is knocking on your door, wanting to learn magic without chanting. Magic giantization. Quality, Platinum. Type, Ancient Magic. Effect, after activating magic power, you can control any part of your body or your whole body to become a giant. The maximum value is -10 to 100 times, depending on the user's magic power. Evaluation, it has already grown to a huge size, so it's not surprising that it can shrink relatively, right? The remaining 3-star Dragon Ball and the Infinite Bullet Desert Eagle are also of no use for the time being. The former is Platinum grade because it is not petrified, while the latter is Silver grade. Now that you have read everything, then, come out, my soldiers. Roy raised his hand and waved casually. Several summoned Uzumaki doors suddenly appeared. Chapter 45. Summons the Uzumaki Gate to appear. A pair of long military boots stepped out of Uzumaki's door first. She has long hair that reaches her waist, with bright black and purple hair, and a pair of slender palms pressing her military cap, revealing a delicate yet arrogant Lolita face. Wearing a white cape and a white military uniform that bulged in front of his body. The lower body is a white pleated short skirt. Star-Cross member E, leader of the female team, Bambietta Basta is getting married. The captain of the 4-girl group of the Star-Cross Legion. Oh, and there's also the pervert cross-dressing boss Gigi. This guy is a real pervert. Following her were several of the most powerful Quincy captains, deputy captains, and brigade captains. This was summoned by Roy selectively. We can't summon all the Quincy, right? This can only be taken outside later, and then all will be released. After Bambietta came out, from an Uzumaki door next to her, a man also wearing a white military uniform and white military boots came out. The dark blue hair that hangs down past her waist is matched with the woman's proud and delicate face. The whole person is so awesome that she is full of aura of royal sister and queen. Ice Queen Asts. Next to the 2 women, 2 Uzumaki doors opened, and 2 men came out with grins and happy smiles. A boy with a sunny smile and a boy with a healthy smile. One collar is in the shape of a circle, commonly known as a round head, and the corners of the mouth are grinning almost to the base of the ears. Wearing an eye patch over his left eye, his face is filled with a healthy smile. He was carrying a huge weapon with 2 figure-8 crescent-shaped blades on his waist, an iron chain connected to the end of the handle, and a black death scythe weapon at the other end. Coming out with him was a young man with light blue broken hair. With his hands in his pockets, his unruly expression showed a big mouthful of white fang, and there were half a row of neat fangs hanging on one cheek, revealing a sunny smile. The last Uzumaki door opened, and 3 girls with different faces came out. Sun, Apache, Myra Rhodes. Haribel's 3rd subordinate officer. Bambietta Basta's marriage. Asts. Neutra. Grimjo. Sun, Apache, Myra Rhodes. The patrol leader, the guard leader, the elite guard leader. See His Majesty the King. Looking at a dozen people half kneeling in front of him, Roy nodded with satisfaction. I have to say this is really cool. If all these people at the scene were released, the whole world would be turned upside down before long. And they are the very powerful subordinates in his hands. Only obey and submit to his orders. Get on your feet, there's no need to be so cautious about your words and deeds. Roy raised his hand, and everyone's half-kneeling figures were slowly lifted up to stand upright. This method suppressed some people. Thank you, Your Majesty the King. After feeling that Roy had no ill intentions, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Interesting. In front of the crowd, they looked at Roy's handsome face. Ace stared hard, imprinting Roy's every minute change in his mind. "So cute, Your Majesty Roy yet?" "Seems like yes." Seeing Ace's beautiful queen's face that was starting to turn slightly red, Roy responded with a shallow smile. Then, the properties of the crowd panel were opened. It's just that he didn't realize it at the moment, but his smile made the cold ice girl Aokiji fall in love with him completely. On the other side, Bambietta glanced at Ace coldly and said nothing. However, when his eyes looked at Roy, there was an expression of affection. Ace's level, Gold Intermediate. Innate abilities, Demonic Essence, Swordsmanship Master, Fighting Master, War Logical Thinking, Tuning Master. Race, Human. Equipment, Imperial Equipment, Devil's Essence, Sword, Western Sword. Favorability, 95. Loyalty, 100, Max. Comprehensive evaluation, the Ice Queen is extremely simple and longs for sincere love. At the same time, she is cruel and terrifying, and often kills dozens or millions of queens from other races. Bambietta Basta Marriage. Level, Gold Advanced. Innate abilities, Holy Word E Critical Strike, Quincy Complete Holy Body, Shadow Realm, Flying Scythe Kick. Race, Quincy. Equipment, Star Medal, Holy Annihilation Arrow, Forked Short Saber, Annihilation Cross. Favorability, 80. Loyalty, 100, Max. Comprehensive evaluation, he has a cruel personality and willful behavior. He does not allow anyone to refute him, and he will not allow himself to be wronged in the slightest. Once angry, it becomes a cluster bomb. Neutragilga. Level, the highest level of gold. Innate abilities, High-Speed Regeneration, Zero, Ring Spin, Finger Search, Negation Bandit, Black Accent. Race, Minos Grande, Aaron Carr. Equipment, Zanpakuto Crying Mantis. Favorability, 60. Loyalty, 100, Max. Overview. Grimjoja Edgerjax. Level, Gold Advanced. Innate abilities, Steel Skin, Sound Spin, Wang Su's Flash, Zero, Detection Circuit, Clearing the Air, Black Cavity. Race, Minos Grande, Aaron Carr. Equipment, Zanpakuto Leopard King. Favorability, 60. Loyalty, 100, Max. Comprehensive evaluation, an impatient little leopard who is unruly, disobeys orders, often acts without permission, and has his own way of doing things. Sun, Apache, Myra Rhodes. The panel attributes of the last few remaining captains, deputy captains, and captains of Quincy. Roy scanned them all roughly. Not surprisingly, they are basically Silver Intermediate to Silver Advanced, the highest level of strength. After reading everyone's panel attributes, Roy was about to say something. A figure flew towards him very quickly. Chapter 46. Poof. Ah, this expression is great too. Roy. The figure that fell on Roy was naturally Ace, who had completely fallen in love with Roy at the first sight. It was obvious that Roy was checking everyone's attribute panel, but under Ace's love filter, it was clear that he had been looking at her. After being watched for a while, love comes in a hurry like a tide. Just like a light rain in the outside world soaks the spring-filled Butterfly Valley, the grasslands are also covered by light rain, flowing quietly through every place, and finally seeping into the ground. Ace's whole body was pressed against Roy's figure, and he moved his body up and down to express his love for Roy. Woo! The violent movement caused the huge granary hidden in front of Ace to open up a little. Roy felt as if the soft, fragrant clouds in the sky were playing with him. Caught off guard, he ate Yun Duo until he was full. Hey! You guy, get off of His Majesty Roy! Seeing this situation, Bambietta was immediately unhappy. Damn it, how could there be such a shameless woman? They are obviously new to this world and have become His Majesty Roy's subordinates. How come they can be so shameless and directly attached to him as soon as they come up? The rest of the people, Enotra, Grimjo, the three sisters, and the Quincy did not speak. Enotra and Grimjo had no interest in females at all and would not even look at them. The Quincy's also lowered their heads deeply and remained silent. Sunsun, Apache, and Myra Rhodes lowered their heads and took a few secret glances. They were not as noisy and arrogant as Bambietta. From the moment they were summoned, they could smell the familiar scent. That is the soul breath coming from their eldest sister, Haribol. The smell of the blend of the two is absolutely unmistakable. It seems that the eldest sister of the three of them seems to have a deep relationship with His Majesty, so they can be considered people with background, right? There is His Majesty Roy behind them supporting them, so even if they make some small mistakes in the future, it should be fine. This is a solid backstage, the kind that supports the sky and is unshakable. Haha, little sister, don't be impatient. Bo. Seeing that Roy looked like a drunken man who had eaten enough, Ace tidied up his clothes and then stood up. Before getting up, he pressed a kiss on the corner of Roy's lips. Then she stood behind Roy, acting as a personal bodyguard and secretary. You guy! Being provoked by Ace in such a playful way, Bambietta's lungs were about to burst with anger. I wish I could give her an impressive lesson directly. Ahem, okay, little Bambi, Ace was just joking with you. You are not allowed to fight in private. If you let me know who is dueling in private, I will not let him off lightly. Do you understand? This sentence is not just for Bambietta and Ace. It is also a warning to Neutra and Grimjo, as well as the Quincy. Neutra and Grimjo are two fighting and killing maniacs themselves, and they even fought in the previous Hueco Mundo. This is even more true when it comes to the relationship between Hollow and Quincy. But restricted by the rules he set, that kind of life and death fight is probably impossible to happen. Some of them are just making small fuss. Yes, Your Majesty the King. Follow your supreme command, Your Majesty. After hearing what Roy said, Bambietta could only give Ace a vicious look. He bowed his head to Roy honestly and took orders as a sign of respect. Okay, there will be a court meeting tomorrow. You can all leave now. Someone will arrange your daily life. Seeing that everyone was acting honestly, Roy was extremely satisfied. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a handsome smile. In order to deal with the sudden appearance of characters, Roy had already made preparations and established a special department. As soon as these people go out, someone will come to pick them up and lead them away. Make registration, be included in the kingdom's list of special personnel, and then arrange a place to live and live in daily life. Little Bumpy, Ace, you two are going too. After glancing at Bambietta and Ace behind him, Roy spoke calmly. Women can be pampered, and they can be gentle and await all kinds of care. But when it's time to be tough, a man must be tough, as hard as steel, and speak his mind. You must not get used to it. Yes, Your Majesty. Bambietta pressed down her white military cap and did not dare to disobey any of Roy's orders. The three subordinate officers and sisters had left with peace of mind, so what could Bambietta do if she stayed here? Why don't you leave? Roy didn't look back, and a black shadow like fireworks appeared on his hand. Ace, who was motionless behind him, bit his red lips, took 2 steps forward, hugged his legs tightly, and gently hugged Roy from behind. For the time being, let me accompany you like this. Tick-tock. Roy's ears twitched slightly. It's up to you, don't disturb me next time. There is such a soft and elastic cushion, which seems really good. Ignoring Ace's tiny movements, Roy started his own path of fusion. Ding, would you like to merge all the talents of Sue plus Aaron Carr? Hiss, fusion. Roy took a deep breath solemnly and made his choice without hesitation. Chapter 47. Ding, start merging. In a library-style study room. The memory of soft bullets is a cushion. In the inner world invisible to outsiders. Roy's inner world ranges from the lowest level ordinary cannon fodder, powerful void, giant void, Jillian lower level Minos Grande, intermediate Minos Grande Agichas, to the highest level Vasto Lord level Arankar Minos Grande. All virtual talents, abilities, skills, and life characteristics. Everything gathered and solidified at this moment, and then suddenly exploded. Like the Big Bang, it shattered and slowly gathered together again to form, and finally turned into a diamond-shaped crystal. The main body of the rhombus crystal is black and grey, and is accompanied by 2 star rings that are constantly rotating. A steady stream of spiritual energy was bred from it, wandering away towards the outside world, and finally integrated into Roy's body, everywhere. Ding! All your virtual talents and abilities have been integrated into one, and you have gained a brand new domination talent and ability. Ding! Your Void series of talents and abilities have been successfully integrated, and your first dominant level talent and ability King of Return to Ruins was born. Half an hour passed. After Roy activated the Fusion King's innate ability, he felt as if most of his strength had been drained away. It wasn't until the King of Return's innate abilities were successfully integrated that the increasingly majestic and terrifying power filled his body. Roy slowly regained all his strength and improved to the next level. Now Roy feels like he can make a Jillian Minos Grande instantly decompose into a spirit child with just one look. Is this the terrifying thing about dominant level innate abilities? Without too much nonsense, Roy directly clicked on the detailed attribute introduction of this talent. King of Return to Ruins. Quality, Diamond. Type, King, Domination and Control. Effect, those with this talent can control and order their fellow creatures to act at will, and have the effects of sealing, stripping, and transferring their talents. It has the ability to directly kill the lower level Su and decompose it into the spirit child state. Note, the controlled person cannot be one level higher than the master, otherwise the ability will be invalid. Evaluation, you are the real emperor of Hueco Mundo. Powerful. It is simply invincible. Not only can he control hollows who are not one level higher than himself, that's it. Can you actually seal away Su's talents, abilities, and skills, or even strip them away and integrate them for others to use? Aren't you going to take off directly now? Good guy, when we meet, we start with a set of bans, and then strip away your talents and all your abilities. Just asking you how to fight? What? Can you only control a limit that exceeds one level of your own? Don't forget, this new dominant talent can continue to be integrated and evolved again. Not to mention other than that, Shinigami's worldview level is not that high. Aside from the ancient monsters of the past, the world of Shinigami will not have any strong people beyond diamond level at most. In addition to the three realms of this world, Soul Society and Hueco Mundo, there is also a hell space. There are old monsters inside that have been dead for who knows how many years. Perhaps there are monsters that have broken through the diamond level. Therefore, the King of Return that Roy possesses at the moment is actually above the ceiling of the Shinigami world. Don't worry, there are still those Shinigami from Soul Society waiting for me to fuse, and the Quincy. Thinking of this, Roy couldn't help but have a look of expectation in his eyes. I wonder what abilities I will get if I fuse the Spirit King? Forget it, it's too embarrassing. I originally planned to devour and fuse Roy with the Soul King after coming to the Shinigami world, but I thought of the posture of Wywak in the final phase. I immediately gave up the idea. Then just sacrifice it to the system. Oh, there are still 2 days left, don't let me down, World Government, and Naval Headquarters. After completing the first fusion, Roy planned to continue for the time being. He has only been in this world for more than a month, and there is still a lot of time to play slowly. Don't be too hasty, kill the Buster Call first. If his plan succeeds. This time, it is even possible to directly fill up the reputation value of the Ogunjana Kingdom. The only thing left is to develop comprehensive national strength and strive to improve the kingdom's level. Playing with the black flame of the Shadow Emperor rising in his hand, Roy showed a subtle smile. Roy. Suddenly, I felt the fingers on my shoulders disappear. Roy looked back. Asts had already swayed the world wave and rushed towards him. You. On the other side, New World. All nations, Cake Island. Mama. That's a big deal, Marine. What kind of treasures does that kingdom possess that warrants the dispatch of such a huge top fleet? There are actually those rats from CP0 who are cooperating, and they are already dead. 2 teams are still there, why don't you give up? Mama, this is really an unimaginable feast, I'm even a little excited. Mama. At this time, there was an open-air tea party in the castle. Charlotte Linland's exaggerated body shape gives others a great sense of oppression when she sits there. It is not difficult to tell from her series of words that Aunt Linland is also interested in the treasure that the world government covets. Open-air dessert tea party. A blonde woman with a first-class figure and appearance was enjoying dessert. And when she heard her Aunt Linlin call CP0 a mouse, she couldn't help but frown. But when I thought about my true identity, I felt relieved. Ha ha ha, Linlin, let alone you, Laozi is already a little excited. Well said. It's just that the scale this time is too terrifying. Even if we join rashly, I'm afraid we will die without a burial place. At the tea party, several underground emperors and black bosses also responded one after another. Hey, where's the news King Morgans? Where did that birdman go? It seems I was invited by someone to go to the first half of the Grand Line. Nanny. Chapter 48. How come Morgans suddenly ran back to the front half of the Grand Line? Who invited him? Is this BD going to launch a buster call on Marine? He's crazy. How dare he join in that scene? Suddenly, the whole tea party became a commotion because of the Morgans incident. After all, they, the Black Boss Emperors of the underground world, have been paying attention to the movements of the Ogunjana Kingdom and the World Government Naval Headquarters. But no matter how powerful they are in the underground world, they dare not touch the four Emperors level kingdom. Morgans, this birdman, is really fearless. Mama, Mama. I'm really looking forward to whether it will rise above the world government, or whether it will be destroyed. If you win, let's get married. Mama, Mama, Mama. Aunt Linlin's eyes flashed with anticipation. However, this should be impossible. This time, Naval Headquarters launched the most terrifying buster call ever. To be honest, even she herself felt that this buster call was coming to destroy her. Her pirate group must be doomed as well, there is no way they can stop Marine from being trampled so horribly. This was definitely the scariest buster call she had ever seen in decades. It's not just Charlotte Linlin. The other four emperors, big and small forces from all over the world, are also curious and shocked. I was shocked by the huge fleet dispatched by Naval Headquarters this time. Naval Headquarters was so frightened that the Whitebeard pirates, who were already gathering pirates, cancelled their trip to Ogunjana Kingdom. For no other reason than that, the Ogunjana Kingdom must be destroyed. And on a sea area dozens of miles away from the Ogunjana Kingdom. In the white mist on the sea, 100 marine warships slowly appeared. In order to completely wipe out the Okugana Kingdom at once, the world government has spent a lot of blood this time. This buster call expedition alone cost at least 2 billion Baileys in military expenditures. Not to mention the expenses incurred during the deployment of elite marine officers and soldiers from other marine branch bases. These are all matters that are dispatched by Marine and ultimately handed over to the world government for full reimbursement and reimbursement. In this case, Sengoku is no longer polite to the world government. Directly launched 100 warships. Among them, there are as many as 40 top-level marine warships, and the cost of each one is at least 780 million Baileys. The remaining 60 warships are all relatively ordinary warships, each costing 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 billion Baileys. A warship is the price of a pacifist. This operation will be a war in which Naval Headquarters demonstrates the terrifying power of Naval Headquarters to kingdoms and evil forces around the world. This operation was personally led by Marine Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru. The top combat powers are the Marine 3 Admirals, Kizuru Porisalino, Akina Sakazuki, and Aokiji Kyuzan. Admiral Alternate, Momuzagi Jun, Cha Dome added. There are 20 elite Marine Vice Admiral elites in total. Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral, Ghost Spider, Doberman, Dalmatia, Burning Mountain, Stolo Berry, Bastille, Stiers, etc. There are also 3 giants, Vice Admiral, Giant, Rockver, and Rance. Well, the first few Vice Admirals are elites, and the ones at the back are just there to make up the numbers. In addition, 100,000 elite Marines were finally gathered together. Even the pacifist Tyrant Bear newly developed by Marine has been brought to a total of 30 units by Marine. Faced with such a terrifying buster call, it's no wonder that Charlotte Linlin was almost frightened when she saw the intelligence. Cold sweat broke out from the back of his forehead. Of course, she didn't know that pacifists existed. Otherwise, I probably would have remembered to contact Kaido of the Beasts immediately. Finally, Naval Headquarters also tentatively issued a summons to Shishibukai. However, the results were far from satisfactory. Only Kikuya Jinbei and Gekko Moria agreed. Oh, by the way, Gekko Moria has not yet encountered the Straw Hat crew at this time. Gekko Moria is a war scene large enough to pick up missing bodies. As for why Kikuya Jinbei came, this is worth thinking about. Lord Sengoku, is there something wrong with doing this? On the main ship, Kikuya Jinbei looked at Sengoku with a serious expression on his face. Jinbei also understood the cause of the matter. But he could only sigh in his heart that the world was unfair. However, as he approached the waters of the Ogunjana Kingdom, he couldn't help but ask questions. Needless to say, this is an order from the world government. Sengoku was still looking at the sea in the distance, his expression unchanged. It's just the twinkling look in his eyes that shows the different thoughts in his heart. Understood. Hearing this, Jinbei stopped talking. Sengoku's meaning is already obvious, so Jinbei naturally won't break the casserole and ask the truth. Hey, upward arrow, up right arrow, he rightward arrow, down right arrow. Corpse. Shadow. Gekko Moria's face was full of excitement and anticipation. In such a large-scale war, I don't know how many strong men will die. By then, these will be the materials for him to become stronger. Kaido, just wait for Laozi. Everyone around looked at Gekko Moria with disdain. What is this guy thinking and what is his agenda? They couldn't be more aware. Want to get the corpses and shadows of marine elites? Go ahead and dream. They will definitely keep an eye on this guy. We are about to enter the sphere of influence of the Ogunjana Kingdom. It's a bit weird here, so be careful. Looking at the Dead Sea around him, Crane Vice Admiral immediately sensed a crisis. Yes, it's really quiet here. Sengoku also nodded in agreement, the look on his face becoming more solemn. And it was at this moment. Pang, boom. Suddenly, the calm sea exploded. The originally calm sea surface seemed to be like a quilt, being bulged high by some creature, and then countless seawater crashed and crashed. Watch out! It's the big sea kings. Chapter 49. It's a large sea king's attack. Adjust the gun and fire. Enter Rear Admiral and Colonels. As the huge waves swept in, several warships were scattered. In an instant, dozens of people were killed and injured. After the waves passed, the officers and soldiers on the warship at the end edge forced themselves to calm down. Command operations began. Only one end of the Sea Kings was exposed out of the sea. Only half of its body was hundreds of meters high, and it launched an attack on the warship under its body. This is a weird Sea Kings of unknown type of fish. Its huge fins are like steel blades. The main body of the body is black and white, and the huge lantern eyes that are magnified 10 times are blood red. The section-by-section belly of the tire is like steel, slippery and shiny with seawater. Just as soon as it appeared, the terrifying momentum frightened many weaker non-commissioned officers. It's just a 100-meter Sea King's beast, kill him. There was a colonel holding a samurai sword and shouting angrily to regain the fighting spirit of the soldiers. As he spoke, he soared into the sky, running up and down on the moonwalk at high speed, and slashed out with the katana in his hand. Oh! There was a sharp explosion, and a white slashing wave flew out from his katana, and then struck hard on the forehead of the Sea Kings with a dinosaur head in front of him. The slashing wave hit, but it was like a drop of water hitting the steel plate, breaking into countless small water droplets, and then disappeared. The dinosaur-headed Sea Kings blinked, then became furious. Dash! The next moment, the dinosaur-headed Sea Kings suddenly lunged forward and bit. Help! Poof! The huge sharp teeth engulfed it directly, and then tore it into pieces and swallowed it. Penglong! Immediately afterwards, it flicked its tail and turned over, and its body of more than 200 meters long below rolled up a large wave of waves and hit the warship. Ah! Fire! Blow him up! Seeing this scene, the elite marine officers and soldiers on the warship were instantly stunned, as if they saw their own wife waving to them. Dozens and hundreds of special cannonballs burst out one after another, hitting Sea King's body. However, there are special shells that can usually damage Sea Kings of several hundred meters. When faced with the monster in front of him, there was no harm at all. It just had the effect of blowing it up to ashes and knocking it back a little distance. Die! Damn beast! Just after the dinosaur-headed Sea Kings caused a tsunami and destroyed 3 warships with their huge bodies, a man with a mohawk and a suit wearing a justice coat finally arrived. Bah! Not talking too much nonsense during the meeting, the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral took action with anger and slashed out a blue-white slash wave tens of meters long. The thick skin that could not even be damaged by special cannonballs was actually torn open with a long crack by the Flying Squirrel's slashing wave. Roar! Severe pain swept through the whole body, and it was angry. The slender fins glowed with the sheen of steel and slashed horizontally with a swish sound. The sails passing along the way were cut in two. Seeing this, the Flying Squirrel Vice Admiral's brows jumped. What kind of monster is this? The fins of the fish have transformed into huge sharp swords. Moonwalk. Shave. Whoever takes this blow is a fool. The Flying Squirrel simply chose to run away. Such a huge slash came, probably weighing at least hundreds of tons in terms of strength alone. Who dares to take on this horse? Base. Crack, bang. Without any surprise, the warship under the Flying Squirrel was cut into 2 pieces. Beast, it's time to send you on your way. The figure of the Flying Squirrel disappeared in a flash, and the next moment it was in front of the Sea Kings that was about to bite. He got directly into its huge mouth, and then a cross-sword light broke open its head. The figure of the Flying Squirrel flew out after him, and then landed on the mast of a broken warship. This is the most effective way to deal with such large and giant Sea Kings. Destroy it directly from the inside and make the opponent die in an instant. Looking at Sea Kings who have rolled their eyes and died. He frowned, just as he entered the body of the Sea Kings. He seemed to see something inside, but the speed was too fast at the time, and he had to seize the opportunity to kill the Sea Kings instantly. So I didn't pay too much attention to it, and gave up after thinking about it. It's just that Flying Squirrel didn't know that it was his indifference this time that caused him to miss an excellent opportunity to solve a major crisis. Crisis resolved. On the warship at the end, all the Marines looked happy to have escaped death. The Sea King's raid happened so suddenly and quickly that many people didn't react. He was disrupted. Now, I have recovered. However, the 2 Marine Vice Admirals in charge of the fleet here were sweating. There was no other reason. Vice Admiral, the Flying Squirrel responsible for the major security of other fleet parts, came over to resolve the crisis. They are still making soy sauce. The Buster Call fleet had just entered Ogunjana's sphere of influence when it was attacked by the large Sea Kings. How is this going? This is obviously not the calm belt, so why are there large Sea Kings here? Listening to the number of casualties reported by his subordinates, Sengoku was deeply puzzled and filled with unspeakable anger. In this Sea King's raid, 3 warships at the rear edge were destroyed in an instant, and then another warship was cut in half. The number of casualties exceeded hundreds of elite marine officers and soldiers. There's something wrong with this Sea Kings, it seems to have been artificially modified and enhanced. It is absolutely impossible for normal Sea Kings to have such terrible destructive power. Chapter 50. Looking at the materials in his hand that had just been edited and sent over, the wrinkles on Staff Officer He's old face suddenly became more wrinkled. Just one sweep of the shark fin can instantly cut off the hard mast of the warship, and even split the extremely hard steel warship in half. What kind of monster is this? But soon, without giving everyone much time to think, a more violent attack came. Boom boom! Boom boom boom! On the sea surface, one after another soaring water columns exploded into the sky. When the torrential sea water fell freely, the terrifying energy contained in it hit the warship hard. An unknown number of marine elites were crushed to death and drowned in this wave of seawater attacks. Giant Sea Kings with body lengths exceeding 1,000 meters have appeared. The torrential waves caused by the giant Sea Kings, which are more than 1,000 meters tall, are terrifying and ferocious. The amount of seawater carried up by just half of the body when it broke through the sea was already extremely terrifying. After emerging from the water, a large amount of seawater suddenly fell freely and crashed, possessing extremely terrifying power, directly taking away one living life after another. Sea water poured directly into the deck of the warship and rushed into the cabin. Countless marine soldiers screamed, either being smashed to death by the sea water or being carried away by the sea water, then passed out in the sea water, and finally drowned in the sea water. Marines can still defend against flying cannonballs and other objects, but how can they defend against seawater pouring from the sky? Obviously, the Marines were unable to effectively respond to this sudden seawater attack. What made the Marines even more desperate was that tsunamis tens of meters high and hundreds of meters high came roaring towards them. This is the enemy's intention, to bury them directly on the sea. Ice Age. However, at the next moment, 2 ice rays shot into the sky. Shoot at the huge tsunamis and waves coming from all directions. Kaka, Kaka. The sea surface is frozen. Aokiji's figure fell from the sky, stood on the mast, and said in a rather helpless tone, "Really, no matter how much trouble there should be a limit. I'm really envious. Senior Garp can actually stay at naval headquarters to guard it." Aokiji stroked the blindfold on his forehead, with a look of laziness and envy in his eyes. He's not interested at all in things like sending out a buster call to annihilate a kingdom. Whenever something like this happens, no one knows how many innocent civilians will die. Shugeki. As expected of Aokiji Admiral. The entire sea area was frozen in an instant, so powerful. Saved. On the fleet, countless Marines cheered when they saw this, loudly praising Aokiji's powerful abilities. Humph! What an ugly gesture! On a top battleship on the other side, Akainu looked at this scene with quite a bit of criticism. Frowning, he looked at the giant sea kings, which were over a kilometer in size and were frozen into ice sculptures. Hey, hey, hey! Sakazuki, are you planning to use your devil fruit ability here? I really can't stand you. Are you planning to burn your colleagues to ashes too? How terrible, you monster! Just when Sakazuki had the idea to take action, a figure glowing with golden light suddenly appeared beside him. With that tone of voice, Sakazuki knew who was coming without having to guess. Humph, don't hold back, poor Asalino. Sakazuki crossed his arms and spoke with a cold snort. Last time, poor Asalino was maimed and escaped back to naval headquarters. This time he made a comeback. Sakazuki was afraid that he would be afraid of the enemy, and that it would be bad if he lost control at the critical moment. But you don't know if you think about it. After all, poor Asalino has been a Marine Admiral for more than 20 years. It's not just that. But Sakazuki couldn't help but say something to give poor Asalino a vaccination. Really, don't think too badly of me, Sakazuki. Poor Asalino didn't pay attention to Sakazuki's sarcasm. He pushed up his sunglasses and lowered his head, making it difficult to see the exact expression on his face at the moment. After the last serious injury and the withdrawal to naval headquarters, the original injured area has obviously healed, but I can still feel the pain that goes deep into my soul. But recently, this symptom has disappeared. More importantly, his strength seems to be stronger than before. And all of this happened gradually after escaping from this kingdom. I really don't know whether I should thank you or hate you, Ulquiorra-san. Click click click. Suddenly, the body of the 4,000-meter giant sea kings that was frozen by Aokiji began to tremble visibly to the naked eye. 10 seconds later, only bursts of cracking sounds were heard, followed by a large number of ice crystals breaking. The 4,000-meter giant sea kings all escaped from the trap one after another, roaring ferociously and continued to move. Nani? How is that possible? Seeing this scene, all the Marines were dumbfounded. Is there any creature that can escape from the trap on its own after being frozen by Aokiji Admiral's devil fruit ability? You are just sea kings, not top powerhouses. Strangeness. Aokiji frowned, also feeling incredible. It stands to reason that with the ice age he unleashed, it would not be that easy to directly freeze the 1,000-meter level sea kings to death. But isn't it a little unreasonable for you to be able to break out of the frozen state on your own? How could Marine know that these sea kings were all implanted with dark gears by Roy? Not only did their strength skyrocket, each of them also grew in size after being strengthened by dark gears. With the energy provided by the dark gears, not to mention, they are all transplanted with virtual abilities. If Aokiji didn't specifically target them, they wouldn't be able to completely freeze them to death. Roar! After getting out of trouble, a giant sea kings with a length of 2,500 meters broke through the sea and appeared in front of everyone. Are you kidding me? The Marines were dumbfounded. This is not the calm belt. Sea kings are already very strange, and the sea kings just a few hundred meters away were amazing enough, but now there is another one that is even more outrageous. Chapter 51. What appeared in front of everyone was a sea kings that looked like the Elder Centipede in One Punch Man. Because of the dark gear, his appearance doesn't have the same dull expression as other sea kings. Instead, he was filled with evil and darkness, and his face wore a white mask like an evil old man. Half of the towering body emerged, more than 1,000 meters long. The body was hidden and exposed, segment after segment, appearing on the sea. The whole body was filled with indescribable power. As 1,000-meter level sea kings, he has also swallowed hollows. Before that, it was transformed by Roy. This guy is the one that Roy focuses on taking care of. When I first caught it, its body length reached 1,700 meters. After implanting 2 dark gears, feeding some low-level voids that lost their minds, and transplanting several natural abilities into it, this guy's size has continued to grow until he is now 2,500 meters tall. In this way, how could the centipede sea kings exist without certain thinking ability and wisdom? At that moment, if it hadn't been for the treasure given by the master, it would have evolved and become much stronger. Maybe he would have died under the attack just now. So now it can be said to be extremely angry. Deep Sea Centipede Hollow. Level, Silver Advanced, Provisional. Innate abilities, Core Rebirth, Undersea Pressure, Tsunami, Commanding Sea Beasts, Zero, Blank Bullets, Steel Skin. Race, Sea Kings, Void. Blessing Status, Dark Gear ×2, Hollow. Favorability, 70. Loyalty, 100, Max. Comprehensive evaluation. The deep sea monster implanted with the dark gear has been transplanted with the virtual talent ability, which continues in the hollow. It will soon turn into a nightmare for all creatures in the deep sea. It is the product of Roy's transformation and strengthening after acquiring the innate ability of the returned king. Specially named Ajichas Minos Grande Mortizas, and the water demon Bazaar, went to the deep sea of Calm Belt to capture the sea kings. Roy is naturally very satisfied with the results after the transformation. Several other sea kings have also been transformed and strengthened by him, but the effects are not as good as this one. It's just that, it's more than enough to let them play with the Marine Buster Call fleet. That mark is, the mark of the Ogunjana Kingdom. At this moment, Sengoku, who suddenly noticed something when looking at the centipede sea kings who suddenly became more animalistic, his eyes narrowed. Look at the special marks on the huge head of the centipede sea kings. Sengoku's majestic eyes glared. On the forehead of the huge carapace, a flag mark of the Ogunjana Kingdom suddenly appeared. Damn it! The intelligence didn't say that the Ogunjana Kingdom has such a huge Jillian. Get out of the way! It's Zero. On the main ship, Sengoku's expression suddenly changed. Because he noticed that the space above the body of the centipede sea kings began to condense with red light. That was a terrifying laser ray that was specially marked on the intelligence collected by CP0. Sure enough, I saw the red light reflecting on the rolling sea, the terrifying Ryotsu condensed into shape, and the next moment, a laser blasted out that mapped half of the sea into the sunset. Allah, don't try to succeed. Ice cubes. Explode the pheasant's mouth. Seeing that Zero was about to hit, 7 or 8 warships were included in the sweeping target of destruction. Aokiji's figure disappeared from the mast in a flash, and the next moment he took action. With chills all over his body, a ray of ice shot out from his hand, and then turned into a huge ice bird, spread its wings and flew at high speed, and hit Zero head-on. Shishi! Boom! The two forces collided fiercely, and the high temperature of Zero immediately made the ice bird make the sound of being rapidly melted and evaporated, and a large amount of water mist rose up. Finally, there was a huge explosion. The Zero launched by Centipede Sea Kings was cancelled out by Aokiji, but the scattered aftermath still took away a few unlucky Marines. That's it, 8-foot Megatama. Xenia, unknown monster. Boom. In order not to cause more casualties, Porosalino also took action at the same time. High in the sky, Porosalino turned into a laser and flew around the centipede sea kings at high speed. Hundreds of laser bullets bombarded its body, bursting into bloody flowers. No matter how powerful its steel skin was, it could not break through to the gold level under the joint attack of 2 admirals and several sword masters vice admiral. Centipede Sea Kings was seriously injured, and finally fired several dummy bullets with a firing speed 20 times that of ordinary Zero, taking away 2 marine vice admirals. In this way, they were beaten to death together. The remaining modified Sea Kings were quickly eliminated together. Under the combined output of Naval Headquarters' terrifying high-end combat power, it would be unreasonable to not die. After half an hour of being raided, the Marines won the raid. Perhaps, this will be their only victory in this trip. Report the situation. On the main ship, Sengoku had a gloomy face, showing no anger or sadness. After experiencing this kind of battle a lot, you will get used to it. All he can do is to organize a decent funeral for the soldiers who died heroically after the war. Report, in this Sea King's raid, our army sacrificed 2 vice admirals and 2 rear admirals. There are 53 remaining school-level officers, 122 lieutenant-level officers, and 1,655 elite marine officers and soldiers. A total of 11 warships were destroyed and 3 were scrapped. Hearing this, all the Marines present had frosty expressions on their faces. They had just encountered the first wave of raids. How could they, Marine, have killed so many elite soldiers? Chapter 52. This situation completely exceeded Sengoku's expectations. Logically speaking, in order not to attract too much attention. It was also an act to prevent the Okugana Kingdom from running away with the bucket after knowing the news. As a result, Naval Headquarters' actions are stealthy from the outset, from start to departure. They are all dispersed. Only when they are about to reach this sea area, they will gather at the nearest Marine branch base and finally head towards the Kingdom of Ogunjana. But now? Ogunjana knew the news in advance and didn't tell them. She even targeted the route and carried out a surprise attack, catching them off guard. After a wave of raids, Marine's side suffered heavy casualties. After all, 4 vice admirals and rear admirals each died, and more than 1,800 elite marines died. Don't let me know who you are. Sengoku waved his hand, signaling for the school officer to step back and get busy. Looking at the sea in a mess, covered with gunpowder smoke and corpses. There was a fierce glint in Sengoku's eyes. I hate the guy who betrayed the Marine Buster Call fleet and the detailed information of this operation to the Kingdom of Ogunjana, and I wish I could tear that ghost into pieces. It actually caused their Marines Buster Call fleet to suffer such heavy casualties. Hey, this is war. You should get used to it, Sengoku. Beside him, staff officer he sighed slightly. This war hasn't officially started yet, and they've already lost half of the battle. Who could have known that Naval Headquarters was not only infiltrated by Umbu ninjas? Is there still a CP0 traitor? Marine wants to find out the Umbu ninja who is good at disguise and change technique. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Not to mention the guy CP0. As the most loyal dog under the world government and the celestial dragons, no one would doubt it. Sengoku's anger is destined to never be released. Now that the enemy has launched an attack on us, we don't have to be secretive anymore. Give me my order and move forward at full speed. This wave of advance troops raided by Roy's Sea King's Legion, coupled with the fact that there was a traitor inside Marine who passed on information. The combination of these two things undoubtedly made Sengoku, a veteran, really angry. Snort. Upon hearing Sengoku's order, Sakazuki snorted coldly. This is something that should have been done a long time ago, it's just a kingdom. So what if we have the powerful 4 emperors? The 4 emperors are like dogs, he punched Darkhound and destroyed them all. After the Marines' Buster Call fleet moved away at full speed, a small centipede Sea King's larvae, only a few dozen centimeters in size, surfaced from the water. He looked at the fleet that was going away with a look of jealousy, then climbed onto the dead body of the Hollow Sea Kings and started to feast. All his own essence has shrunk into the rebirth core, and the corpse is of no use anymore. Therefore, I can only eat the corpses of several other Hollow Sea Kings to regain strength and become stronger. The Kingdom of Ogunjana. Inside the King's Palace. Sparasi. Wonderful. It's so wonderful. Your Majesty Roy, please accept my sincere gratitude for your trust in allowing me to witness this magnificent battle that will be recorded in the history books. Ha 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 ha. From the phone bug came the cackle of a birdman. You can tell from the voice that the guy on the other end of the phone is very excited. And this guy is none other than the big boss of World Economic News, the News King Morgans, who was invited by Roy. Roy would not let go of such a good opportunity to become famous, and a war that could bring huge gold coins. Since naval headquarters can broadcast live around the world in future summit war, so can he. Take advantage of the opportunity to fight against the top buster call and annihilate Marine, the most powerful buster call in history. Not only must we show off the terrifying power of the Ogunjana Kingdom, but we must also shock Xiao Xiao and build up the reputation of the kingdom. We must step on the world government and naval headquarters to ascend to the throne. Then, start blasting gold coins hard. With a mere area of over 20,000 square kilometers and 2 small kingdoms, Roy would not be satisfied. All the surrounding kingdoms must and will become his territory. If you don't expand your territory, what kind of king will you be? What's more, the dozen or so kingdoms around here were all the territory of the Ogunjana Kingdom thousands of years ago. What is this called? This is called recovering the country, and it should be right. Don't worry, there is a bigger scene waiting for you. Roy took a sip of black tea and said calmly. Do what I tell you and don't let me down. If you mess up, you can imagine the consequences. Roy has no desire to please the Morgans. He invited Morgans to do business, but if the other party messed up this matter, he would naturally not kill him. But it's okay to boil a pot of water for this guy, put him in a sauna, and remove the fur on his legs. After all, he is not a devil. On the contrary, if Morgans gets this thing right, Morgans will be able to make big news that will set off the world again. Then make a lot of money and easily acquire dozens of goals. Ha ha ha, Your Majesty Roy, you don't need to worry about this. I, Morgan, am not good at other things, but when it comes to news, I am the best in the world. There is absolutely no doubt about that. Even if those 5 bad old men point at my head and threaten me, I, Morgans, still dare to fight against them. The phone bug who plays the role of Morgan's Birdman delivers Morgans's firm and sonorous guarantee. Indeed, the future 5th level Luffy, Morgans, ignored the warnings and threats of 5 elders and released the 5th level Luffy without any fear. Hang up bug. Haha, the show has begun. Go ahead, the stage has been set, and it's time for your performance to shock the world. With his legs crossed, Roy looked down at Espada and the others below. Follow your supreme will, Your Majesty Roy. Chapter 53. About an hour later, more than 80 warships approached the offshore waters of the Okugana Kingdom. Marshal. We have arrived at Omo Island, and we are about to enter the offshore waters of Ogunjana Kingdom. 6 or 7 nautical miles away from the giant island of Omo, a marine on the main ship reported loudly to Sengoku. P.S. 1 nautical mile equals 1.852 kilometers. 1 knot speed equals 1 nautical mile/hour. In fact, there was no need for him to summon him. Sengoku and other marine senior officials also saw it. After all, the name of the giant island of Omo is not sealed. The specific outline of the island can be seen from a long distance away. Pass my order, the fleet will spread out and form 3 volleys after 3 minutes. The continuous salvo time is 10 minutes. After officially entering the waters of the Ogunjana Kingdom, Sengoku immediately began to issue a series of attack orders. Just like previous buster calls, the first step in meeting is to clear a wave of special cannonballs. This is the first step that buster call must perform. Buster call, as the name suggests. Pay attention to the word "to," no matter who you are, how big your territory is, how powerful you are, or how many people you have. It doesn't matter, because Marine's buster call will start a 10-minute long barrage of absolute artillery fire outside your territory. In these 10 minutes, which can be called hell time, the general forces were washed underground by such terrifying artillery fire. They could not survive even 10 minutes, and most of them were destroyed. Huh? This is... A few minutes later, the Buster Call fleet began a 10-minute extermination bombardment. But when hundreds of special cannonballs burst out from the warship and shot into the Kingdom of Okugana, the Marines were all dumbfounded. Because those thousands of cannonballs fired at the Ogunjana Kingdom were all detonated in mid-air. In the blue sky that stretched for several kilometers, the flames and smoke of the explosion exploded like brilliant fireworks in an instant. What a powerful aura! Who is here? In the void, in the sky directly in front of Buster Call, the void was like a jagged zipper that opened on both sides in less than 10 seconds. A dozen cracks were torn open in the sky, and in the black cavity, there were only Jillian Minos Grande and Ordinary Void. These imaginary teams are led by Espadas, and there are many scattered characters among them. The longest and largest crack in the void was over 1,000 meters long, and then, the Marines looked at it with extremely vigilant and somewhat shocked eyes. A group of Espadas headed by Haribal stepped out of the void. And behind them, there is a group of Jillian Minos Grandes who are snarling with teeth and claws. In one of the dark voices, Ulquiorra slowly withdrew her hand. Ryotsu, who was looking extremely horrified, was also taken back. On the sea, at this time, more than a dozen hideous and roaring Minos Grande turned sea kings appeared simultaneously. There are also hundreds of small sea kings and various strange-looking sea beasts. There is a half-humanoid monster standing on the head of the leading Hollow Sea Kings. It is the Water Demon Bazaar. The Hollow Sea King's army is the army she leads and controls. In less than a moment, the entire sea area was covered with terrifying low-level voids, and Jillian Minos Grande stood directly on the sea. Low-level voids are wandering and flying in mid-air. Even Urza and Asts were given the ability to tear apart Hueco Mundo's black cavity, empty air, by Roy, who had mastered the King of Return ability. Not only that, but it also has the ability to launch Zero, spin steel skin, and many more. This can be called Bug's heaven-defying ability, and it really made all the girls of Urza eat a lot. After learning about Roy's ability, Ulquiorra and others were also shocked, marveling that His Majesty actually possesses such abilities that only gods can master. Has the rightful owner arrived? Give up your fearless resistance. You have no chance of winning in front of such a Buster Call fleet. Surrender as soon as possible. I can guarantee that the civilians of the Okugana Kingdom will not be harmed too much. And you, I can make the decision and incorporate you into the Marine or World Government. How? Looking at the people standing in the void, Sengoku and other Marines were shocked. Everyone can fly and stand in the void. Whose ability is this? Isn't it said that only those voids can fly and stand on the void? However, as the Commander-in-Chief of Buster Call, Sengoku would not let down his momentum at the beginning of the confrontation between the two armies. Directly shout for the army of the Ogunjana Kingdom to surrender. He even said something to include it. It would be great if there were some among these strong men who did not want to be involved in this war. You can eliminate some enemies with just a few words, so why not? He is indeed a smart man. But unfortunately, your naive plan is doomed to fail. After a while, Haribal, as the commander-in-chief of the entire army, spoke. Yuji's queenly temperament suddenly came into full play, making everyone on Marine's side feel a little bit incredulous. Such a huge legion is actually led by this beautiful woman with wheat-colored skin in front of him. Sengoku's sharp eyes narrowed momentarily. If a woman can be in charge of the entire army, then the commander, no matter what gender he is, must have extremely terrifying strength. Even Ulquiorra of the 4th Espada is not qualified to be a commander, so how strong does this woman have to be? Humph. It's useless to say more. You disgusting monsters will all be punished by justice. Meteor volcano. Suddenly, a sharp shout sounded. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying jet of magma flew high into the sky, heading straight towards Haribal and the others. Try to use the terrifying heat and destructive power of magma to kill them. Humans who don't know whether to live or die. Chapter 54. Sakazuki's sudden attack instantly triggered a chain reaction. Seeing that these humans in front of them dared to attack them first, the low-level hollows instantly became furious and flew forward. The battle between 20,000 low-level virtual versus 100,000 elite marines has begun. There are obviously only 20,000 low-level voids, but it has the effect of an army of 100,000. It's Zero. Get out of the way. Soon, Marine was attacked by Zero launched by 30 Minos Grande. Sengoku's expression changed, and he instantly used Devil Fruit's ability to transform into a golden giant Buddha that was more than 10 meters tall. How can I let you beasts succeed again? Come and die for me. Buddha's impact. Sengoku flew up directly and scattered all the Scarlet Zero shots. Poor Asalino on the other side was naturally not idle, and his figure flashed past. A dozen scarlet beams of light in the sky were instantly blasted, and the rest of the Marine elite Vice Admirals also took action to stop them. Boom! Waves of booms and explosions sounded one after another, and 3 warships were annihilated by Zero. Jillian Minos Grand's first wave of offense was disintegrated in this way. Then they were quickly entangled in a battle with Marines' high-end combat power. Sea King's Legion, enter! Watch me drown you all, ha 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 ha! As the battle begins, Demon Bazaar is not lagging behind and activates his own spells. A few seconds later, the entire sea area let out bursts of destructive roars, and 2 tsunamis hundreds of meters high dragged everyone around, and a dozen small tsunamis and huge waves suddenly appeared. The Sea Kings and Sea Beast Legion followed the violent tsunami swarm and rushed towards the marine warship together with the tsunami swarm. Well, Miss Siren, I thought you weren't here, but I've been waiting for you for a long time. Ice Age. Seeing this, Aokiji in the warship immediately jumped into the sky and shot out 2 extremely cold ice beams with a flick of his hands. Click, click, click. 2 beams of extremely cold air at tens of degrees below zero quickly froze the tsunami that was about to hit the fleet and the small tsunami groups into 2 towering icebergs. And the sea area with a radius of dozens of nautical miles was turned into a land of ice and snow with this move. Extreme coldness enveloped everyone instantly. Although the surrounding environment has become extremely cold, the Marines have completely relaxed their hands and feet. With the ice land specially created by Aokiji, they can jump off the warship as much as they want and exert their full strength on the glacier. Finally, I don't have to be beaten by the flying hollows and run around for fear of being caught, hung up and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Huh? Damn it! There are actually humans who can use freezing abilities. Bazaar was furious when she discovered that all the tsunamis she had launched were frozen. Demon Bazaar felt angry inside. Damn it, if she hadn't been sealed for so long, her strength and original body would have been erased. How could the tsunami she activated with her magic be frozen so easily by a little ice trick kid? Encountering Aokiji, an opponent who could restrain her, Bazaar had no choice but to change her mind and start to control the frozen Sea King's Sea Beast army to dive into the seabed. Add various buffs to their bodies to increase their size and strength. After breaking through the ice, he dived to the bottom of the sea, fought his way under Marine's fleet, and began to destroy the warships. These dozen Sea Kings, which are hundreds of meters long, use Zero to bombard the seabed ice and collide with their steel-skinned bodies crazily on the seabed. All of a sudden, Marine's warships destroyed several ships one after another. After firing several shots at one location in succession, the ice was broken. Zero penetrated directly from the bottom of the sea, and the Marines who were still on the warship were suddenly in tragedy. Violent explosions and high-temperature flames engulfed them, and they screamed and died miserably on the warship. Such an action instantly caught the attention of Vice Admiral. They all yelled that the Ogunjana Kingdom was a despicable villain, and they actually resorted to such vicious methods. Because they are also helpless about underwater combat. After entering the bottom of the sea and losing half of your strength, how can you still fight those monsters? Fortunately, when they came this time, in order to deal with this situation, they specially invited Shishibukai and Kaisya Jinbei to help out. Now you are talking professionally. Don't worry, I will get rid of all the monsters under the sea. Jinbei was entrusted with the important task and chose to accept it without any hesitation. For these Marines who sincerely safeguard world peace, Jinbei can't bear to see them die in frustration like this. After making his promise to Marine, he jumped directly into the hole that Sea Kings had drilled with Zero, and dived under the sea to deal with the Sea Beast army. I'm sorry, although what these humans did this time was to help others, I don't agree with it. But I really can't stand it, a large number of human lives are so carelessly lost in your hands. Looking at the Sea Kings swimming towards him, Jinbei clasped his hands together and apologized deeply. After apologizing in advance, the water around Jinbei rippled violently. Next moment, 8,000 square tiles, the sea current fell over my shoulders. Boom! The huge backflow of water was pulled tightly by Jinbei, and the next moment he was violently thrown out. The basilisk Sea Kings that was swimming towards me was knocked dizzy, blood flew everywhere, and its huge teeth shattered. Chapter 55. Before the basilisk Sea Kings could react. Immediately afterwards, a more compact and ferocious attack struck, and the belly of the basilisk Sea Kings dented crazily, causing the waves to surge. Boom boom! 3 seconds later, the basilisk Sea Kings was knocked out of the sea. Its huge body directly crushed a warship and almost collapsed the glacier beneath it. However, this Sea Kings was directly killed by Jinbei's 3 moves. Under the glacier, Jinbei once again defeated a Sea Kings and several sea beasts. Jinbei exhaled heavily and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Just when he was about to continue his attack, he was suddenly startled, kicked his feet, and shot hundreds of meters away in an instant. The next moment, poof! The clothes exploded, and a bloody sword shot out from his shoulder. Hey, hey, you salty fish, what do you want to do to my lovely pets? Under the glacier, a whale with a blue-gray body and a body shape that resembles an orc. It is 3 meters tall and nearly 4 meters long. There was a terrible sense of oppression all over his body, and he was looking at him with a grin on his face. The attack just now came from the monster in front of me. It was obvious that he had escaped, but he was still hit by Kun. You can speak human language. Suddenly, Jinbei seemed to realize something and spoke in surprise and shock. He even forgot to refute the fact that the other party called him salted fish. Don't make it sound like you are a normal lower-class human being. You are also a kind of monster in essence. Mobilization was speechless. Does this blue salted fish know what he is talking about? Forget it, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense to you, you don't deserve to hear it. After being speechless for a long time, Jinbei wanted to say something else. Mordazai was too lazy to pay attention to him. Since this guy is with Marine, he is the enemy of His Majesty the King and her enemy. Then there is no reason to let it go. Wow! Boom! Mobization's figure disappeared in a flash, and after making a loud explosion in the sea water, it caused a shock wave and the current surged. It calmed down 2 seconds later. However, Jinbei was so nervous that he did not dare to relax at all. So fast! It's too fast, I can't catch it at all. It is obvious that the enemy is galloping under the sea at an extremely terrifying speed, but there is not even the slightest abnormal turbulence in the surrounding seawater. What a terrifying speed and water control ability! Even he, the darling fishman of the ocean in the sky, can't do such a thing. Moreover, his observation haki cannot predict it at all. In the back, closing his eyes and listening to his mind and observation haki's perception, Jinbei suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand, twisted his waist, and punched the back with the strongest punch that gathered all his strength. Fishman karate, same washoken. Poof! However, the next moment, a blue-gray monster arm came from his front, and now it penetrated him from his back. The majestic blue-gray claws tightly grasped a living heart, and squeezed it hard, crushing it to pieces. How is it possible that this could happen? Pooh dash! A large amount of blood spurted out, and Jinbei looked at the claw that penetrated his chest with disbelief. Oh! Withdrawing the arm that penetrated Jinbei's body, Mordazai said in a sinister voice, "You weaklings want to fight with His Majesty? Are you qualified? On top of the glacier? He. Lao Zi wants this guy." On the battlefield, Agilian Minos Grande was beaten to death by 3 Marine Vice Admirals and fell heavily. Gecko Moria laughed excitedly, just as he was about to step forward to pick up the body. With a snap, the huge Chilean corpse in front of him scattered into spirit particles and dissipated. Where is this lousy material? Will it collapse immediately if you die? Seeing the top quality material in front of her automatically decomposing like this, Moria felt so distressed that she couldn't breathe. Ho! Get away, lousy! Suddenly, an angry roar sounded from not far away. Just as Moria was about to look over, a figure flew backwards at extremely high speed, knocking him away. Who is it? Damn it! Unable to even dodge this sudden impact, Shishibukai's shame is worthy of its name. Pft! Ahem! Monster! The person who knocked Moria away was none other than Marine Vice Admiral Stirs, who was wearing a beige suit. At this moment, his condition was extremely bad. Even though he had used iron body to defend himself, he was still punched away by the bald man with protruding horns. This punch almost killed him. 4 of his ribs were broken, and it felt like one of his internal organs had been ruptured. At this moment, Yami was surrounded by 6 Marine Vice Admirals, launching a siege against him. It has to be said that Yami under normal circumstances is really a la carte. He was actually surrounded and beaten by 6 Marine Vice Admirals, the most disgusting of whom was the dead old woman playing bubbles. Is this guy a monster? My slashing wave can only cause a little skin-breaking damage to him. Doberman said with an ugly expression. Doberman, who left a scar on Yami's body, didn't notice it when he stopped and retreated. Yami suddenly raised her head and rushed towards him. Doberman, be careful! The Vice Admiral next to him screamed in surprise, but Yami had already arrived in front of Doberman and slashed out with his sword. Poof! Under the shocked and tearful gazes of the surrounding Marines, Doberman's Vice Admiral, who had no time to react, was cut into 2. Ha 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 ha, you scumbags Marine! Let's send you all on the road in one go. Get angry! Angry Beast! Chapter 56. Get angry! Angry Beast! On the glacier, half of Doberman's body was stepped on. Yami raised the Zanpakuto in his hand and waved it, and at the same time read out the Zanpakuto's liberation words. Boom! The next moment, the huge red Ryotsu suddenly erupted from Yami's body. The terrifying amount of Ryotsu soared into the sky, destroying the dark clouds that had gradually gathered in the sky due to the smoke generated by the initial shells. And in the red Ryotsu pillar that towered into the sky, a figure began to expand and grow, causing everyone who looked here to widen their eyes in shock. It feels so heavy. Why, can't you move any more? It's that monster's aura is too strong. On the battlefield, the Marines who were closer to Yami's return were all incapacitated by the terrifying Ryotsu released when he returned. That's a double oppression on the soul and body. No matter how powerful the elite Marines around him are, their willpower is extraordinary. But in the face of soul-crushing, basically not many people can still maintain the ability to move in this state. Many elites belonging to the weakest level were crushed to death by this wave of Ryotsu, which Yami released all. In addition, Yami released the soul-sucking ability when he fought with these Vice Admirals before and killed them. In total, more than 2,000 Marine elites died in Yami's hands. What a veritable monster! A Jillian had just been killed, and hundreds of empty T-dolphins also arrived. Seeing that a large number of the Marine elites were overwhelmed by the red Ryotsu and lost their mobility, the T-dolphin sighed with emotion. It's not just the opponent's extremely terrifying unknown aura, it's as terrifying as Conqueror's haki. They were even more amazed and shocked by the terrifying huge figure that appeared in front of everyone after the red light disappeared. It is 70 or 80 meters tall, more than 100 meters long, has 12 huge and thick elephant legs, and a long tail that ends like a weight. All that was left on his body was a fig leaf in front of his crotch. The one number 10 on the left shoulder completely disappeared, leaving only the word 0. What kind of ability is this? Devil Fruit's abilities have never been seen before. The lower-level Marines don't know that this is the return of the members of the Espada Legion, their true form after releasing their full strength. But the Marine Vice Admirals know it very well because they have all seen the intelligence collected by CP0. There is also information that Porisalino once said personally. Seeing that Yami, the Espada, was going all out, the vice admirals suddenly changed their faces and shouted. Everyone, all officers and soldiers of Rear Admiral and below should stay away from here and do not participate in the next battle. Yes. Feeling that the terrifying suppression on their bodies disappeared, many Marine elites responded one after another, and each of them quickly helped their colleagues stay away from this ghost place. Be honored, you scumbag Marines. Being able to fight against Mr. Yami from the 0th blade is the highest honor in your life. After liberating all the power he had accumulated in daily life, Yami was no longer eager to kill the group of little grasshoppers in front of him. All he wants now is to slowly torture these annoying little grasshoppers to death, watching them with painful expressions and desperate cries. That would be fun, right? Ha 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 ha. Oh? Aren't you the weakest espada among the 10 espadas? Why are you the 0th blade? Staff officer he, who acted as an auxiliary, had a flash of light in his eyes, and suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to gather information. He quickly asked. The weakest? Humph ha 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 ha. What a joke. After hearing what staff he said, Yami laughed, then her face darkened, and then said. Lousy Yami Largo is the strongest espada. Who said espada's word count is ranked from 1 to 10? Espada's numbers range from 0 blades to 9 blades. Hearing this, the vice admirals all looked at the huge Yami in horror. Damn! So, they actually faced off against the strongest espada. Why don't you be so deceptive? You obviously chose someone who looks weaker, but turns out to be the strongest. How exactly is CP0's intelligence done? It's just a big piece of shit, such a serious intelligence leak. But it can only be accomplished if the Marines who perform the mission pay a heavy price. But how did they know that from the very beginning, the intelligence collected by CP0 was basically all Roy threw out to feed the dogs? How could it be possible to obtain important intelligence information? Humph, that good-for-nothing Ulquiorra can't even take down 2 Marine admirals. Forget it, let's kill you all first, then hunt down the Marine admiral. After that, Yami stopped talking nonsense. Suddenly he raised his huge fist and smashed it hard at the vice admirals below. Get out of the way. No one needed to remind me that Vice Admiral was not a vegetarian in shaving, and he quickly dodged Yami's punch. The huge fist hit the glacier, and the ice exploded, creating a huge crater. But it has not yet reached the point of collapsing and sinking. The ice age exerted by Aokiji is extremely powerful, freezing it to a depth of hundreds of meters, linking the islands of the Ogunjana Kingdom. Otherwise it would be destroyed and sink. Even if Akina were called to attack with lava, the attack would only reach half the depth and would probably be completely offset by the ice. Senya Ghost Spider Slash. Taking advantage of Yami's retraction of his fist, the Ghost Spider's figure flashed up into the sky and flashed to Yami's chest. All 8 arms exuded the black energy of armament haki. The katana held in the hand, the long-haired arm transformed by the return of life, was all infected with black swords. The next moment, the Ghost Spider slashed out with his sword. All the strength and sword power in his body condensed into a Senluo Ghost Spider that rushed out boldly, transformed into a roaring beast, and struck Yami hard on the chest. 90 points for posture, 80 points for speed, and 95 points for special effects. Damage 0 points. Nanny. Unscathed. Watching the slashing wave explode after hitting Yami's body, only a puff of smoke was raised. But Yami's chest muscles were still shiny. Seeing that he couldn't even wipe off the opponent's body oil, Ghost Spider was completely stunned. Chapter 57. Not to mention the Ghost Spider Vice Admiral himself, there were several other Vice Admirals and T-Dolphins around him. Everyone was dumbfounded. Just a few minutes ago, their attacks could at least break Yami's defense. But now, the Ghost Spider's slashing attack is actually ineffective against Yami, and it can't even break the skin. It would be strange if the Flying Squirrel and Crane staff were not shocked by such an outrageous current situation. They have only seen people with such terrifying defense power in one other person. 4 Emperors Kaido of the Beasts. Without armament haki, his terrifying physique alone can withstand most physical damage in the world. Even if he fell from a height of 10,000 meters and hit the ground, he was not injured at all. 6 styles Wild Horse Spear. The other vice admirals were still shocked by Yami's terrifying defense. However, the T-Dolphin flew to Yami's feet very quickly, with its armed fists clenched and white air flowing. The whole person turned into a shock wave, and then he raised his fists upwards, like a giant beast from ancient times, 2 thick fangs thrust out wildly. Click! The fangs dissipated, and the 2 armed fists of the T-Dolphin hit one of Yami's elephant legs, and a strong shock wave penetrated through. One of Yami's elephant legs was immediately interrupted, and the message Sunday Thursday. Well done Jiaji. Let's go together now. The T-Dolphin's successful attack was undoubtedly a boost to the other vice admirals present. 620 Crusader. Mystery, Hell Ghost Spider Slash. Several vice admirals used their most powerful tricks one after another, and all attacked Yami's lap. This guy's skin is really too thick. Only 12 elephant legs have little defense and can achieve the effect of breaking the defense. But it's only limited to breaking defenses. Yami not only has steel skin, but also has high-strength Ryotsu, and her defense is even stronger after returning to the sword. All the vice admirals' special moves were in vain, and Yami only had one elephant leg covered in scars. It couldn't be said to be a serious injury at all. After a few minutes of this, Flying Squirrel and the others discovered that the damage they had done to Yami's body was too low. Yami's terrifying defensive power made them all feel a sense of despair. Even Commander Crane's ability to cleanse the fruit at first was ineffective after Yami died. Armament Haki in one piece negates the effect of the fruit's ability. In the same way, Yami's Ryotsu star is too big and the fruit washing ability doesn't work at all. No, it works, but it only lasts for a few seconds. Scumbag, I've played with you for so long, you can go die. Yami, who was annoyed by the Flying Squirrel and T-Dolphin, simply stopped playing. Immediately start to explode with all your strength. False bullet. A scarlet blank bullet appeared instantly, and then exploded towards the Crane Vice Admiral who had been covered by several Vice Admirals. First of all, you are the first one, you damn old woman. The formation speed of the virtual bullet was almost instantaneous, and several Vice Admirals were confident that they could dodge it. But who knew that the false bullet fired at Jiaji at the beginning was after Yami's insidious move? Turning directly towards the Crane, Vice Admiral. Careful! The speed of the false bomb was extremely fast, giving Staff He no chance to escape. Tempest Kick. In an instant, the guards who were standing in front of Counselor He were on fire, and they joined forces with Valmshia, who was wearing a dog hood, to take action. 2 waves of vacuum chop waves shot out, colliding with the rapidly incoming virtual bullets. Boom! Before the 2 of them could take a breath, the next moment, more than a dozen blank bullets came one after another. Damn! Is there no limit to the attack speed of this thing? Looking at the dozen or so flying bullets, the faces of Shu, Huashaishan, and Valmshia were ashen. Humph! Pang! Boom boom boom! Suddenly, a wall of earth rose in front of several people, and a series of violent explosions sounded. All the dummy bullets hit the earth wall, blasting holes one after another. Several people looked up in confusion, only to find a 20-meter-long earth gold wild boar with a pair of huge tusks standing in front of them. Run! At this moment, Haki's rock and soil wild boar appeared in front of several people. It was none other than the T-Dolphin Kaji. Zoan, dolphin fruit, phantom beast species, and rock form. A new species of creature that looks like the mating of a mammoth and a wild boar is called the Phet form. In the world of One Piece, creatures with strangely upgraded shapes and creatures that do not exist in reality are basically classified as fantasy beasts. Humph! Is this all your strength? Seeing that the hidden strength of the T-Dolphin finally burst out, Yami also smiled. What a good sandbag, it looks like it can be used to vent your anger again. Buster call main ship. Finally, more than half an hour after the war started. The high-end combat powerhouses from both sides were killed one after another, and Sengoku's mentality began to change. Gulmi, let Jean Momomaru activate all those guys. If this delay continues, it will be very bad for our situation. As the marshal coordinating the overall situation, Sengoku clearly saw that on the huge battlefield, their marines were actually suppressed by the Kingdom of Okugana. All the high-end combat forces have been pulled back, but the enemy still has a few high-end combat forces, and they are massacring Marine's side. It would be no exaggeration to say that Marine launched an all-out attack this time. Now those elites who were urgently summoned from various Marine branch bases are suffering unilateral killings. Seeing this dangerous situation happening, Sengoku could not sit still. But as the coach, he cannot take the initiative, otherwise the enemy's coach will also end early, and the entire battlefield will become more chaotic and bloody. Therefore, Sengoku can only release 30 pacifists in advance. If you don't take out the secret weapon, you may not have this chance. He quickly contacted Marines the resourceful general consultant, a fat Mediterranean vice admiral. I understand. Also, be mentally prepared, Marshal. Gurmi responded in a deep voice. What he meant by psychological preparation, Sengoku naturally knew very well what Gurmi wanted to express. If you are really not sure of victory, then withdraw your troops. But now, Marine must win. By the way, where are the CPO guys? Isn't it said that we should work together internally and externally to disintegrate the enemy's internal strength and force the enemy's high-end combat power to return home? Why is there no news yet? Suddenly, Sengoku remembered the existence of the CPO and hurriedly asked again. I almost forgot about these guys. If Sengoku remembers correctly, this group of people set out a while earlier than them. Why is there still no news at all? I don't know. I tried to contact them, but there was no response. Gurmi on the other end of the phone scratched his Mediterranean hairstyle and answered truthfully. That's it, that's it. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku's heart never returned to a calm state. There shouldn't be any surprises. I hope it's not too late. Chapter 58. After receiving Sengoku's order, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. With the emergence of pacifists from Taiwan to Taiwan, the war situation of mid to low-end combat power gradually began to be reversed. Great! They are the latest pacifists developed by the Scientific Research Department. Okay. Damn Minos Grande, let them see how powerful our Marines' high technology is. Kuyi. Is this a pacifist created at the cost of a warship? Once a laser blast is fired, several or more than a dozen low-level virtual beings will be pierced and killed. Among them, there are many powerful hollows and giant hollows, all of which were turned into ashes under the merciless attack of the pacifists, and their spirits dissipated and merged into the world. This world has absorbed a different kind of energy, and changes that are unknown to others are quietly taking place. Facing the attack of the pacifist team, even Jillian Minos Grande had a record of being wiped out when facing several units at the same time. Soon, the low spirits on the field were wiped out on a large scale. The Marine Colonel, Commodore, Rear Admiral, and Vice Admiral joined forces to cooperate with the pacifists. Many Marine elites were spared to deal with powerful hollows, giant hollows, and Jillian at the same time. The Minos Grande Legion, which was originally unequal in numbers, suddenly suffered unprecedented heavy losses. Sunsen, Apache, Myra Rhodes. You go too. In the void, there is a Jillian holding a throne with both hands. The woman sitting on the throne is Haribel with her arms folded and an indifferent expression. Seeing the sharp decrease in the number of low-level phantoms in the Minos Grande Legion, she frowned imperceptibly. The subordinate officer looked at the three sisters and said, Yes, Lady Tia. Hearing this, the three sisters' subordinate officers immediately responded, started the ring, and instantly disappeared next to Haribel. A massacre started without end after the three subordinate officers and sisters were killed. It's quite interesting, this kind of toy. On the battlefield, he threw a dying Marine Rear Admiral in his hand away. Grimjo looked at the three pacifists heading towards the future. An interesting expression suddenly appeared on his rebellious and handsome face. Even Jillian's trash can be wiped out by these combined robots. This was the first time I saw Grimjo. Sui Palace also has a research institute, and that guy from the 8th Blade does research every day. Of course Grimjo has seen it before, so naturally he won't be like a second-rate guy who knows everything. Target selected, searching. Ding, target locked, determined to be an enemy. Turn on the enemy annihilation mode. After the pacifists approached, the three stations simultaneously searched and determined Grimmjow, but none of them searched for relevant information. But the other party's appearance, uniform, characteristics, and other information are all consistent with the data in the database compiled by Marine. A few seconds later, Grimmjow was identified as a person from the Ogunjana Kingdom, and his identity was a member of the Espada Legion. Click. Crackling, sizzling, sizzling. Suddenly, a white figure flashed past, and the Marine elites who were on guard against Grimmjow all around heard bursts of destruction sounds and the sound of electric current failure. Later, when they saw what happened on the field, they were all horrified beyond measure. Huh? What are you talking about? On the ground, the core of the three pacifists who had just locked Grimmjow's identity had been taken out. There were traces of destruction all over its body, and the bionic skin was broken open, revealing a body full of mechanical and electronic internal structures. It only took a moment, and the surrounding Marine elites didn't even react. The three pacifists were instantly destroyed and lost their ability to move. With such terrifying strength, it is no wonder that even Carlo Rear Admiral and Active Vice Admiral were killed by each other just now. Hey! Look, this guy! This guy is a member of Espada. Look at his waist. 6. It's the 6th Espada. This guy. At this time, Marine, who was standing behind Grimmjow, saw the number printed on his lower back. Suddenly his face changed drastically, and he screamed loudly in fear. Upon hearing this, the faces of many Marine elites instantly turned to horror. +7. What a powerful term this is. Even Espada needs at least 4 or 5 elite Marine Vice Admirals to surround and kill him. How scary is this guy ranked 6th? Get out of the way. Great eruption. Suddenly, a deep shout came from behind the Marines. Immediately afterwards, everyone around him saw a dark red figure, breaking through the siege, and suddenly came to Grimmjow. Hot crimson lava spurted out from Sakazuki's arm, condensed into a huge fist of magma, and blasted straight towards Grimmjow's face. Boom! The hot lava directly hit Grimmjow. The lava continued to spurt uncontrollably, and Sakazuki had no intention of stopping. Damn Espada, don't even try to escape. Just die like this. Realizing that he had not actually hit Grimmjow, Sakazuki turned around and his entire body turned into lava. The entire right arm turned into shrinking magma, and then he punched the back angrily. Snapped. However, in response to this fast and destructive attack, Grimmjow lightly extended his palm. It completely blocked it. The extremely hot magma did not do any harm to Gri-0.2mjo. This strange phenomenon made Sakazuki's face suddenly change, his pupils narrowed, and he felt a chill in his heart. Hey, don't make one mistake. It's not me who is on the run, but you. Have you chosen a burial place for yourself? Chapter 59. The physical body alone can easily withstand magma energy of thousands of degrees Celsius. Of course not. Grimmjow relies on condensation on the palm to form a layer of extremely compressed Ryotsu membrane. If you look carefully, you can find the slightly shimmering Ryotsu film on Grimmjow's palm. But in front of Sakazuki's crimson glowing magma energy, naturally no one can detect this subtle light. It has to be said that Grimmjow's move of taking the sword with bare hands and connecting with the ultimate move from level A really shocked countless people. Even the terrifying temperature of magma can be absorbed without changing its expression. What kind of monster is this? Don't get too carried away, kid. While I was on a mission to catch pirates on the sea, you were still crying for milk. Sakazuki knew that the man in front of him was not easy to deal with, but he did not lose his temper. Throughout his decades of military service, Sakazuki has never been intimidated by anyone. Even the 4 emperors, he dared to fight one-on-one. Grimmjow, who heard Sakazuki's speech, just wanted to laugh at him. When Laozi was eating other Minos Grande in Hueco Mundo and evolving, you were still reincarnated dozens of times. However, Sakazuki obviously would not give him this opportunity. 430. Pull back your fist and attack again. The dog bites the red lotus. The right arm turned into magma, a bright yellow light erupted, and a hell dog pounced on Grim. Ha! Interesting. Zero. Grimjo used the virtual bullet without hesitation, and the scarlet Zero condensed into shape, and exploded out in the next moment. The powerful Zero made an explosive buzzing sound and swallowed up Sakazuki's magma hell. Boom! Seeing the scarlet beam of light still coming towards him, Sakazuki cursed secretly and quickly dodged away. But his dodging movement undoubtedly gave Grimjo the opportunity to attack. Grimjo's ring was activated, and he caught up with Sakazuki in an instant. He raised his slender right leg and whipped it out with a whip. What? Feeling the strong wind coming from his side, Sakazuki was surprised and quickly raised his arms to block it. Pang! The powerful and heavy force directly swept Sakazuki away and smashed into a warship, breaking countless layers of plywood along the way. Su flash! Grimjo raised his arm again, with the 5 fingers of his palm making a claw-like shape. He grinned, and an arrogant smile appeared on his face. Regardless of who was in front of him, Scarlet Ryotsu condensed in his palm and then burst out. AHH! Oh help! Damn guy ah! Rumble! The terrifying Zero beam penetrated hundreds of meters, swallowing hundreds of lives in the process, and then directly bombed the warship that Sakazuki crashed into. In a chain reaction, the 2 nearby warships were dragged into the smelting hell, and rumbling explosions sounded continuously. Ha 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 ha, stop pretending to be dead and get out of here. Under the continuous destruction, Grimjo laughed wantonly. How could the magma ability user die from such a level of attack? What's more, the other party is a magma man, is he still afraid of the damage caused by the explosion? Great eruption! The truth is just as Grimjo thought. I saw a burst of steaming mist emitting from the solid ice under my feet, quickly becoming hot and red. Immediately afterwards, a huge fist of lava broke through the ice, and the hot fist of lava hit Grimjo. Go to hell Espada! Dark Hound! The huge magma fist attacked Grimjo from the front, while Sakazuki himself attacked from his side. Sakazuki's attack route completely blocked all of Grimjo's escape routes. No matter which way he dodges, he will be hit heavily by him. Ah! Drink! However, facing such a double attack, Grimjo roared loudly, and his powerful Ryotsu suddenly exploded. Buzz! The sound of space trembling sounded, and Shalim Kiao's engine suddenly disappeared. Nanny! You can FG disappear in front of my eyes? Seeing Grimjo suddenly erupting with terrifying momentum and then disappearing, Sakazuki's face became furious. The next moment, Sakazuki froze, and cold sweat oozed from his forehead. The back of his head was actually grabbed by a pair of big hands. Then the whole person jumped into the air and was caught in the sky. Ha 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 ha! Hearty and bohemian laughter resounded throughout the sky. Dog bites Gurren. Sakazuki, whose head was caught, would not surrender, so he transformed into a rock to escape from Grimjo's control. But he was horrified to find that after being held by Grimjo's big hand on his head, he could not turn into lava immediately. At least, the restrained head cannot be like this, unless he chooses not to have his head. This discovery suddenly made Sakazuki feel terrified. But he found that the magma ability can still be used in other body parts. So he gritted his teeth and raised his hand to fire out the magma Cerberus, trying to force Shalim Kiao to let go of him. Grimjo simply accelerated and flipped in the air and easily dodged the attack. What a pathetic human being! You can't even fly? You don't even have the ability to stand in the void. How dare you ask your majesty to initiate a war? In the sky, Grimjo glanced at Sakazuki with a playful expression. Hearing what Grimjo said, Sakazuki's face turned dark. Who knows what race of ghostly creatures Yuminos Grande and Espada are? Unexpectedly, each of them can stand in the void and fly freely in the sky. Get down! Suddenly, Grimjo broke out into a smile. He looked at Sakazuki with a weird smile, then lifted up Sakazuki's body and gave it a hard swing downwards. Dumping Sakazuki directly, this sudden change almost didn't give Sakazuki's students a discount. But fortunately, all parts of the body can be magmatized. What exactly is this? Recalling the terrifying moment just now, Sakazuki felt terrified in his heart. Before he could think about it, Grimmjow was already chasing him down at a faster speed. Great eruption! Seeing this, Sakazuki, who was still falling rapidly, raised his hand and fired out the Great Eruption Magma Fist. Break it apart! The latter smiled disdainfully, raised his right hand straight up, and then slashed down. The blue Ryutsu slash cuts the magma into pieces. Pang! Sakazuki opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood, his body arched like a shrimp, and Grimmjow chased him and kicked him in the abdomen. Click! It's the sound of bones breaking. The figure falling from the sky attracted the attention of many people. After seeing clearly who the falling person was, many people looked horrified. Most people want to leave the place quickly to avoid being directly killed or affecting the fish in the pond. Boom! Ha! Pang! Pft! When it hit the ice hard, Sakazuki had already turned into a pool of magma. But Grimmjow, who followed closely behind, smiled ferociously and kicked down hard. Sakazuki vomited blood, and the ice beneath him couldn't bear the heavy blow, burst into a large mass, and then collapsed. Mr. Akainu! That guy is a member of Espada. Damn it! Isn't Akainu Admiral even a match? The surrounding Marines were all shocked when they saw this scene, and their eyes were full of disbelief. The extremely powerful Akainu Admiral was actually hung up by a new Espada member. Many Marines started to feel fear at this time, and some Marines even started to run back, trying to find a place to hide and wait for the end of the war. It is clearly said that the Espada Legion is only as strong as 2 people, and the rest are just make-up. But this is the number 6 printed on the back. This is only the 6th position, and he can challenge Admiral alone, or even beat him. How to play this? They dare not intervene in the battle between high-end combat forces, and they cannot see the hope of victory. Then you can only escape. Saving your life is more important than anything else. What's more, this was the fault of the world government's celestial dragons from the beginning. They don't want to die in vain fighting for the celestial dragons. Damn Espada! Sakazuki's face turned extremely ugly after suffering heavy blows one after another. I don't know how many bones in his body were broken. He was beaten stiff now and couldn't escape even if he wanted to. These Espada are just too difficult to deal with. 1.9. This guy in front of me is even more so. Not only is it fast, it is powerful and its destructive power is amazing. Moreover, he had just suppressed his fruit ability, which caused him to display his strength abnormally and was beaten violently. It's time to send you on your way, Marine. The red light was condensing, and Grimmjow showed a healthy smile. He planned to release Zero and kill Sakazuki. Do you really think that I don't exist? Unexpected. Dazzling golden light bloomed, golden beams and golden light appeared, covering this area, and circles of golden light waves spread out. At the same time, a voice as thick as a bell sounded in his ears. Grimmjow's eyes narrowed slightly, his smile became wider, and the condensed scarlet Zero in his hand quickly extinguished. The golden Buddha's eyes flashed with confusion, and the next moment he suddenly shouted loudly and then took action boldly. Grimmjow's newly condensed Zero disappeared, but instantly appeared on the other hand and shot towards him. Zero. Buddha's impact. Chapter 60. The Scarlet Zero collides with the shock wave of the Golden Buddha. The two energies collided fiercely, and within just a few seconds, they exploded. The shock waves of one gold and one red collided, and strong wind pressure swept across the entire place. The fierce wind roared, and everyone around was blown away. Buddha's impact. Before the light waves erupted after the collision of the two energies dissipated, Sengoku had already raised his hand seal again and blasted out the impact energy compressed into a ball with one palm. Ha 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 ha, that's what it feels like. Zero. Feeling the powerful aura released by Buddha Sengoku, Grimmjow laughed wildly in excitement. With 5 fingers of his palm clasping together, the Scarlet Zero Ryutsu condensed again and clashed with the shock wave. Look, it's Marshal Sengoku using his fruit power. What a magnificent and sacred Buddha light! This is the first time I've seen a marshal using his fruit ability. When the Marines saw this scene, they all exclaimed and sighed. 15. Many of the Marines have never seen Sengoku take action, let alone witnessed Sengoku using devil fruit against enemies. Now that they have witnessed Sengoku's giant Buddha form with their own eyes, all Marines who see it are amazed. They have obviously retreated from a distance of 2 to 3 kilometers, but across this long distance, they can still feel the terrifying shock wave generated when the two sides fight. Under the tremendous pressure generated by this confrontation between strong men, the thrill of adrenaline rush is self-evident. Some people's willpower collapses because they can't bear the pressure, while others adapt to this high-pressure environment and then break through and become stronger. War is always the proving ground that can make people truly transform and become stronger. It's really interesting, that's what it's supposed to be like. You are much stronger than that guy, not only in terms of physical strength, but also in terms of your soul. Stronger than ordinary people. What a delicious soul. It's a pity that I have passed that period long ago. Otherwise, you would be of the highest quality. After the second shock wave collided with Zero, Grimmjow directly fought with Sengoku, and the two sides fought hard. With Grimmjow's powerful white hits ability, and Buddha's Sengoku's physical skills, the battle was actually a draw. As a result, Buddha's Sengoku was slightly ahead of Grimmjow, temporarily occupying the top spot. This not only did not make Grimmjow show a panicked expression. Instead, he gradually became more excited, wild and fierce. As for Sengoku himself, his expression was very different from Grimmjow's excitement. Because he knows very well that every member of Espada has the ability to return to the sword and liberate the calendar area with all its strength. He has already used Devil Fruit's ability. Although he has not used all his strength, the opponent still tied with him with normal power. Big trouble. After realizing the seriousness of the situation, Sengoku felt depressed. Now he can only hope that Chato, Momuzagi, and Polisalino Kuzan can quickly eliminate the opponent's high-end combat power. Then go support others, or else. The mighty Buster Call launched by Marine this time will become a complete joke. In fact, Sengoku still had a guess in his heart that even he was not willing to believe. It's just that he couldn't believe it. But soon, he began to think more. Grimmjow, once again using the dodge to attack him. Faced with Grimmjow, Espada is an expert at playing white hits and Zero. He also likes to fight with each other, and suddenly he will attack you with a face-to-face Espada. Sengoku was really tired and secretly scolded Akinu that guy had gone somewhere. It's been so long, but you still haven't come to help him take down Grimmjow as soon as possible. What Sengoku didn't know was that the moment the two Zero shock waves exploded against the waves, Sakazuki was blown away by the shock wave. After recovering some of his injuries, Sakazuki didn't think there was any problem with Sengoku fighting Grimmjow alone. Just thinking about getting rid of other high-end combat powers, Sakazuki turned around and met another ruthless person. On the other side of the battlefield, Momuzagi-jun, who is also an admiral candidate, encounters the fairy queen Urza Kale too. Urza, who is good at using the night dress-up magic, is simply a delicate and blooming flower on the entire battlefield. Magic suits with different attributes were used to deal with different enemies. Although at Roy's request, the changes were extremely conservative. It's not as open and astringent as in the original work, but when worn on Urza, it's still incredibly beautiful and colorful. The different magic suits and the powerful strength displayed have already made some Marines stop and admire them with indulging expressions. There are even some pornographic commentators who have rebelled. This made Urza feel a little funny. But Urza, who is cheerful and upright by nature, still angrily said, "You idiots, please wake up. We are enemies. Do you know that your behavior will lead to a military court? Get me back to normal quickly." What just surprised Urza? Her scolding did not make these people realize the seriousness of the matter. On the contrary, because of her frank and upright behavior, she became even more enthusiastic. As a result, the following heaven-defying declarations were made. "Ah! The scolding Urza-sama is so cool. Ah, I'm dead. Damn it! What should I do? She makes me like her even more. Miss Urza, please let me be your dog. Down with Marine. Down with world government. Down with Buster Call. Let Urza-sama be the Marine Admiral. I will follow you. That's right. The rebellious marine elites spoke one after another. In this regard, most of the marines are normal people, and they curse these marine traitors. Hey, it's really nerve-wracking. This beautiful lady, did you really not use any charm magic on them? Looking at such a group of useless marines, Momuzagi also sighed helplessly while holding his forehead. He raised his hand to his forehead, and the current huge one stirred a little. Chapter 61. From the intelligence point of view, the Princess of Urza King Roy. There is nothing wrong with calling someone ma'am. Charm magic? Sorry, I only know how to use disguise magic. Urza thought for a moment. Charm magic. It seems that Roy really likes her bunny girl and wedding dress. Roy's S*X drive becomes particularly high every time he changes his costume. Then Roy couldn't stand it, and neither could she. Pure human beauty suffers from the number 13. This shouldn't be considered charm magic, right? Roy calls it acceleration equipment. Well, I can also speed up magic. Acceleration magic only for Roy. After some serious thinking, the pretty Urza nodded to Momuzagi with a thumbs up and added. Really? But that's not important. Can you please move out of the way? Defan secretly remembered the acceleration magic Urza said in his heart, but said nothing on the surface. Looking at Urza, she asked calmly. While speaking, her right hand was resting on the hilt of Jin Palau's sword. Be prepared to take action at any time. Sorry, the front is closed to traffic. Please get out of here. One last warning to you, don't try to really anger His Majesty Roy, otherwise you will definitely not be able to bear the consequences. Seeing that the marine elites led by Momuzagi insisted on leading to the kingdom ahead, Urza shook her head slightly and refused. The tone also changed from dull at the beginning to indifferent. He had already persuaded the people in front of him with good words and did not go out to kill them all. But if these people refused to listen and insisted on doing that, then she would have no choice but to kill for Roy. There is no point in killing wantonly and taking other people's lives. But if the premise of killing is to protect the kingdom of your lover, then, she will be fearless. Is this so? It's such a pity. Clang. Hearing this, Momuzagi showed a disappointed look, but in the blink of an eye. However, Momuzagi suddenly disappeared from the spot. He pulled out the kinpara in his hand and slashed at Urza, taking action without giving anyone any time to react. This is a war, not a child's play. In order for Marine to sacrifice fewer people, Momuzagi will naturally not let go, let alone feel shameful for a sneak attack. The right way is to take advantage of the situation and launch a fatal blow quickly. She believed that the crimson-haired girl in front of her was the same. As expected. Faced with Momuzagi's sudden attack, Urza never relaxed from the beginning and raised her hand to block it with her sword. Armor of the Heavenly Wheel. Using a strong backhand sword to force him back, Urza let out a light drink. A fiery red magic circle suddenly appeared at his feet, and countless gorgeous stars flew upward from the magic circle on the ground. The armor on Urza's body also turned into golden light and dissipated. Circles of blue-white magic energy rotated, and Urza's whole body glowed with a golden light that was completely invisible. The slender jade hands slid from top to bottom towards the void on both sides, causing waves of ripples. Then the delicate body pressed back and down with an incredible flexibility, bent into an N shape, and then rebounded violently, and the red magic circle emerged again. The next moment, a brand new armor suit appeared on Urza. Armor of the Heavenly Wheel. This unhurried dressing up was carried out in the dressing up space, and no one could see the general outline. Only bursts of light could be seen flashing. When Urza appeared completely, she was already wearing the Heavenly Wheel armor. As for the outside world, only a second has passed. It's really beautiful. Now I can understand why they are so crazy and ugly. Look at Urza's heroic female knight posture. Momuzagi swallowed his throat imperceptibly, and then said with admiration in his eyes. If that wasn't enough to show how beautiful Urza really is. Just look at the growing number of marine traders around you. What appeared in front of everyone at this time was Urza wearing a suit of iron knight armor. He carries 2 pairs of steel wings on his back and holds 2 magic swords with small iron wings on the handles. The originally revealing and sexy knight costume has also been transformed into a conservative style, adding a soft leather that is extremely resistant to heat and cold, has super elasticity and tough defense. All of these conservative dressing up sets have been transformed into similar ones by Roy. Hundreds of magic suits that can be changed, costing only Roy 200. The original market is black. Extremely cheap. Urza accepted it happily without any objection. After all, this was a sign of Roy's true love for her, and Urza was too late to be happy. She even felt that the effects of these modified magic suits had been increased by at least 5 to 10%. This discovery made Urza very happy. Now when we come to the world, there are no foundries here that specialize in making magic equipment. Roy's accidental behavior actually made Urza realize that she might be able to let Roy help her make it in the future. Then that day, she actually asked Roy to build several sets of armor for her, almost spending all the remaining origin coins that Roy had. If we weren't in a hostile relationship, we might still be a pair of sisters. Even though he said that, Momuzagi showed no mercy when he moved his hands. The famous sword Kimpira is in her hands like an arm, and the slashing waves come at will, combined with the swordsmanship and physical skills of Marine 6 styles. At first, Urza was suppressed for a moment. However, within a short time, Urza had completely adapted to Momuzagi's attack method. A counter-attack began. The King's Fly Sword. Dodging Momuzagi's slashing wave, Urza jumped back lightly. With a soft drink, 16 magic swords instantly appeared around her, forming a circle around Urza, and then spun rapidly. Sword of Round Dance. In an instant, Urza slashed out with 2 swords. All the suspended rotating magic swords turned into 2 sharp sword lights. Tsuruha slashed and flew towards Momuzagi. Loxin Yayu cuts them all. Momuzagi's beautiful eyes condensed, and he quickly drew his sword and slashed out a dark green sword light. Boom! 2 powerful sword lights intertwined and then exploded completely, blasting the ice between the two into rubbish. Countless layers of hard ice shattered, and ice fragments of all sizes flew everywhere. Chapter 62. Heavenly Wheel Sword of Chaos. 16 more magic swords appeared. Urza slashed down with 2 swords, and the 16 magic swords turned into sharp sword lights, and there were countless sounds of piercing the air. Screaming forest ghost. Momuzagi narrowed her beautiful eyes, held the sword with one hand and slashed horizontally with armament haki, and a terrifying demonic figure rushed out. The 16 magic swords were immediately broken into fragments all over the sky, and each piece penetrated deeply into the ice. Aha! The magic sword was shattered, but Urza didn't care. She stepped forward with 2 swords in hand, and the sharp blades passed through Momuzagi's hair. Urza's beautiful eyelashes trembled, and she pulled back her sword with her backhand to cut Jump's throat. The latter's pupils shrank, he quickly raised his heel and kicked, and the scabbard immediately flew up. The harsh sound of gold and iron clashing sounded, and Momuzagi solved Urza's killer move with divine reflexes. The elite Vice Admiral who can be selected as a Marine candidate does have 2 abilities. If it were another Vice Admiral with average strength, I'm afraid he would have directly hated this. Immediately afterwards, Urza's 2-handed sword was cut off by Kinpura, who was entangled with armament haki. Urza's expression did not change, she pulled her hands in the air, 2 red magic circles appeared, and she grabbed a long stick from both ends. With a flick of the horizontal stick, the tail of the iron stick and the halberd on the head were instantly drawn out. He held the halberd in both hands and stabbed forward fiercely. The violent magic impact rumbled and the terrifying shock wave instantly exploded a large area of ice. Momuzagi's face was solemn and he hurriedly dodged, stepping on moonwalk and shaving quickly away from the range of the raging magic. But when she escaped Urza's attack, she discovered that she had actually lost sight of Urza. General. Final dance, the sword of the triple circle dance. Momuzagi turned around and looked up at the sky in shock. Countless sword lights fell from the sky, Momuzagi's eyes flashed, and his swordmaster level strength was revealed. Boom boom boom. Countless sword lights cover the area within 10 meters below, carrying out indiscriminate sword light attacks. But Momuzagi tightly grasped the Kinpura in his hand and hurriedly slashed out a huge black slash wave. It directly blocked most of the sword light. After 2 or 3 seconds, the confusing sword light dissipated, and the ice mist also quickly dissipated like smoke, and Momuzagi appeared in a slightly embarrassed figure. "Oh? You are surprisingly capable. Is the Marine Vice Admiral as powerful as you?" Even the strongest move of the Heavenly Wheel armor did not cause any serious damage to Defan. Urza also showed a rare smile and praised. "So far in the war, Urza has only destroyed 2 pacifists, 1 Marine Vice Admiral, and hundreds of Marine elites. That Marine Vice Admiral is not as powerful as Momuzagi. You are also very strong. Among the women I have ever met, except for 4 Emperors Charlotte Linlin, you are the strongest. Well, I am the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, and I am also the Admiral candidate." Praise and doubts about Urza. Perhaps it was out of sympathy for a woman who was also a strong woman, or perhaps it was to give herself a chance to adjust to her somewhat chaotic atmosphere. Momuzagi still answered her question seriously. "I see." Urza nodded understandingly. "In this case, it all makes sense. You are qualified to serve as Marine Admiral at such a young age. It is indeed very powerful. What is your name?" "My name is Urza Shikareto. This is the first woman Urza has met, other than Haribal, who is so powerful. Naturally, I wanted to chat a few more words. After all, she was not the most anxious person. My name is Jun, code name is Momuzagi. Okay, this is the end of our idle chat. Let's decide the winner." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw another pacifist being blown up. Momuzagi's sexy red lips twitched and he quickly stopped the conversation. "Just what I wanted. Change your clothes. Armor of Purgatory. Be careful, since this set of armor was created, no one has been able to stand in front of this set of armor for more than a few seconds. No one who has seen this set of armor is still alive." After using the Heavenly Wheel armor to fail to defeat Momuzagi, Urza's interest was piqued. No more wearing it, just switch to a set of armor that could be said to be the most destructive and aggressive before. The black and silver armor is equipped with large spurs at key locations, and the weapon is a black and silver serrated giant knife with astonishing destructive power. One move will determine the outcome. Urza, who had already put on the Purgatory armor, was full of confidence and suggested. The serrated giant knife in his hand hit the solid ice hard. Good. Faced with this request, Momuzagi naturally chose to agree without hesitation. Purgatory Feline. 100 ghosts walk at night, the ghost spider destroys the gate of life. On top of the glacier, holding a black and silver sawtooth giant knife with both hands, Urza swung a tornado that touched the ground. And Momuzagi also used his strongest blow, and the powerful sword momentum condensed into a group of imps surrounding the bride monster. Finally, it merged into a huge forest green slashing wave, which collided with Urza's Purgatory Flying Hill Tornado. Purgatory Phelan is worthy of the name of Purgatory, sweeping wildly and destroying anything in front of him. A gully several meters deep was plowed into the solid ice ground, and Momuzagi's ghost spider Don Simon slashing wave also cut a large crack in the ice. But when the two collided, Momuzagi's strongest slash could only be resisted for a moment before being completely swallowed up and defeated by Urza's Purgatory Flying Arashi. Momuzagi also failed to escape this attack, and was swallowed up by Purgatory Feline along with her slash. The distance of several hundred meters along the way was completely destroyed by Urza's Purgatory Flying Lan. 3 of the top battleships were completely destroyed and declared to be scrapped and retired. As for how many unlucky ones were affected, that's not clear. In the cabin of a battleship destroyed by Purgatory Feline, he looked at Urza standing in front of him, looking down at him. Momuzagi, who was covered in scars and showing a bit of spring, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer, so he tried his best to hold himself up and asked, "Can you tell me, how old are you this year?" "Huh? I just turned 18 this year," Urza answered honestly. Puff. After hearing the answer, Momuzagi chose not to hold on any longer, tilted his head and fainted. It was also thanks to her granary being flexible enough that it bounced twice when it hit the deck. Otherwise, with the force of the fall, it seems like nothing is wrong. Chapter 63. What did you say? The war here is being broadcast live all over the world by major newspapers and media companies. The location of the main fleet group. After shooting a shock wave to knock back the annoying Grimjo, Sengoku felt as if his head was in a bell at the moment, being knocked hard a dozen times. My head was all dizzy. Pass. It all makes sense. This is simply a conspiracy against the world government and naval headquarters. The two agent organizations, CPU and CP6, had been discovered by the enemy from the very beginning when they infiltrated the Ogunjana Kingdom. Even everyone's actions are carried out under the eyes of others. The information obtained through exploration is completely the bait thrown by the Ogunjana Kingdom, and its purpose is to lure the world government. Sends the wrong message to world government. The Espada Legion is real, but there are only two truly powerful people, and the rest are just soldiers and generals. False information was fabricated at all levels to make the world government believe the intelligence information reported by CPI and CP6. Then order naval headquarters to launch a buster call to destroy this evil kingdom. But what about now? The ending is self-evident. This is the situation specially set up by the Ogunjana Kingdom for the world government. It is even possible that the death of Charles Saint was designed by them in the first place. The real purpose of the Ogunjana Kingdom is actually to use the top buster call fleet launched by the world government and naval headquarters jointly launched by both parties. As long as they can defeat and repel the buster call fleet, or even complete their annihilation, then they will become famous all over the world and ascend to the top of world government and naval headquarters. Instantly compete with the great power of the Ogunjana Kingdom and ascend to the transcendent status of the strongest kingdom by stepping on the world government and naval headquarters. Whatever the Ogunjana Kingdom wants to do, it will no longer be difficult and can be done easily. Mad. Fell into Roy's trap. Now he has become a pure clown. Yes, Mr. Sengoku, and this live broadcast started when we just entered the Ogunjana Kingdom and the surrounding waters. Including the time when we were raided by the Poseidon Order, everything was completely broadcast live. Boom. When he heard another report from Marine on the other end of the phone from the information department, Sengoku was shocked like a bolt from the blue. If that's the case, haven't all the scenes of the Buster Call fleet's defeat from the beginning to the present been completely broadcast live? Naval Headquarters is completely embarrassed this time. Move forward dispersely, and finally gather near the destination to launch a full-scale attack. However, the enemy got the new information in advance, set up an ambush, and suffered a defeat. Their Marine Buster Call fleet is like a fool. People originally didn't intend to take any notice of you, but then the elders of your family suddenly told you. Go, find your brothers and sisters, gather together and bring that guy's hometown to me. As a result, the good guy took a group of brothers and sisters to each other's house, and then stuck his face in and let them beat him. Damn it! If Marine does not win this time, the prestige that Marine has gained through hard work in the past will reach its bottom. If I remember correctly, that's enough. It's been almost 3 hours. Your Majesty Lieutenant Colonel, why didn't you inform me until now? Sengoku suppressed the anger and frustration in his heart and asked through gritted teeth. Marshal Sengoku, this is really not my problem. I have called your fleet hundreds of times, but have never been connected. And, we only found out about the live broadcast an hour ago. We tried various methods to contact the fleet an hour ago, but we never got any response. In Naval Headquarters, the Lieutenant Colonel of the Information Department, who is responsible for liaison, is sweating profusely at this moment. The entire back was soaked with sweat. Damn it! Hearing this, Sengoku probably guessed that he would hang up the phone. This should be something done by someone from the Ogunjana Kingdom. It's just that he can't figure out how the people of the Ogunjana Kingdom do it. There are at least hundreds of elite marines operating on each warship. So how did the enemy manipulate the information equipment on the warship without being discovered by the marines? How they move and how they hide is a big question. Could it be that they can hide in some shadowy corner? Please give me flowers. Sighing and cheering himself up internally, Sengoku quickly regained his composure. The more you get into this situation, the less likely you are to panic, otherwise it will only make things worse, and ultimately result in disastrous failure. The reinforcements haven't come yet. Damn it! Doberman is dead. The T-Dolphin, the Ghost Spider, the Flying Squirrel, and Dalmshia were restrained by Yami. He was being beaten crazily by Yami, and it was impossible to send out manpower for reinforcements. He also noticed that Momuzagi was also defeated, and now he does not know whether he is alive or dead. On the entire battlefield, Marine's situation was actually at a disadvantage. 0. That is to say, the Marines who came this time were all elites, and their numbers were huge. Otherwise, Sengoku couldn't even imagine that the Buster Call fleet might not be able to support it now. Ha ha ha, it's really interesting, that's how we should fight. Now that the warm-up is over, let me finish you off in one go. Wiping away the bloodline that spilled from the corner of his mouth, Grimjo looked at Sengoku with red eyes, and the corners of his mouth raised crazily. Facing the Buddha Sengoku who was pressing him down, Grimjo showed no fear or flinch in his eyes. On the contrary, the more I fought, the more excited I became. Crunch! Leopard King! On the glacier battlefield, Grimjo moved slightly forward, with the 5 fingers of his left hand making a clasp shape, pressing tightly against Zanpakuto's body, and let out a passionate and excited shout. Tear it back with your fingers! In an instant, the airflow around Grimjo swirled around him. The terrifying Ryotsu then erupted, and Grimjo was covered in blue Ryotsu. The ice under his feet instantly cracked and disintegrated, and large and small ice fragments shot out in all directions, and he fled his position in horror. When the white mist dissipated, a new blue-white agile posture appeared in front of everyone. Your Hueco Mundo male model cat is online, please check it. Chapter 64. At this time, in famous places around the world, there are all major newspapers and media companies, all of which have huge projection phone bugs. All the wars that took place in the waters of the Ogunjana Kingdom were broadcast live, and people all over the world saw this war. Countless people were shocked by the high-end combat power of the Ogunjana Kingdom, and the number was shocking. What shocked people even more was that it was able to suppress the top Buster Call fleet of naval headquarters. Those beings who were active on the battlefield and defeated Marines' high-end combat powerhouses one after another. It's really too strong. People had never heard of this kingdom, and it suddenly appeared. And he is also famous for stepping on naval headquarters like this. Sabayati Archipelago. 533. Ikuyi, this kingdom is really too powerful. I've heard about this kingdom. Wasn't it the celestial dragons they killed a month ago? Haha, the eager world government and naval headquarters have now kicked the iron plate. They deserve it. The Sabayati Archipelago travelers, aborigines, and pirates who gathered around the huge display screen all discussed the battle while watching it. All of them were either angry, happy, disgusted, worried and expecting, and many other emotions appeared on their faces. How scary! Why did that man suddenly become like that? But he is so handsome, just like a noble male model. Some women also saw Grimjo transform from a cold and arrogant handsome guy into a noble male model. Each and every one of them looked like a nymphomaniac, following the facial features, cheering for the Hueco Mundo male model. Let him defeat the evil fleet of Marine Buster Call. Not only this group of women, Urza also won the title of popular queen, attracting the pursuit and obsession of a large number of men. It can only be said that the title of Fairy Queen Urza is not limited, and she can instantly become the focus of the public wherever she goes. Ha 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 ha. The naval headquarters actually dispatched 3 admirals, and there are so many vice admirals. If you put it this way, the naval headquarters is very empty now. Hey, what are you thinking about? Are you trying to attack naval headquarters? Brother Kun, please give me some lychees. Our pirate group has only been formed for 2.5 years, so don't rush to die, okay? Pan-fried fish with fragrant aroma and rice with fragrant wings are a must. Wuyunahiza looked at his captain with a confused expression. This regiment commander doesn't like fried cakes. Can he just break into naval headquarters casually? Even if everyone goes out in full force, there will definitely be strong and powerful people left in the naval headquarters who can guard it. Since Marine Hero Garp is not seen on the battlefield of Oguna Kingdom. You don't have to guess, the super strong man currently guarding naval headquarters must be the hero Garp. Isn't this a case of chasing someone to death? Nihei eyes, don't you even trust me? Brother Kun looked at Nyohizi with a sad face and asked in a serious tone. How is that possible, Brother Kun? The peak welcomes false support, and the dusk witnesses devout believers. I definitely believe in your strength. Hearing this, Brother Kun instantly showed a look of emotion and relief. His kindness was not in vain when he took out his remaining 100 belly to buy a piece of bread for Nyohizi when the two of them were in the most difficult time. Brother Kun, I quit the Icon Pirates. Goodbye. No, never again. But the next second, Carbon Black just picked up the bucket and ran away. Why are you driving? If you want to die, go and die on your own. Don't pull yourself up. Damn it. Nyohizi, have you forgotten the kindness I gave you with my remaining 100 belly to buy you bread when we were most destitute? Brother Kun also lost his mind for a moment, and then became furious. FKU, is this the reason why you secretly exchanged 200 million baileys for gold? $IMG? Hashtag. Soon, this farce ended. Everyone laughed heartily at the fun provided by these two living treasures. Gulu, ah! On the roof of a certain three-story building, an old man with white hair and white beard drank half a bottle of rum, and after a burst of contentment he exclaimed, "What an amazing young man, and what an amazing kingdom! Ha ha ha, if we cannot win this war, the majesty of naval headquarters will be discredited." This person is none other than the right hand of the pirate king, Pluton Rai, who was active more than 20 years ago. So you were here. A tall figure suddenly appeared. Shuki held a cigarette and looked at the screen with some empathy. Whether you win or lose, it will all end badly. At the same time, all the evil forces, kingdoms, and organizations, big and small, all over the world. Everyone is watching this eye-popping world-class battle. Facing the Ogunjana Kingdom, the superpowers were exposed one after another. The big bosses of many forces were silent in response. Fortunately, they were not obsessed with snatching the treasure that the world government was interested in, otherwise they would not even know how they died. Among the four emperors, news has spread that the four emperors Kaido will go to the first half of the Grand Line. A certain model worker from four emperors also started to rush back. Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard's face was gloomy and he didn't say a word. The sons under his command didn't know what to say at this moment. Can only say, SI 3.8 Kuyard, you really deserve to die. A good death. I almost dragged the entire pirate group to bury you with you. Damn it. Foil Bista also stopped touching his proud beard. He was secretly glad that Marco, a good brother, was always stopping him. Otherwise, he would have been caught and fed to the fishes by now. Fortunately, Laozi is a good enough lychee and doesn't act impulsively. Marco secretly praised his clever mind. But what he doesn't know is that the Whitebeard pirate's journey to hell is about to begin. Chapter 65. That's great, sister, Roy's crisis seems to have been resolved. Now you can rest assured, Marine Buster Call is not even qualified to meet His Majesty. So strong, Your Majesty Roy, he actually has so many strong men at his disposal. 9 Snake Island, the Empress's Palace. Empress Hancock's 2 younger sisters gathered around the Empress's couch and chattered happily. Looking at the projector phone bug that cost a lot of money to buy, what was projected on it was the scene of the battlefield in the sea area of Ogunjana Kingdom. Boa Hancock's heart finally dropped. The huge soft elastic trembled, and Hancock quickly retorted arrogantly, "Hey! When have I ever worried about that man?" "Shut up, Marigold, Hwami Sonia." "Yes. Oni-sama." The 2 sisters suddenly fell silent and did not dare to speak. "Roy." The slender jade hands took out the soft elastic inside the cheongsam, and a slightly moist photo of the day appeared in the palm of the hand. She held it in her hands like a treasure. That was the silhouette of Roy sitting on the throne, facing Admiral Kizaru and declaring war on the world government and marine haki. Hancock's round and round legs were clamped tightly. "There is a kind of love, which is called loving you like a tide, but also like a trickle, even though I can't stop missing you." Return to the Kingdom of Ogu and the Buster Call battlefield. It's different from a battle on the ice. The seaport town of the Aokiji Kingdom at this time. Boom! A stream of light flew from a very far distance and fell diagonally. It first broke through a layer of void mirror, and then crashed directly into the town. Clang! Boom boom boom! On the harbor, the most representative bell tower was directly smashed, making a huge bell sound. The sound of this huge bell could be heard in half the town. Normally, countless people would have come out to see what was going on. But now, the whole town is silent. Except for the violent vibration caused by the one that penetrated more than a dozen buildings. Ahem poof! You're still the same monster as always, Ulquiorra-san. He pushed aside the broken walls that were pressing on him and stood up from the ruins. Porosalino fanned the smoke that was swirling in front of him. A line of blood flowed uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. His strength has obviously become stronger than before, but when faced with Ulquiorra's return blade, he was still defeated by the opponent. With such a powerful and terrifying strength, he had clearly warned Sengoku very seriously, but Sengoku still chose to obey the world government's order and insisted on launching the Buster Call. It's really scary, you monsters are all so oppressive. Can you tell me, everyone in the Espada Legion is real? Porosalino didn't care anymore, he was only curious about one thing. That is, the authenticity of the existence of every member of the Espada Legion. Why do you Marines insist on verifying the authenticity of the Kai Blade? Your Majesty is not just waiting for the existence of the Espada Legion. In response to Porosalino's questioning, Ulquiorra tilted her head slightly, and then spoke with some confusion. His Majesty the King can summon more armies, legions, and more strong men at any time. Why do these Marines keep exploring and have to verify the reason? 1 second you learned the whole story of the Aokiji Kingdom, but the next second His Majesty the King was able to break all your perceptions in an instant. Therefore, Ulquiorra does not understand very much. Perhaps, this is the confidence that the weak must have when they challenge the strong. Really, that's really bad news. Upon hearing this, Porosalino's pupils suddenly trembled, and then recovered quickly. It looks like Buster Call is destined to lose. Porosalino didn't know what to say for a moment. That's right. I let you escape last time. This time, after entering this space, you have no way out. Ulquiorra said indifferently. Porosalino also noticed this when he was called in. No, I won't run away again this time. I haven't tried my best for many years. Awakening the realm of light. Shine with authority. Suddenly, Porosalino's whole body burst out with an extremely powerful aura, an endless golden light was released from his body. Enveloping the entire seaport town of Stia, a golden sun hung high, shining on the entire town, spreading warm light. And Porosalino himself has transformed into a golden man covered in golden light. 8-foot beautiful Megatama. After completing the awakening state, Porosalino directly launched the attack without any courtesy. He just waved his hand, and hundreds of laser bombs shot out directly, bombarding him with a blanket of fire power. Directly blocking all Ulquiorra's moves. Is it an amplification field to improve one's own abilities? The awakening of abilities in this world does have merit. However, faced with such intensive attacks, Ulquiorra didn't even blink, she just raised her hand. Then, the dark green Ryotsu in the liberated state of the return blade formed into Zero, and then his arms swept across at will. 617. Call out. Rumble. The golden rain of light in the sky disappeared in an instant. Continuous explosions rumbled, and the whole town was shaking under this wave of terrifying continuous explosions. Light teleportation. Pang. A golden flash of light suddenly appeared, and Ulquiorra raised her hand to block the punch from behind without looking back. Light energy laser. Porosalino frowned, can you keep up with this? His offensive did not pause. Just as he was frowning and having thoughts churning in his mind, he held the laser beam shining with cross light in his left hand. Jin. Only then did Ulquiorra turn around and grabbed Porosalino's left hand with one hand. Under Porosalino's shocked gaze, Ulquiorra crushed it with his bare hands. The light energy laser, which is more powerful than ordinary lasers, is like a squib. After holding in the sound for a long time, it finally lets out a not-so-loud fart sound after the others leave. The strength that deserves praise has improved a lot compared to last time. However, just the degree is not enough. The sword is unsealed, the second stage. Chapter 66. Your eyes are telling me that you seem confident that you can defeat me. I don't know where you and Marine behind you get their confidence. Since you still have such mysterious self-confidence, it means that you have never seen true despair. So, let me tell you what a truly complete gesture of despair is. Sword Liberation, Phase 2. The majestic dark green Ryotsu suddenly erupted, and the terrifying Ryotsu just spurted out, creating a violent storm. The dark black Ryotsu condenses like fluttering flames, rising from the bottom of the feet with the emerald green Ryotsu. And Ulquiorra's figure also changed rapidly. The white Sui Palace uniform gradually disappeared from bottom to top, replaced by his most original body. The long white robe of Sui Palace disappeared, leaving only the black bat wings, and blood-like black liquid flowed out of the Sui Palace's chest. Black hair grew from all parts below the waist, the arms were dyed black from the elbows to the fingertips, the whites of the eyeballs also turned black, and the tear stains under the eyes turned into whiter black marks. The mask turned into a pair of long, curved and overlapping horns, with a long and narrow devil tail behind it. Boom! The emerald green Ryotsu seemed to be endless, madly venting the depression that had been held in for hundreds of years, and all of it spewed out crazily in one breath. Under this terrible force, the surrounding buildings were visibly decomposed and destroyed. It was not until Ulquiorra put away all the Ryotsu that it was contained. If it weren't for the fact that this was a mirror space, Roy would have had to show up in person, and Wolf would have given Ulquiorra a blow. You are really a master at dismantling homes. When Ulquiorra completed the second stage of liberation, all the buildings with a radius of several hundred meters centered around him were destroyed beyond appearance. The sanction of light. The transformation when he saw Ulquiorra had such a terrifying impact, and Porisalino couldn't help but smile slightly. Not wanting to give Ulquiorra a chance to strike first, he transformed into light particles and disappeared. At the same time, countless light particles in the surrounding air suddenly condensed, turning into dozens of lightsabers and stabbing Ulquiorra. The lightsaber was more than 10 meters long and as hard as steel. It burst out with unparalleled speed and shot through the sky towards Ulquiorra. Bang bang bang! The latter's cold pupils glanced around, and the next moment his figure disappeared in a flash. Dozens of lightsabers all pierced the ground, and the powerful power directly penetrated the entire ground and exploded. This single blow completely destroyed 2 entire streets and left them in dilapidated condition. Its power can be seen in Amadara. Seeing Ulquiorra disappear, Porisalino suddenly sounded the alarm, and his body turned into light particles again and disappeared in the sky. Black Zero. However, facing Porisalino who was hiding, Ulquiorra did not even frown. Porisalino's soul flame was clearly visible, and it was definitely impossible to escape his sight. Although the awakening power of the fruit was densely dispersed in the space of the field of light, under the inspection of the probing nerves, Porisalino's scattered soul flames were extremely strong. Ulquiorra didn't waste much time and raised his hand to point to the place where the soul flame was the most. The black Ryotsu condenses on the fingertips, and the overflowing blue Ryotsu blends black into dark green. The next moment, the black Zero shot out straight away, and the terrifying Ryotsu was released, shooting thousands of meters away in an instant, and the black tiger flashed across the sky. Ah! In addition to the constant sound of explosions and the realm of light being blown to pieces, there was also a painful scream. Light clone. After breaking away from the light particle state, Porisalino directly differentiated into hundreds of himself. Trying to fool Ulquiorra's vision and take advantage of it to launch a fatal blow. Pointless action. When I showed my true despair, your marine's fate was completely decided. Pang. However, the next moment, Ulquiorra's figure disappeared in a flash, and then appeared flying high in the sky in less than a moment. He grabbed the true form of Porisalino among the hundreds of little golden figures, held his head and flew away into the distance. In just 7 or 8 seconds, he had already flown dozens of kilometers away and arrived at the mountain-high rock wall at the edge of the giant Omo Island surrounding the Oga Kingdom. The head-grabbing plowing flight is reproduced. Ulquiorra violently shattered Porasalino's field of light and brutally tortured the opponent. After throwing it hard, it hit the rock wall and drew a ravine hundreds of meters long. Ulquiorra's slender black claws hung in front of her abdomen, the fingers of her hands touched each other, and then she pulled them apart, and the blue and white Ryotsu condensed into a spear. Thunder Spear. Call out. Spanning a distance of several hundred meters, the blue-white thunder gun arrived at Porasalino's position in the blink of an eye. With a flash of golden light, blue-white light waves exploded. The energy erupted by the thunder gun was so terrifying that the entire high wall was swallowed up, covering a range of at least 10 kilometers. After the terrifying explosion, light wave lasted for a moment, a huge pit appeared. Directly reaching the sea surface beyond the island, immeasurable seawater poured in instantly, filling the huge pit and turning it into a marine lake. W. Ulquiorra. Die. The god of light is coming. Suddenly, Porasalino's hoarse voice sounded from the sky. At the same time, Ultimate's golden light was endless, and a giant of golden light that was thousands of meters high came into Ulquiorra's eyes. Ulquiorra's brows furrowed, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. For the first time, Ulquiorra's indifferent expression changed. Obviously, good news, Porasalino's crazy performance of fighting to the death did make him feel a little unusual touch. Is this the last fight for which you have devoted all your life energy? Yes, die. The thousands-meter-high giant of light sounded like a bell, resounding throughout the world. He held a halberd and came towards Ulquiorra Wolf. With a raised hand and a raised foot, the color of the sky and the earth changes, and the wind and clouds change suddenly. Most of the light in the entire space was absorbed by it, making it dark. Poof! Didn't I say, this is what I gave you, despair? High in the sky, Ulquiorra's figure faced away from the disappearing giant of light, and what she was holding in her hand was a heart. Chapter 67. Porasalino's final arrival of light was beyond the limits of what he could achieve. But it's still far from platinum level. Absorbing most of the light energy in a space, the overexpanded energy transformed into a huge body of a kilometer. It was completely a giant target, and Porasalino, who was in the body of the god of light, had not yet reacted. Ulquiorra burst out at the fastest speed, directly piercing the light giant, and finished the words of Porasalino in his body. Complete a one-hit kill. Pang! Porasalino, who had lost his heart, slowly fell from the sky, was dragged by the remaining light energy, and finally fell to the ground. What a bunch of monsters! Ah, Sengoku-sun, I can only go to this. Lying on the grassy field, Porasalino, who had already turned white, looked towards the direction of the Buster Call battlefield. After saying this intermittently, he closed his eyes that had lost their luster. Next, it's the turn of the remaining marines. Glancing at Porasalino, who had his eyes closed, Ulquiorra turned around and flew away. Within a moment, the mirror space disappeared. The corpse of Porasalino appeared in the square of the seaport town of Stia. He was quickly taken away by soldiers from the Ogunjana Kingdom's army. As for Ulquiorra, she is flying to the battlefield on the ice of the 890,000-year-old sea. King's Hall. Roy took a sip of black tea and watched as Ulquiorra ripped out Porasalino's heart. He also sighed and shook his head. It's a pity, Kizaru, you probably won't be able to participate in the summit war. I just asked Ulquiorra to take it down quickly. I didn't expect Xiao Wu to misunderstand it and kill you directly. Roy reluctantly drank the black tea in one gulp, and then handed it to Bambietta, who was standing beside him. He had already planned this Buster Call war. Buster Call must be defeated, but he does not intend to kill all these people. Given the importance of these marines, I'm afraid the world government will spend a lot of money to save them. What was exchanged was the important materials and equipment currently needed for the development of the Aoga Kingdom. The speed at which the kingdom's level increases depends on whether the ransom paid by the world government is sufficient. Your Majesty, why don't you destroy all these reckless marines? Bambietta on the side was puzzled. He also asked straightforwardly, BFBG. Because they still have value. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing the wanton and arrogant look in Roy's eyes. Seeing Bambietta's straight legs clamped together, she could only nod quickly and said okay, your majesty. Roy has not forgotten his mission to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates in Summit War. Just the copy of naval headquarters is enough for him to earn 100,000 source coins back and forth. How can Roy have the heart to destroy them all in one go? Haha, those rats are here again. They are really not afraid of death. The more frustrated they are, the more courageous they become. Suddenly, Roy's smile paused and then became a little indifferent. Then he motioned for Bambietta to lean down. The latter was obviously stunned, but soon leaned down and got closer to Dubian with a face full of excitement. Secretly sniffing the scent of Roy's body, her pretty face was slightly intoxicated. Little Bumpy, go and eliminate all the rats that have sneaked into the kingdom. As he spoke, he gently stroked Bambietta's pretty face which was starting to flush. Good. Bambietta raised her head greedily and rubbed Roy's palm. It looks like a kitten begging for its owner's favor. Then he left reluctantly, with a frosty face and a secret curse. Damn bugs, it's not a good time to come, but it's this strength that disturbs her time with His Majesty. Although there was another person nearby, Ace who had shamelessly sneaked away that night was also there. I hope you are strong, otherwise you will definitely die ugly. After leaving the main hall, Bambietta opened the realm of shadow and disappeared into the real material world. Ace, lead the 50,000 elite troops to dispatch and end this war as soon as possible. After Bambietta left, Roy said to Ace, who was standing on the other side, with his hands folded in front of him, making the originally magnificent huge soft bullet more eye-catching. As the first top battle in the Ogunjana Kingdom, it's time to pull those soldiers out for training. After a ceremony to bestow imperial power not long ago, almost all the people in the country had the power of tigers and leopards. Each one of them is comparable to an elite marine warrior who has been trained for many years. Are you afraid of such a terrifying number of people? As for why it is called the Imperial Power Divine Conferment Ceremony? Because this is a gift given by King Roy with his supreme power and divine power. The 50,000 tiger and leopard corps is really not a big problem against the marine elite who have begun to fall apart. Yes, I will definitely give you the best victory. It feels like it's been a long time coming. A thrilling battle. Ace knelt down on one knee with a fiery expression and promised Roy. Your Majesty Roy. Hi. Roy said in confusion. Can you give me a motivational kiss as an early reward? With that said, Ace didn't wait for Roy's reply and came directly close to him. Well, Gilu, thank you for your hospitality. Let's taste the rest of the feast after my triumphant return. A long time. After Gilu swallowed it all, Ace left Roy with a stern look on his back and turned to leave. You have finally figured out Bing Huo. The contrast is too strong and I can't stand it at all. Roy rubbed his eyebrows and complained with some emotion. World Government. In the Supreme Power Conference Room. Peng. A hole. The damn Ogunjana Kingdom is so desperate that it broadcast this war live. This is indeed beyond my expectation. They actually have such a large number of strong men. 1. It seems that Marine's Buster Call fleet is going to fail. It's really vulnerable. But it's good, at least Marine has tested the true strength level of the Oga Kingdom for Yubi. How about it? Do you want to ask Master Yuma for instructions on how to use that thing? As soon as Saint Sheb Alan 10 Peter said these words, the other 5 elders suddenly became quiet. Chapter 68. Lord Im, please give me instructions to use the ultimate weapon that is in the final testing stage? When the topic of this weapon was mentioned, several 5 elders had strange expressions on their faces. Although we still don't know the maximum power of this weapon, in the first trial, it has the terrifying power to completely level a mountain to the ground. Let's stop this matter and don't take action against the Aoga Kingdom for a while. Suddenly, while the 5 elders were discussing, a voice suddenly sounded in their minds. Yes. Lord Im. Hearing that Im actually gave the order in person, the 5 elders immediately knelt down and responded with great respect. Although they had all kinds of doubts in their hearts, they didn't dare to ask any more questions. Because, the meaning of Umutianran is absolute. On the other side, the Kingdom of Ogunjana, sea area, on the ice battlefield. Akainu Sakazuki panted as he stood opposite the 5th Espadon Neutra. Around the two of them, there were more than a dozen pacifists and 2 giant vice-admirals lying, all of them with huge gaps cut out all over their bodies. Blood was flowing all over the floor, and no other marine dared to intervene within 2 kilometers of the surrounding area. Wherever the two of them were, there was a lot of magma and cracks cut everywhere. Damn Espada! Thump! Just when Neutra thought this guy could continue fighting, Sakazuki rolled his eyes, and after saying extremely unwilling words, he knelt forward and lay on the ice. Tisk, what a waste! Seeing that Sakazuki could no longer bear the huge injury to his soul and collapsed, completely losing his will and fighting ability, Neutra spat disdainfully, immediately released the returning blade state, turned around and left. This group of useless marines is simply not enough for him to fight. That loser Grimjo is so slow. Stia Seaport. Large ships left the port one after another, sailing around the ice that frozen the port. At the same time, 30,000 of the soldiers rushed directly from the ice to the front-line battlefield. And a dozen large ships, after sailing for several nautical miles, also approached under the astonished gaze of the marines. The vanguard troops who have just sailed to the battlefield do not need to board the ship in a series of cumbersome operations. Even a journey of more than 10 miles would not consume much of their energy. The front line was soon reached. As the commander-in-chief of this 50,000-strong army, Asts. The moment she led an army on the stage, the marines were a little desperate. The enemy's high-end combat power was so numerous, and the mid and low-level combat power was even more of a group of monsters. The marine vice-admirals didn't know how many of them fell down. The mainstays such as Rear Admiral Commodore, Colonel and Lieutenant Colonel suffered countless casualties. Aokiji Admiral was still being dragged by a woman with long crimson hair from the enemy army, and could not move away to deal with it. Therefore, when I saw this army that was extremely energetic and full of ferocity, marine elites are in despair. At the same time, the fear born of despair even turned into extreme resentment and anger. Kill them! They are not those monsters. That's right, kill all this legion, land directly in the Aoga Kingdom, and take off the enemy king's head. In this extremely desperate and depressed mood, the marine elite finally went crazy. Tens of thousands of marine elites gathered and began to move forward. The marine elites, who were in an extremely crazy mood at this moment, had increased their strength and moved forward with frenzied killing. For no other reason than to massacre the tens of thousands of troops who suddenly appeared on the battlefield in front of them. Oh, it doesn't matter if it's poisonous insects or ferocious beasts, plague or viruses. Everyone will be frozen in front of me. Absolute zero. Laugh. Looking at the marine elites with red eyes, heartbroken and desperate, pushing forward crazily. Aced's expression was indifferent, his proud figure squatted down, and his fingertips lightly touched the ground. Next moment, Ultimate's cold air instantly swept across the entire venue, and countless marine elites turned into ice sculptures in front of Aced's attack. Even the ice layer created by Aokiji has been reglazed with a layer of ice. There is no chance that these frozen people can survive at all, people or things frozen by absolute zero. Tens of thousands of marine elites were all frozen into ice sculptures at this moment, with no possibility of saving them. Please give me flowers. All the marines who saw this scene looked horrified. This is Admiral Aokiji's same type of natural freezing ability. The enemy actually has this terrifying ability. People like Commander Crane, Ghost Spider, and Flying Squirrel, and even Aokiji who was fighting Urza, began to sweat continuously at this moment. Sweating profusely. No need for any thinking or hesitation at all. Everyone! Retreat! Sengoku's whole body went numb when he saw that a top-notch strongman appeared again, and he was also a strongman who was extremely good at using freezing abilities. He suppressed the panic in his heart and used his highly recognizable voice, the highest voice in his life, to issue the order to retreat to the marines on the entire battlefield. 0. This is no longer a war between the naval headquarters and the Kingdom of Ogunjana, but a massacre. The marines of the Marine Buster Call fleet were mercilessly slaughtered by the Ogunjana Kingdom on the brutal guillotine. Sure enough, after hearing Marshal Sengoku's retreat order, the fearful hearts of countless marines instantly became joyful and liberated. The evacuation began without hesitation, with injured teammates sandwiched between them, and they evacuated in twos and threes. Even the vice-admirals, who still have fighting power, hold the same idea. I can finally leave this damn purgatory. Ha 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 ha. This is not like your style at the beginning. Are you actually afraid? The weakness of weakness. Letting go of everything and fighting with all your heart is the best way to truly save any situation. Grimmjow immediately felt unhappy when he saw Sengoku's frightened expression. What's the point of fighting to the death if you can't fight it wholeheartedly? I'm not like these cold-blooded monsters like you. Sengoku frowned and retorted in a very dignified tone. Humph. Then go die. Let's end this boring battle. Claws of the Leopard King. The sky suddenly darkened. Chapter 69. With Grimmjow's claws, 10 blue Ryotsu claws were pulled out from the void. The sky over the sea area was darkened. Come on, Marine. Since you care so much about these trash fish, then lousy kill them all first. Just try to see if you can take this blow. Ha ha ha. Did you choose to block the attack and save the Marine behind you? Or did you choose to escape and save your life, and the Marine behind you died for you? Grimmjow in the sky, laughing with infinite arrogance. As he spoke, he flicked his left arm, and the 5 claws of the Leopard King were instantly thrown away by him. In front of him was Marine, who started to retreat. Behind him, also behind him, was Marine, who was evacuating towards the intact room. Facing Grimmjow's menacing kill, Sengoku knew that there was no way he could retreat. If he 800 retreats and gets out of the way, then the evacuating Marine elites behind him will definitely die. A hole. Just a brat. After his eyes flashed a few times, Sengoku's Buddha form suddenly expanded in a circle, with one hand behind and one hand in front. The golden light all over his body screamed loudly, circles of golden light ripples surged, and a shock wave quickly condensed on his right palm. Justice impact. Boom. The shock wave condensed into shape, and the black armament haki was instantly wrapped around his right arm. At the same time, the righteous conqueror's haki who ruled the world appeared at the same time. The violent golden shock wave was wrapped in black and red lightning, and collided with the 5 claws of the Leopard King that were approaching instantly. Boom! Crack! Boom! Boom! The energies of the two sides collided fiercely, and the shock waves continued to surge in all directions. The terrible shock waves set off several levels of violent wind pressure. The escaping Marines were immediately thrown away. Many unlucky ones were either blown away by the sudden shock wave, and then fell to death directly, or they were blown in front of some virtual objects, and were finally knocked down. As for the army of the Ogunjana Kingdom, Asts raised his hand and an ice wall stretching for several miles rose up without any impact at all. Haha, you blocked it? Then if it comes again, can you still block it? Seeing this, Grimmjow laughed wildly, raised his hand and threw out the remaining 5 claws of the Leopard King. Damn it! Seeing 5 more blue flying claws coming towards him, Sengoku's expression changed and he could only increase the output desperately. From the shock wave output of one hand, it becomes the spiral shock wave of both hands. The Buddha is angry and the true Buddha is destroyed. Visible to the naked eye, Sengoku's Buddha form has quietly changed at this time. Being provoked and disgusted by Grimmjow countless times, Sengoku was also extremely angry. Full of murderous intent, the conqueror's haki unleashed unbridledly, armament haki was at its peak. After a few seconds, the two terrifying forces finally merged and intertwined. In the end, neither could withstand the explosion. The terrifying huge explosion set off a tsunami, and the ice cracked countless times and completely collapsed. Countless cracks in the ice suddenly appeared, and violent shock waves were like 100,000 angry bulls, charging and trampling crazily in all directions. Back off! Ace frowned and gave the order to retreat calmly but quickly. At the same time, he did not forget that he was about to take action. He stepped hard with his long white military boots, and the ice on this side of the Okugana Kingdom was instantly frozen again. As for Marine, it was like 30 seconds of hell. Countless Marines fell straight into the icy cold sea, or were killed by countless disintegrated water blocks falling down. Ice Age. Just when the Marines were in despair, a voice sounded like the sound of nature. In the next moment, a large number of split and disintegrated ice layers were frozen, and the part that fell into the seawater Aokiji did not choose to freeze. Otherwise, how many elite Marines would have died? It's Aokiji Admiral. Saved. Aokiji-san, my eternal god. The elite Marines who survived the disaster jumped for joy, and then rushed to rescue other Marines who fell into the sea. Are you okay? Have you killed the enemy? Glancing at Aokiji standing next to him, Sengoku asked in a deep voice. I temporarily froze the girls for a few seconds and rushed over immediately. Aokiji language 0 curtain stall feed. B. Sengoku wanted to say something else, but he suddenly saw 10 familiar flying claws crossing at high speed. Damn Grimjo, this extremely stamina-consuming trick doesn't even require him to take a break. Facing this blow, Aokiji was panting from exhaustion and also a little unable to react. At the moment when the two people hurriedly made a response, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. The burly man was holding a book and a glove that he had taken off. The other bear's paw took off its gloves and raised its right hand, rebound. In an instant, the 10 claws of the Leopard King, full of destructive murderous intent, disappeared in an instant. Dozens of nautical miles away, a terrifying roaring sound suddenly erupted for a while. Fistbone meteor. Immediately afterwards, another voice that was very familiar to Sengoku sounded in the sky. Boom! In the sky, a huge explosion sounded. Grimjo blocked it with both hands in front and slid dozens of meters backwards in the sky before stopping. Finally arrived, Garp. Bear. Watching the marine hero Garp and Shishibukai Tyrant Bear suddenly appear on the scene, Sengoku's heavy and serious face finally showed a hint of joy. But he quickly said, Garp, don't be reluctant to fight, quickly cover the evacuation of the entire army. Ah! Hearing this, Garp was immediately filled with questions, but after he quickly glanced at the entire battlefield, it became clear in an instant, and his face became ugly. All Marines were evacuating, and countless familiar figures fell down, returning to the evacuating cover team. Momuzagi-jun and Kizaru Porisalino 4.4 were not even seen. If you don't retreat in this situation and still choose to fight to the death, then are you thinking about Yonden Kyo? Run? Leave it to me. Click, tisk. Seeing this, Grimjo's beautiful eyes glared, and he instantly became unhappy. But as soon as he gathered up Ryotsu and wanted to release the claws of the Leopard King, the long V-visor on his forehead shattered with a crack and several pieces of powder fell down. But he didn't care at all. Wall of the Century. Seeing that this damn BD Grimjo was about to unleash that terrifying killing move, Aokiji hurriedly touched the bottom with both hands. An extremely huge ice wall hundreds of meters thick, stretching for dozens of nautical miles, completely separated the battlefields of both camps. Chapter 70. The towering Great Wall of Ice is hundreds of meters high and wide, stretching for a terrifying length of dozens of nautical miles. Seeing Aokiji actually build such an exaggerated city wall out of thin air, Ace frowned. Grimjo saw from high altitude that the Marines had evacuated on a large scale. With a cold smile, he threw away all 10 claws of the Leopard King in his hand. The terrifying claws of the Leopard King struck again, and many Marines looked frightened. Aokiji was already half kneeling on the ground in exhaustion, with no strength left to stop him. Sengoku was also covered in injuries, and Sen was sweating coldly. Able. Before Sengoku could speak, a huge figure jumped out again, blocking the claws of the Leopard King. Bounce. Divert. Holding the book of travel under his arm, Tyrant Bear opened his hands, blocking the powerful Leopard King's claws, and then redirected it again. Faced with such a rogue move, Grimjo's entire face turned dark. If his Ryotsu hadn't been consumed too much, the mask would have begun to break, and the return blade would have disintegrated. How could that guy who looked like a bear transfer his trick away so easily? Evacuate at full speed. Seeing Tyrant 15 Bear once again resolve a major crisis, Sengoku exhaled heavily, but still did not dare to relax. Maintain a high degree of vigilance and sense of crisis. When they arrived, they came with hundreds of majestic battleships and 100,000 elite soldiers. They aggressively launched an unprecedented top-level battle against the Kingdom of Ogunjana. But the real battle only lasted for 2 hours, and then the battle was over. It ended with the disastrous defeat of the marine side's Buster Call fleet, and the marine side began to escape. Hundreds of battleships, 100,000 elite marines, and now only less than half of the number has returned. The number of people has not been calculated yet, but out of 100 warships, there are only 26 left. A large number of them were damaged and scrapped, but more of them were abandoned in order to save the commander and gain more valuable retreat time. And this battle is definitely a major historical defeat, and it is a bloody lesson that will be nailed to the pillar of shame. Looking at the lost faces on the warship, Sengoku seemed to have aged more than 10 years in an instant. The spirit is extremely depressed, but these young people are the mainstay of the future of naval headquarters. But we can't watch them sink infinitely because of this failed battle, leaving a lifelong shadow. Otherwise, Marine will really be out of business in the next few years. Then how can we suppress the pirate era? He has to step up and boost morale. He can only ask Tyrant Bear to bounce away fatigue for him. Soldiers, although our battle this time has failed, it is also a major turning point in your lives. We must firmly believe that failure is not terrible. After confirming that there were no pursuers coming, Sengoku began his comforting speech with confidence. The remnant soldiers have defeated the party, so there is no need to chase them. Clean up the battlefield, capture and fish out all those marines, and leave the dead ones alone. All those warships were transported back to the port. This was a special gift from Naval Headquarters who came all the way here. We can't live up to our good intentions. On the ice, Asts commanded the scene and issued orders one by one. Thank you, Asts. At this time, Haribal, who had been playing soy sauce the whole time, also came to Asts' side. Said to Asts, who was busy directing the scene. Sister Taya is too polite. Knowing that Haribal was Roy's first woman and that she was still a virtual woman who had lived for hundreds of years, Asts seemed very harmonious and polite about it. There is no sign that I am a big sister, let alone a queen. First of all, he has no rival in terms of strength, and secondly, Asts doesn't mind how many concubines Roy has. Only for a strong man like Roy, it is normal for him to have many women. This is a matter of course. Finally, Roy has stated that he will not establish a queen. There can only be one queen, and the concubine. Infinity O. Humph. A bunch of trash can actually hold me back. Yami also came back, holding several people in his hand. With a swing of his huge hand, he slammed all of them onto the ice. The identities of these people were clearly the unconscious Cha Dojiaji, who was rolling his eyes, as well as Ghost Spider, Gui Shu, and Huo Xiaoshan. Soon, the rest of the people also gathered over. Neutra, Grimjo, Urza, Sunsun, Apache, Myra Rhodes, everyone brought important figures from Marine. Blood oozed from the corner of Sakazuki's mouth, and he quietly opened his mouth a crack, when he saw the scene of everyone gathering. My heart almost stopped and I quickly closed my eyes. Feeling that his whole body was a little exhausted, and even his fruit abilities were cuffed, he gave up resistance completely. King's Hall. Ding, congratulations on completing the mission and defeating the Buster Call fleet. Ding, you have received the mission reward, 30,000 source coins, Shinigami Random 1 Beautiful Summoning Card X 1531, World Invitation X2, and Golden Slavery Contract X10. When Marine completely chose to withdraw, Roy received a mission completion notification from the system. Then, I couldn't stop. Ding, your subordinate Ulquiorra killed Marine Admiral Kizaru and obtained 4,500 Origin City. Your subordinate Neutra defeated Marine Admiral Akainu and you received 2,250 source coins. Your Espada Legion, Minos Grande Legion, and Kingdom Army, have wiped out a total of 47,000 Marines. Due to level restrictions, you will not generate source coins by killing enemies below Bronze Intermediate level this time. You have obtained a total of 93,200 source coins. This time it really took off. The source currency is close to 100,000, plus the rewards after completing the mission, it directly breaks the 100,000 mark. Although because his level has increased, the threshold for obtaining source coins has also changed. But this still does not affect the fact that Roy obtained a large amount of native coins. Unlocking the diamond level card pool is just around the corner. Chapter 71. Ding! The historical accumulation of source coins you have currently obtained is 163,140 source coins. Ding! When you get a total of 200,000 source coins, you will unlock the diamond level summons and get a diamond treasure chest. Diamond level summoning, 10,000 source coins /1 summoning. Summoning reward, the summoning pool Vice Admiral will not contain anything lower than gold level, and the summoned objects will be gold level diamond level. So far, Roy has accumulated more than 160,000 origin festivals, both large and small. As long as he gets more than 30,000 more source coins, he will add up all the historical accumulation of source coins he has obtained. If you exceed 200,000 source coins, you can unlock the diamond level summoning card pool. Diamond level summoning pool. Finally, I no longer have to summon some garbage. It can't be said to be rubbish, the rewards are indeed a bit too bad. System, tell me honestly, why are some summons so rubbish? Gold level summons can be summoned to platinum level, and some are only bronze and silver. Recalling the summoning of Black History, Roy asked curiously. But I don't have the idea of promoting kindness to fight against hatred, questioning and criticizing the system. At most, he just complained and joked. After all, if there was no system that took him through time in the first place, he would have turned out to be just an ordinary person. And now that I have such strength and a beautiful life, I don't just rely on my own efforts to earn it. Yes, my current status is all due to my own hard work. Heaven did not give birth to me. Roy is like a long night. From now on, I will be respected in all the heavens and all realms. Sister Tong, summon. Ding! Every time the master summons, he has to spend source coins to open the gap in other worlds. Some worlds are too strong-willed or the level is too high, so you need to spend the Emperor's source coins to give them to the other party. If you still disagree in the end, the system can only spend a large amount of source coins to suppress high-level rules and force the will of the world to trade. This is why summoned items have different levels and scarcity levels. In addition to this, another reason is that the system is just a platform, and the actual summons is personally manipulated by the owner. When your subconscious need is too strong, there is a high chance that it will summon the item you want. For example, when you summon it for the first time, you get Nami's original Bud T-shaped character. The system was explained to Roy in great detail. No? Are you slandering me? You're slandering me, right? Hearing this, Roy finally fully understood the system's summoning rules. But when Roy heard the last sentence, he thought carefully for a moment and suddenly came back to his senses. No, if I do a gold level summon now, I don't believe I can draw that thing again. Roy frowned, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He would not allow the system to slander him in such a major matter related to his reputation. Ding, Master, do you want to spend 1,000 source coins to make a gold level summons? Yes. Ding, congratulations on summoning Shihaoran Yoryuki's original T-Pants plus 3-piece set ×1. Ga. At this time, Roy was completely speechless and petrified. Speechlessly, he threw these 4 items into the system space, and Roy rubbed his brows. He felt that the system was playing a trick on him, but he had no evidence, and instead was slandered by Sister Tong. He soon felt relieved. Just think that the boring system is making a little joke, and there is nothing to worry about. He is not the one who suffers anyway. You think so, Shihaoran yet? At this time, in a certain world, Shihaoran Yoryuki, who was just about to wash his fragrance, was suddenly startled. Then he let out a roar of shame and anger. She can choose not to wear it, but she can't accept being stripped naked suddenly. After searching for a long time to no avail, Yoryuki angrily went to take a bath. BD thief, pervert, don't let me catch you, or you'll suffer a lot. After wiping the shower gel, the huge soft elastics clicked against each other. Yoryuki looked extremely annoyed. Invitation to the world. Roy took out a letter that was all black, gold-edged, and sealed with bright red-hot stamping. Ding, this is an important item that was enthusiastically gifted by the Shinigami World Will after many friendly diplomatic negotiations. Master, you can use this thing to enter the Shinigami realm world, freely and without any worries. Other worlds are also valid. As long as you enter the general framework, history, and character-related information of the target world, you can immediately enter the target world 10 times. The system immediately answered Roy. World invitation. Quality, legend. Type, shuttle, boundary breaking. Effect, free and unrestricted access to another world, a ticket to any plot or timeline, and the will of the world cannot use any means against you. Evaluation, a passing card player is willing to spend a lot of money to buy this item from you. Are you willing? What a good thing! It's indeed a good thing, and it's only $1 off. This invitation letter can actually be freely entered and exited 10 times. Fortunately, our Sister Tong is not a profiteer system. How generous! Sister Tong, please stop naming a certain fan. If that's the case, wouldn't he be able to travel to the timeline before the plot of some worlds begins? Change the tragic stories of those characters? Yes, this wave of rewards was indeed unexpected by Roy. As for the Golden Bondage Contract. Golden Slavery Contract. Product quality, gold. Genre, slavery, control. Effect, enslaves humans and life forms that have lost their fighting power and have no sense of resistance. Achieve absolute control. Note, can enslave everyone and creatures at platinum level and below. Rating, a treasure that puppet masters dream of. Not bad. Roy nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the last thing. Shinigami World Random Summon Card? Use Random Summon Card Clothes. I don't know who will be summoned, but this is the first time I've summoned a Shinigami character. Pang! As Roy finished speaking, a burst of smoke suddenly appeared in the hall where Roy was the only one. Shiharu Yoryuki, who was rubbing his back, blinked in confusion. Chapter 72. Looking at Yoryuki's smooth figure gradually emerging from the thick fog. Roy held his chin with one hand and looked at the picture of Yoryuki's beauty taking a bath with great interest. Without his permission, no one is allowed to enter this hall, and the door is heavily guarded, so no one dares to break in. Therefore, Roy was unceremonious and admired Yoryuki's body openly. The wheat-colored skin, which is a bit heavier than Haribo, and the figure with more graceful light and dark curves, reveal the charm of a royal sister. Most importantly, Yoryuki showed Roy. In fact, sometimes black cats are not necessarily all black, there is still a pure land that is bare and white. It was also the first time for Roy to see this sexy little black cat. Why, did you keep looking at me like this when you entered the North Gate? Yoryuki had no idea of being secretive, he just showed it openly and generously, with his hands on his waist and a bath towel in one hand against the other hip. But the slight blush on his face gave it away. Putting aside the academic knowledge in Jianbeo, this is called opening the door at a glance. Very open, truly a masterpiece. Roy had learned to recognize coins with a half-hearted level. Roy can feel the beauty of ultimate. One of a kind. You don't even have any objections, so how can I bear to end this wonderful beauty? The corners of Roy's mouth raised slightly and he spoke in a gentle tone. His eyes were full of admiration for Yoryuki, and it was when he felt really hot and uncomfortable looking at Yoryuki. Yoryuki smiled suddenly and walked up to Roy. He raised his chin, and his beautiful eyebrows were full of teasing. Really? Then do you really want to? Yeah dash. Yoryuki originally wanted to tease Roy and see if he would look embarrassed and embarrassed. Who would have thought that Roy would not estimate so much and actually pull her into his arms? The next moment, Yoryuki's eyes widened, full of disbelief and astonishment. The agile tongue moves smoothly. The two small fish in the fish tank were swimming happily, chasing each other and getting entangled. The black carp flicked its tail, but it couldn't get rid of the golden dragon carp's relentless pursuit. After a long time, the black carp became tired and paralyzed, spitting bubbles of mucus and water, and let the golden dragon carp do its thing. How about it? My golden dragon carp is so powerful, this black carp can't bear to be beaten by him. Holding the limp Yoryuki, Roy moved the black carp in the fish tank. This golden dragon carp has been a treasure that he has raised for a long time. How can a black carp that just arrived here be able to fight it? No, the mucus bubbles were spitting out one after another, and even the clams diving at the bottom of the fish tank began to spit out water. The movement of the two carps in the fish tank just now stirred up the water and made them dizzy. Snort. You are a really strong man. You are also very courageous. Yoryuki, who had grasped the fate of Pang Ran, raised his eyebrows, looked at Roy's handsome face, and said fiercely with a slightly red face. Ahem, okay, stop making trouble. Roy's face changed slightly, he grabbed Yoryuki's wheat black catkin, put it against his face and said comfortingly. Humph. Although a strong and domineering man like you is very popular with me, if you do this again next time, I will be angry. Yoryuki took a deep look at Roy and used his palms hard. Hiss. Roy pretended to be in pain and quickly said, Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who can force things. You are my woman and this will never change. It better be this way. After giving Roy a few more hard strokes, Yoryuki quickly pulled away. Standing up, Ryotsu appeared on her right hand and flicked it, and a set of orange and black combat tights was instantly put on her body. Speaking of which, you are really powerful, you can actually pull me from another world into this world. Soul Society really wants to thank you for your efforts in transferring so many monsters away. After taking a look at the environment in the main hall, Yoryuki suppressed a strange feeling of discomfort and said in amazement. This is not her original world at all, and many rules have become different. Yoryuki discovered this abnormality very quickly. In fact, she was not summoned without knowing anything. Like other summoned characters, they are systematically instilled with knowledge and cognition related to this world. I also learned about the existence of the Espada Legion. And Roy also opened Yoryuki's panel properties. Shihaorin Yoryuki. Level, the highest level of gold. Talent abilities, instant coaxing, anti-ghost killing, slashing fist and ghost walking, black cat form, sealing technique, empty cicada, click to view details. Race, Shinigami. Equipment, Zanpakuto, unknown. Favorability, 63. Loyalty 100, max. Comprehensive evaluation, the Black Cat Fighter, who has a strong overall strength, is absolutely unimaginable when she changes into her strongest form. Is it the highest level of gold? It seems that the plot of the Shinigami world has indeed not started yet. This level of strength is basically not much different from Grimjo. I just don't know how long it will be before the plot begins. Yoryuki's abilities and forms are also yet to be fully developed. In this case, the boring guy Urahara Kisuk will not be cheap. Yoryuki does seem a bit boring sometimes, and he has a very arrogant personality. This can be seen from his attitude towards himself when he just summoned Yoryuki and spent a while with him. Your Majesty Roy, everything has been resolved. At this time, after seeking Roy's consent, Bambietta's figure walked out of the shadows in the corner of the hall. Respectfully report to Roy. Just, after noticing the existence of 3.0 Yoryuki. Bambietta frowned, but didn't say anything. Well done little Bumpy. Roy nodded. In fact, he already knew it without Bambietta reporting it. All three CPOs who sneaked into the palace were killed by Bambietta. Let him get 850 source coins. Roy made a big move, and the closed door of the hall opened. Not long after, Asts and others also came here. The Buster Call War initiated by Marine is officially over. The Kingdom of Okugana won this battle that shocked the world. Chapter 73. Asts and Haribal led everyone into the King's Hall. Then, everyone knelt down and bowed their heads respectfully and said, See His Majesty the King. The Buster Call fleet launched by the enemy has been defeated by us and fled, annihilating more than half of the enemy and capturing more than 6,700 marines. The Ogunjana Kingdom is victorious, and Guy is back. Haribal was not good at these military and political matters, so he left it all to Aestes. And Roy had exactly this plan. When it comes to leading troops in war, Aestes is definitely the best candidate. After all, Aestes was also an imperial general who led troops to fight in the world of the original healing masterpiece Sister Killing. It would be perfect to leave it to her to lead the army of the Ogunjana Kingdom. As for Aussie, the original Admiral military history, he naturally has no objections. After all, he also witnessed Aestes display his super strength. Looking at the energetic people in the hall, Roy smiled slightly. 15. Get a straight body. You did a good job, and I am very satisfied. Your superior performance is visible to me, and for all those who participate in the battle, I will give you the rewards you desire later. To further improve your strength, you still need powerful weapons and treasures, which are within your capabilities. It will be all right. Roy, who now has more than 100,000 origin coins in his arms, felt confident when he said these words. As long as the requirements are not too excessive, Roy can basically fulfill them for them. Do you really think that source coins can only be used for summons? That look is too shallow. Roy had already used the original currency to complete the advancement for Haribal. His strength jumped 2 levels in a row, from a platinum lower level to a platinum level upper level. He also modified Urza's magic suit, matched it with the ability of the Fusion King, and created a new magic armor. In a word, the source currency can not only be used for summons, the correct and diversified use methods are all up to you to understand and use. Thank you, Your Majesty. Hearing this, the eyes of many characters below were in heaven. Especially Neutra, Grimjo, Yami, and a few others. The pursuit of power is quite high, and there is no such thing as satisfaction. Even Admiral military history Aussie looked expectant for this. Obviously, Shizuoxi was also aware of the majestic power of His Majesty the King. If you want to become stronger, you should at least be on par with the weakest member of Espada, right? Seeing these people's expressions, Roy knew without a second thought what they were going to ask for. He didn't say it at this time. I asked you to bring it, did you bring it? Roy looked at Coc below and asked. The bodies have been brought, Your Majesty the King. Coc nodded and waved towards the entrance of the hall. Within half a minute, several soldiers from Tian's Tiger Vanguard army came in carrying racks. Then the white cloth covering it was lifted, revealing 3 pale and stiff corpses. The 3 people above are none other than others. It was Kizaru who had been killed by Ulquiorra with his heart ripped out, and the fat blue man Jinbei who was killed by the whale Ajicha's Mortizaz. Finally, there was a man with weird proportions and an ugly figure dressed in black. Gecko Moria. This guy jumps up and down on the battlefield to collect corpses of strong men and cut out other people's shadows. But Roy saw it all. Then Moria, the unlucky guy who was just joining in the fun, was killed directly. Seeing that Roy seemed to be trying to do something to the 3 corpses in front of him, everyone slowly spread out to make way for a wide space. In the future battles, you can go ahead and fight without worrying about death. As long as your souls are not completely wiped out, I can resurrect you. Just like what you see in front of you. Heretic Rhine Tensei technique. Suddenly, the moment Roy finished speaking, Roy's eyes turned into purple circles. Rin Egan. The smoke suddenly appeared, and a huge figure appeared in the center of the hall, rising to a height of several meters. Then it raised its head and fell backwards, its mouth long enough to fit an elephant in. Immediately afterwards, countless green light spots flew towards the outside of the hall like laser rain. The target is the soldiers who died in this war. In the huge square of the kingdom, there were hundreds of white stretchers, all of which were lying with the bodies of soldiers who died in the battle with Marine. Countless people are remembering and mourning them. Although I don't know why the kingdom's senior officials placed the bodies of these soldiers here. But maybe it was for the convenience of the common people of the kingdom, so that they could see them off easily. Just when countless people understood this in their hearts, hundreds of green light rains flew over. Then merge into those corpses. After a while, the people who were holding a farewell and mourning ceremony looked at the soldiers who had resurrected and sat up in confusion and shock. This! Oh my God! God bless you, Your Majesty's divine power! This is the holy water of resurrection flying from the direction of the palace. So many dead people can be resurrected, Your Majesty. Roy must be the incarnation of God. In the crowd, the spies from some forces were all confused at this moment. Resurrection 030 living dead, and the special horse resurrects hundreds of people at once. The world must be crazy. Otherwise, how could this scene be realized? Not to mention the riots in the square. At this time, every pin drop could be heard in the king's hall. Silence fell. Everyone looked at Roy, who looked indifferent, with expressions of shock and a worldview that had been subverted. Yoryuki looked at Roy stupidly and wanted to say something, but he couldn't say a word and was frozen in place. Everyone else, whether it was Haribol, Ulquiorra, Urza, Asts, or the others, were all in a shocking state of silence. How do I feel? It feels like I slept for a long time. My heart really hurts, it's really scary. If I remember correctly, I should be dead, right? After stretching his muscles a little, Porisalino looked at Roy. Yes, you are indeed dead. However, you still have some use value, so resurrecting you requires you to pay a price. Chapter 74. Ryan Tensei Technique. This ninjutsu has a setting that once the performer completes this operation, he will die. But I'm sorry, Roy's vitality is so powerful, and he also has a sage body. There is no pressure to resurrect hundreds of people. He has no control over this setting. What's more, Roy chose to spend 100 source coins to perform the spell. While resurrecting these 3 people, the golden slavery contract has been signed. From now on, these 3 people will no longer lose their personal freedom and will completely obey his orders. And their abilities have also been completely replicated by Roy. Jinbei's fishman underwater breathing characteristics, super physical strength 10 times that of humans, master level fishman karate, fish body technique, and master level steering skills. Admiral Kizaru Porisalino's sparkling fruit ability, 2-color haki, Grandmaster Marine 6 styles, advanced swordsmanship. Gecko Moria's shadow fruit ability, incredible physical skills, and raw swordsman level swordsmanship. As expected of the Shishibukai who made up the numbers. A fighting battle was launched against Kaido of the Beasts, but the crew were all killed by the Beasts pirates of Kaido who had just occupied Wanakuni and were not yet 4 emperors. After escaping, Gecko Moria began to gradually deteriorate. Not only has the strength shrunk, but it has not improved at all. I began to think that because I am alive, I will die. So, we started to create silhouettes all over the world, collecting and stealing the corpses of strong men, and creating a zombie army. Trying to launch a decisive battle against 4 emperors Kaido again to take revenge. Unexpectedly, they met the protagonist group and were defeated miserably. According to the information collected by Roy's people, the Straw Hat crew should have just left the water capital not long ago. Not long after the incident in an ice lobby ended, Marine launched a buster call, and then collapsed in the Ogunjana Kingdom and fled miserably. This huge wave of battles failed, naval headquarters suffered heavy losses, and its effective strength was severely beaten by the Kingdom of Okugana. Whenever you touch the original plot characters, new tasks can be triggered. After thinking about this issue for a long time, Roy came to a conclusion. That is, as long as he changes the plot of the original work or causes a major event that destroys the world, he can get the system's task rewards. Roy wants to give it a try and take the initiative to intervene in the development of this world. First of all, let's test it out on the Straw Hat crew for the first time. As the protagonist with heaven-defying luck, Luffy, the Straw Hat Kid King, is definitely capable of racking up gold coins. Didn't Gecko Moria, the whetstone, just come to my door? As the protagonist, Wong Luffy, it should be easy to earn not only 200,000 source coins, but 100,000 source coins, right? There are also other members on the ship who also have rare origin coin ATM machines. Nami and the intellectual sister Robin also have to pry away from the King Luffy. This kind of direct robbing scene will definitely give you a lot of gold coins. If Wong Luffy knows the truth by then, he may be tempted to kill him. The price? Your Majesty went to great lengths to revive me. Is there anything else I need to do? Porisalino raised his hand to adjust his sunglasses, already guessing something in his mind, and sighed silently. Sengoku, Sengoku, and the world government 5 elders. You probably have never imagined how terrifying this man in front of you who can even resurrect the dead is, right? Okay, why are you provoking him when you have nothing to do? Isn't it good to live? But if nothing else, for now. Poor Asalino found that his strength was stronger than before, and he seemed to be more than 10 years younger. Every part of the body is full of energy. Gulu. At this time, Jinbei means you speak, I will continue to listen. Facing these monsters that looked familiar to him a few hours ago, Jinbei really didn't dare to say a word. This is even more true for Gecko Moria. Because he didn't even know how he died, he just saw a guy who looked like a whale monster appeared and seemed to say something to him. Then he was killed instantly. Now that he has come back to life, he is almost scared to death when faced with the invisible oppression of these monsters in front of him. During this period, you will stay in prison like other marine prisoners. When the world government gives you the bargaining chip, you will naturally be released. I think you will understand what needs to be done after returning to naval headquarters. With his fingers tapping the armrest of the throne, Roy said calmly. Obviously he didn't release any momentum, but the unique majesty of the king made the 3 of them feel uncomfortable and depressed. Are you undercover? Although I feel sorry for Sengoku-san, I don't seem to have any way out. It's really scary. I understand how to do it. The undercover thing. I understand. Your Majesty. Upon hearing Roy's arrangement, poor Asalino's eyes under the ink stains suddenly widened, and then returned to normal. Sorry Sengoku-san. W. Jinbei, go back to the Fishmen Island and convince Newton to let the Fishmen Island belong to the Okugana Kingdom. Then, Roy looked at Jinbei and said. The Fishmen Island is a beautiful underwater world kingdom that Roy also wants to take control of. The main thing is to get the mermaid princess Shirahoshi, there are no other vulgar excuses. That's all. If there's one thing to add, it's taking control of all the sea kings. Here, but Whitebeard's side. Jinbei's eyes widened in shock. In this case, how will Whitebeard explain? Don't worry too much, the Whitebeard pirates will cease to exist soon. You just have to be bold and come here. If you can't even do this, then there's no need for you to continue to exist. Roy's tone could not be described as very polite, and he spoke without mercy. It immediately made Jinbei feel frightened and terrified. Jinbei doesn't think it's too much to say that there is no need for him to exist anymore. After all, he is helping Marine to conquer the Ogunjana Kingdom. Although he had to do this in order to preserve the name of Shishibukai and protect the Fishmen Island from Marine's invasion. But if you do it, and the 2 sides are essentially hostile. But what Roy said about the Whitebeard pirates being about to cease to exist really made him feel a sense of crisis that something was wrong. As for you, Gecko Moria. Finally, when Roy fixed his gaze on Moria, whose body was severely deformed, the latter suddenly became extremely respectful and humble and said, Dear His Majesty the King, if you have anything to ask me, I will definitely complete it wholeheartedly.